Sahnede.
Good morning to everyone. Yesterday's opening session of the Mantova's Moreshet seminar, as always, is an institutional moment. For us, members of the steering group of the project, it was particularly important to have the acknowledgement of two of the major Italian mayors of Florence and Mantova, which showed their interest, confirming their engagement to our European network project. I wish to thank both of them again. The opening concert of Ori and Dan, behind being a treatment moment, was about important unmaterial heritage that should not be considered aside while dealing with real estate heritage. As later we will see and we will learn from Luca Cardani while speaking about the reuse of the cemetery of Mantova, where Salomon Rossi is buried. The exposition of Angela Maria Ferroni was an excellent demonstration of how during history, readaptation of buildings, pouring new life to existing architecture and urban complexes, and we will see it also with the exposition of Giora Solar, is part of cultural heritage too. Before passing to Carlo Francini, that will the chair, which I want to thank him again for his engagement, I have to express my great sadness and sorrow for the event which are taking place in Israel and around the Mediterranean Sea, major of candle of culture. It goes on in this moment. To us that we are dealing with heritage, those events have extreme significance, much over the event, the everyday politics that causes misunderstanding, big destructions, and human sufferings. So with those heavy feelings, I pass the word to Carlo Francini, please.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, David, and thank you to Moreshet for inviting me to conduct this first panel of the second day of our seminar. My name is Carlo Francini. I am the site manager of the Historic Center of Florence and the scientific coordinator of the Association of All World Heritage in Italy. And I'm very involvement in the idea of the religious heritage, because in Florence, inside the activity dedicated to the management of the historic center as World Heritage Site, we follow the program of the World Heritage Center dedicated to the heritage of religious interest. And since 2017, we organize two meetings for years dedicated to this issue. And it's very interesting for us, the role of several structures dedicated to the heritage conservation. In particular, is very active. The staff is dedicated to the synagogue in Florence. Florence is a very impressive monument and buildings in the skyline of the city is a great value of heritage and the heritage and religious values. Okay, I think it's very important to proceed in time for our discussion, and I introduce the first panelist is Piotr Puchta. Piotr Puchta is a Polish diplomat, author and activist who from 2014 to 2016 led the Polish delegation to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Having retired from his diplomatic career in March 2019, he is now the CEO of the Foundation for the Preservation of Jewish Heritage in Poland. The Foundation's primary mission is to protect and commemorate the country's surviving heritage sites, among them synagogues, cemeteries, and mikvahs, as well as monuments to Jewish cultural heritage. The title of contribution of Piotr Puchta is Recovery, Politics of Disused Jewish Heritage Assets in Poland. Please, Mr. Puchta, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this important seminar. I believe that especially for us in Poland, it is very timely that we start communicating and discussing with other partners working outside of Poland on those issues. As mentioned by Mr. Francini, I joined the foundation about 2 years ago, and I believe that since the foundation was started and began its activities in 2002, such a discussion in Poland has not been really carried out. This is why it is for us very important that we may share our thoughts with other partners and also hear your comments on this. I would like to start with general remarks concerning the situation in Poland as it is today, and then proceed to some questions that I believe are very relevant today if we are to speak about comprehensive program or as I call it, strategy for the preservation of Jewish cultural heritage in Poland. My general remark is that if we are to discuss this issue, I believe that a legitimate belief is that the starting point for efforts to genuinely protect heritage sites, not only in Poland, but also more broadly in all of Europe, it is to say that Jewish cultural heritage is an integral part of the common cultural heritage, and therefore requires shared responsibility and joint action to preserve it. The protection of Jewish heritage sites in Poland makes it possible also to preserve collective memory of the communities that contributed to them. A deeper understanding of the richness of culture and importance of Jewish groups living for hundreds of years in Europe is very important for the identity of inhabitants that are living nowadays in countries of Europe. I believe that the above statements concerning the shared responsibility and recognition of Jewish heritage as part of common cultural heritage contained in the Declaration of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, is the basis for drawing up a strategy to support individual Jewish communities in Poland, also the Union of Jewish Religious Communities, as well as other organizations and institutions interested in further protection of material cultural heritage. In this context, in addition to the aforementioned Jewish communities, it is necessary to indicate as partners also NGOs and other civil society institutions, schools, academic centers, museum institutions, as well as individual volunteers. As I mentioned before, I believe that it is an urgent need to develop guidelines on the preservation of Jewish cultural heritage sites in Poland and their comprehensive protection in accordance with the general wording contained in the Declaration of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe of November 2019. These guidelines should serve to develop ways for supporting all organizations and institutions whose activity is focused on expanding and deepening preservation of this heritage by institutions of central government in Warsaw, as well as local authorities, through joint activities of these national actors, as well as creation of the widest possible framework of cooperation with international partners. After these general remarks, I would now like to present to you some questions that I believe are very important to answer before we really create a strategy or a comprehensive program of preservation of Jewish cultural sites in Poland. So I believe that one of the first issues that needs really broad discussion and somehow answering is the description and categorization of objects of material Jewish heritage in Poland as a starting point for further discussion. First of all, we should seek an answer to the question of how many of these objects are recognizable in today's Poland and how to classify them. It is necessary to define what categories would serve to formulate a coherent vision of preserving the Jewish cultural sites. The methods of preserving the heritage should be seriously considered. What are appropriate forms of protection for cemeteries, synagogues, or other sites? What are the possible ways of preserving and maintaining them in the light of available technologies, of sharing methods, and also of the basic canons of halacha, as well as the needs of local communities and future generations? All these aspects mentioned so far are equally important in terms of substance, but also regarding organizational reasons, one of the main issues of which is the vision strategy for preservation of Jewish heritage sites in Poland. It should be made clear that this situation is currently very vague or ambiguous. It can be defined as follows. The interests and activities of central government, represented first of all by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, include only objects that are entered in the register of historical sites. Other objects not included in the central register or not included on the municipal or provincial lists of historical sites do not fall within the protection scope of the ministry. In this situation, the really question arises, whether it is justified to continue to maintain this situation or to change it, and if so, what should the changes consist of? Should they aim at the financial involvement of central authorities, as was the case of the Warsaw Jewish Cemetery on Okopowa Street? Or what are other available opportunities for central authorities to be involved? At present, local authorities do not present a uniform approach or position to the preservation of Jewish material heritage sites located on their territory. In some cases, they are involved in the protection of cemeteries or other sites, while most local authorities are not prepared to engage in any way in the preservation of objects of material Jewish heritage. They claim that there is no legal base for their involvement in this regard. This raises further question. Is the involvement of local authorities a necessary element for proper and long-term protection, or are there other ways or means of involving them? If so, what forms of such involvement can there be? Do they require a change in existing legislation? If so, to what extent? These questions do not exhaust the subject, but present them in a starting point for further consideration. Another and beyond doubt extremely important aspect of these issues is the involvement of civil society. For more than 30 years, we have been dealing with situations in which sites constituting Jewish cultural heritage are looked after by individual activists, NGOs, and local associations. These persons or these NGOs often act alone, encountering all sorts of difficulties, among which above all is the lack of support from local authorities and central government, and the lack of recognition of their action. In this situation, questions arise. Could some instruments be used to create synergies between NGOs, associations, and individual activists, leading to a greater involvement of civil society than today? What are the ways in which local authorities, individual volunteers, or NGOs may coordinate current and future activities? Also, an important aspect in regard to the preservation of Jewish historical heritage sites is the role that both the Catholic Church and minority churches in Poland continue to play. It is necessary to consider whether it is justified and appropriate to involve church-related institutions in Jewish heritage protection program. If so, could there be further forms of involvement of churches at different levels? It is also begs another question. Is it possible to use the Day of Judaism celebrated annually in the Catholic Church in Poland to convey a message indicating the need for local communities to support efforts to protect Jewish heritage? Equally important, in my opinion, as the above mentioned activities and complementary with them seem to be steps taken by Jewish entities, external, operating abroad, and those in Poland, and their institutional partners to protect the material sites of Jewish heritage in Poland. It is reasonable and necessary to increase the existing involvement of various Jewish communities, including those representing descendants of former communities in Poland, as well as institutions and organizations operating in other countries, including, in my opinion, government institutions. In this regard, I welcome with openness the information about involvement of Israeli authorities. For the first time ever, the Israeli government has established a special interministerial committee to deal with preservation of Jewish cemeteries outside of Israel. But the overreaching problem here is, in addition to the increasing the involvement of foreign actors, is the coordination, in my opinion, of their actions. I believe that it is very important to find instruments and means of right coordination. And another question arises. Would the adoption by the Polish central government of the content of Declaration on Preservation of Jewish Heritage announced by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in November 2019 benefit the material Jewish heritage sites in Poland, material preservation of Jewish cultural heritage sites in Poland? If so, would such a thing be possible at all? And today we don't have an answer for this. Will the inclusion of Polish actors in the programs implementing the adopted recommendations made by the Parliamentary Assembly create important tools for the preservation of this heritage in Poland? From the perspective of so far experiences, it is important also to consider the benefits of including Poland in the program promoted by the European Jewish Cemeteries Initiative to mark and restore Jewish cemeteries in Europe. Does the prospect of financial involvement of Polish authorities in this and other international initiatives seem realistic? I don't know. Today we don't have an answer for this. And if it is realistic, to what extent we may expect such involvement? Also important aspect today is the consideration of concrete changes to the legislation. We need to start by considering whether the current legal instruments for protection and preservation of Jewish heritage sites in Poland are adequate to the needs. If not, what changes should be made to protect synagogue cemeteries and other sites? In case of protection of cemeteries, I believe that it would be crucial to introduce these sites to the zoning plans, indicating their particular importance, with the consequences that they would be protected by local law. Then the designation or restoration of the boundaries of individual cemeteries should be considered, for those of which such procedures have not yet been carried out, as well as providing the site with appropriate information. All this is still to be considered in a comprehensive way. There were many cases in which such marks and such information was placed, but for the first time ever in 2018, the task was put upon the National Heritage Board of Poland to mark all Jewish cemeteries with adequate information. Due to this program, a database was created, which includes more than 1,200 sites, which were physically identified on the ground and uniformly described. The first steps were taken to mark the cemeteries with specially unified plaques, while at the same time determining the boundaries of these cemeteries. Unfortunately, the barrier to further rapid progress of the implementation of this program is currently lack of sufficient funding. I believe that this last statement most probably applies to all other programs that have been discussed or implemented so far. The number of historical sites, as I mentioned, more than 1,200 cemeteries, and many other sites is the barrier to further develop such programs. I believe that the lack of coherent strategy for the protection of material Jewish heritage sites in Poland, in the shape that I believe that those questions formed above allow us to more or less create, have not so far ruled out activities taken by some of the heritage sites. To the lack of time of today's presentation, I would like to concentrate on presenting some of the existing practices concerning synagogues, which could be starting point for formulating a strategy to protect Jewish heritage sites in Poland. So before entry into force the law regulating relations between the state and Jewish religious communities in the Republic of Poland in 1997, 24 synagogues and houses of prayer belong to the Union of Jewish Religious Communities. Only 9 of them were included in the register of historical sites. In 1990, Eleonora Bergman and Jan Jagielski identified 245 synagogue buildings in Poland. And already in 1996 publication, with additional research and third-party assistance, the authors reported that there were about 320 buildings. According to them, the number could even increase further by somewhere around 10 to 15 buildings. According to Eleonora Bergman, the management of synagogue buildings is currently considered in 3 layouts, in which the first 2 relate to the use for religious worship purposes and the official status of the site, while the third relates to the administrative and local government structures. In view of the demographic situation of the current Jewish community in Poland, it should be considered appropriate to say that with regard to the former communal Jewish property, at most the supervision and control of management of these facilities is possible. Currently, there are only 27 sites acting as active synagogues in Poland. This raises the question of the methods and means needed to protect those buildings, which for obvious reasons do not perform sacred functions right now, and most probably will not be performing them in foreseeable future. The second aspect concerns facilities covered by formal conservation protection. That means those which by definition could rely on funding from budgetary sources. According to data from beginning of 2020, a total of 128 buildings were included in the list of synagogues protected by decision to register them as historical sites. Many of them were categorized as follows. First category is the objects performing sacred functions, synagogues, but also prayer houses, as well as evangelical churches. The second category were museums, libraries, following cultural centers, apartment buildings, warehouses, shops, schools, even fire brigade stations, cinemas, hotels, exhibition halls, and ruins. This shows what wide spectrum of categories we are dealing with. I believe that this is something that we need to consider when we are thinking about creating a comprehensive program. What are, for example, the ways how to really preserve them, in which categories each action should really take place? As Eleonora Bergman and Jan Jagielski presented, In principle, there are two ways of using synagogues that can be considered correct. This occurs when the synagogue building serves the purposes of Jewish religious worship, or when it houses a Jewish museum. In the category of museum galleries, however, the reservation to their usage do not concern the function itself, but the resulting special consequences. Therefore, it seems possible to grade them. Eleonora Bergman and Jan Jagielski consider the use of synagogues such as schools, offices, apartments, warehouses, shops, workshops as incorrect. At the same time, however, they stress that they realize that it is not possible to demand on a larger scale the restoration of sacred functions or turning them to a Jewish museum. They advocate that instead of shops, bakeries, or mills, they be used as libraries as long as they can be decorated with special character in the interior. They point out that treating synagogues in the least possible way, contrary to their former usage, as prayer houses should be meaningful to present inhabitants of Poland. And above all, that these facilities should not remain anonymous. As to the present practices, I believe that what the Foundation of Preservation of Jewish Heritage Sites in Poland is one of the ways how we may proceed. As of today, our foundation is a legal owner of 21 sites. However, there is not a single synagogue in this group that is currently serving the purposes of Jewish religious worship. The reason for this is that since the establishment of the foundation in 2002, the foundation became owner of the Jewish communities of the synagogues where there are no Jewish communities, most often in areas that are far away from major Polish cities. So the foundation decided to cooperate with other partners in possible ways to preserve these synagogues. So far, the cooperation in this regard took place in places like Sejny, Susz, Czyżew, or Dąbrówno. Also, in a place called Olsztyn, where a pre-funeral house is, as to our understanding, extremely valuable. Currently, we are also in talks with other partners in Orla and Łęczna, where we are encountering openness from the local authorities. According to the current assessments, in the absence of possibilities of restoring those buildings to former sacred functions, the only viable way to ensure their ongoing protection and preservation is to use them as facilities to meet cultural needs of local communities and also tourists visiting those places. For instance, we are in talks with our partners in Orla, where the synagogue could be used as a future center for performing intercultural dialogue through artistic means and cultural events. Also, the synagogue in Łęczna could be used as a local cultural center, acting as a facility to organize exhibitions, performances, concerts, and educational activities. Last but not least, I would like to also mention prospects offered by new digital technologies when we speak about preservation of synagogues. The Foundation of the Preservation of Jewish Heritage has started cooperation in this regard with two partners last year, with Bet Tfilah, Forschungsstelle für jüdische Architektur in Europa, Technische Universität Braunschweig. And thanks to this cooperation, we have documented in electronic digital form the synagogue in Dąbrówno, as well as a cooperation with a private company from Poznań, where we have documented in digital form synagogue in Łańcut. This year, we will continue documenting those sites like synagogues and pre-funeral houses by cooperation in the form of a grant offered by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Warsaw, as well as a joint project will be implemented in cooperation together with the Foundation for Jewish Heritage. I would like to end at that point and also to hear your comments and maybe questions to my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pukta. It's a very interesting and complete analysis of the situation in Poland dedicated to the Jewish heritage. In my role, I ask to the panelists is a question dedicated to Mr. Pukta, to the relationship. I give the floor to the other colleagues in the panel.
I think I may have a comment, maybe because it's not a question, but we are cultural institutions, and what actually just been expressed by Mr. Piotr Pukta, that it seems that cultural institutions may actually play quite a significant role in terms of reuse of buildings. And it's not to be answered now, probably, but in my head, from what Mr. Pukta said, actually, there is a huge need for creating a strategy, maybe even a huge need to creating some kind of lobbying group towards implementation of a unified strategy for local authorities, how to deal with the former Jewish heritage buildings with the help of cultural institutions, because cultural institutions are also quite significant at this stage, because each municipality should have at least one. So it could be an interesting place to really deal with the Jewish heritage at place. I mean, people usually are properly prepared working in the cultural institution to deal with this. And they are present in each municipality across Poland. So it would be a huge asset. And then the cultural activities seem to be more relevant to the reuse. So maybe in the future we should have some kind of discussion how it could be done. Obviously, there's lots of political challenges at the moment, but I kind of got inspired, and thank you for this presentations. And I'm open also to some further discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, can I comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Okay.
Good. Peter, it's Michael here. Good to see you.
Hello.
You're looking great. Love the hair. Peter, what I wanted to ask you was, obviously we're delighted to be working with you on the Orla project in Poland. And as you know, we were looking at a different type of use for the synagogue in thinking about this arts project and dialogue through the arts. What I wanted to ask you, Peter, is that with the individual synagogues that you are dealing with, is it very much driven by local circumstances in terms of the solutions that you are considering for the buildings that you own? Or, I mean, do you have a strategy today, a vision for what you want to turn these buildings into, recognizing that they cannot no longer be synagogues? So is there today a strategy that you want of Fodge that you want to revisit? Or is it the case that there is not a strategy and it's a question of looking at the local circumstances of each building?
Okay, I think this is the very question that we are facing today, as not only as Forge, but also as Jewish community in Poland. As I believe, and this was something that I was really struck when I joined the foundation 2 years ago, that there is no strategy. There is no collective, collaborative approach to the preservation of Jewish heritage sites in Poland. And this is something for me that I truly believe that we need to change. Of course, for this, we need broad discussions and we need collective consultations. Because for the strategy really to work, it has to be agreed upon by various stakeholders. As you mentioned, Orla, this is something that is like a grassroots initiative. This initiative is by the local community, by the local authority, answering the expectations and needs of those people who are very much dedicated living in Orla, inhabitants of Orla, local activists and local authorities. But I would like very much to use this example as a model solution that we might build on in other places where there is no such local interest and where we would need to create, to give an impulse for such local interest as owner of the site or as a partner that comes and offers cooperation, but not necessarily comes with a ready-made solution.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pukta. It's my job to the attention of the time, and maybe it's in the end of the panel one, it's possible to have a workshop, an open discussion about arrangements. Yeah.
Can I ask a question, or there is not enough time?
It's a very, very, very fast question. It's possible. Yes, thank you.
I mean,
Please.
to follow on what Michael said, and also Tomasz, a question to Mr. Pukta, an apology that I came late as I had to take my daughter to school. Thank you for this great presentation. The key issue, I think, is also the issue of cultural and combine educational projects, because I mean the idea is to give the synagogues a second life, and we know that the ethos, the vision presented by late Jan Jagielski and Leonora Bergman cannot be realized in all the synagogues. I'll be talking about one particular aspect, but so the key issues for whom the synagogues will be and what purposes could they serve? For example, those that function today as shops, could we also make them into meaningful spaces in which the non-Jewish population, and we are talking the majority, the audience will be non-Jewish populations in many small places, that they will get acquainted with Jewish life. And of course, there are different levels of issues, yes, political levels, the general mood, the historical policy, that somehow this is, the timing is crucial here to build program, educational and cultural programs combined on a local level and on a shoestring budget that could overcome all kinds of issues, and I believe that can be done. But of course, collective efforts, different organizations and different individuals have to speak to each other. So I would like to hear your thoughts about that.
Yes, I believe that this is exactly you touched upon the core of the problem. Yes, as I mentioned, we own now 21 sites where there are no Jewish communities. So the beneficial site for opening those sites will be the local population, the local community, and I believe that the term education here opens a lot of prospects and possibilities, because if we come with a cultural offer, it will be also educational tool, a tool that through which the people living in those small towns or villages will open to the rich heritage of Jewish presence in Polish soil for more than 700 years. And they will understand better where they are living, what is the environment, what are the roots of their presence in those places.
Okay.
So I believe collaborative work, education, and cultural offer, those are the terms that should be used in the consultations we need to carry out for the comprehensive program.
Okay, thank you.
Also, from my perspective, what is important is that they feel that this is something that is coming from them. Yes, we cannot come and create a ready-made model for them. It has to come from the local population.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And is my job is unfortunately is not very easy, but it's very important to continue with the other panelists. Now is the turn of Baruch Lampronti. Baruch Lampronti has worked since 2015 with the Foundation for Jewish Cultural Heritage in Italy. Participates in research and promotion project dedicated to the historic artistic heritage in Jewish community in Italy. And it's very interesting, the develop with Anni Sacerdoti, the itineraries website dedicated to the visit Jewish Italy and inside the European roots of Jewish heritage promoted by the Council of Europe. The title of the contribute of the Baruch Lampronti as the urban role of facade Moncalvo. And I give the floor to Baruch Lampronti.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, excellent. First and foremost, thanks to Professor Palterer and Moreshet for the invitation. Let me share the screen. Okay. Here it is. Well, and I also send greetings to the scientific committee, which includes the scholars that I have every day the pleasure to work with. Well, I've been asked to tell you about the Synagogue of Moncalvo, which is one of the many Italian synagogues dismantled after the World War II and whose furnishing was sent to Israel. I know I'm not speaking only to an Italian audience, so here I show where exactly this small town is located. It is in the northwestern Italy, on the region of Piedmont, on the hills of its eastern area named Monferrato. As in many other towns of the region, a permanent Jewish presence in Moncalvo dates back to the half of the 15th century, following most probably the expulsion from the Kingdom of France in 1394. About the entire Jewish settlement of Piedmont, we can generally say that it has never been very numerous, but it was very widespread all over the region. Over the 16th century, Jewish presence is attested in almost 60 localities, which of course at the time belonged to different countries and rulers. From 1679, Jews were forced to live in a ghetto, but only in Turin. And then, after the King of Savoy extended in 1723 this obligation to the whole country, 19 Jewish communities were left. Moncalvo housed one of them. It took quite a long time to create the ghetto here, which entered definitively into effect in 1732. It was located in a small street just behind the main square of the town, since it was the commercial area and the Jews, as usual, were basically involved in trades. There were two gates at either end of the street, originally named Via degli Israeliti, Israelites Street, now named Via 4 Marzo, the 4th of March, which is a meaningful date. This is the date of the law that later would abrogate the ghetto. Just about the size of the community, the Jews at the time were 171, and it was not even the smallest community of Piedmont. Of course, with the transfer to this neighborhood, the community had to set a place for the synagogue. And among the buildings to be rented for the ghetto, it was chosen a house inside an inner courtyard. And so let me remind that before and throughout the age of the ghettos, the laws allowed the Jews to have a synagogue, but it shouldn't be identified by the outside. And of course, the worship shouldn't be heard. The prayer hall, as many other ones in Piedmont, was probably set up little by little over the whole 18th century. Probably it was not one of the most elaborate of the region. Here you can see some other examples of the finest 1700 furnishing from the neighboring synagogues. This is Carmagnola and Cherasco, Chieri, which is now in Turin, Trino Vercellese, which is now in Israel. Also something from Casale Monferrato, although later it was modified very much. Through the autobiography of the Rabbi Marco Momigliano, who had the chair in Moncalvo from 1855 to 1866, we know that when he took up office, the synagogue was not in good condition. And at least from 30 years before, so 1825, more or less, the community had begun to raise funds for a renovation. In the meantime, from 1848, the King Carlo Alberto of Savoy had granted the legal equality to the Jews of Piedmont. It means the social emancipation that put end of all the restriction which affected the previous age. So regarding the jobs, the urban place where to live, the right to own real estate and houses, and of course, the right to have a recognizable synagogue building. Indeed, in this period, a large number of synagogues were renovated, of course, not only in Piedmont. Sometimes the communities left their previous synagogues and planned a new monumental one. Here in Piedmont, it happened especially in Turin and Vercelli, but not only there. In many other places, the community just renovated the existing historic synagogue, modernizing the interior, and sometimes designing even a new facade in order to achieve the formerly forbidden visibility. I like to quote, for instance, the cases of Alessandria, Asti, and Cuneo, which is smaller, which keep the same site even from before the establishment of the ghetto, but that were renovated both inside and outside in the late 19th century. Moncalvo belongs to this kind of post-emancipation refurbishments. We will see that it is even one of the most representative examples. The renovation was undertaken over 1859 on a design by the local engineer Buronzo, and it was inaugurated on the 10th of September 1860 by the Rabbi Marco Momigliano that we just mentioned, who had previously set up a new synagogue in Savigliano, where he had his previous chair, and who later would inaugurate the new Great Temple in Bologna. We have a detailed description of the interior from a report of 1932, when the community of Moncalvo broke up and all its properties were acquired by the community of Casale Monferrato. It was a two-floor building with a prayer hall that was located at the top floor and with the women's gallery halfway up. Unlike other neighboring synagogues, as well renovated in 19th century, it retains the typical layout of the Piedmontese synagogues from the previous age, which locates the bima, so the cantor's platform, at the center of the of the space, with all the pews for the attendees pointed towards it. The bema and other elements are especially similar to those of Trino Vercellese, whose synagogue had been renovated by the same planner just a few years before. And again, on the eastern side, the arch is described as a precious gilded woodwork with a double door framed by 2 columns and an architrave, flanked by 4 windows. I also point out a couple of further details: the wooden ceiling with the gilded reliefs and the half pilasters along the walls. Later I will be back on them again. But the facade is definitely the feature that makes unique the study case. With a refurbishment, the building was reoriented and a new facade was added on the former backside, adjoining the main square of the town. The synagogue function has an explicit reference by the Hebrew inscription from the prophet Isaiah. As we already noticed, over the 19th century, it was not the only hidden synagogue that was endowed with a new facade intended to make appear the internal function. But the facade of the Moncalvo synagogue, besides being the earliest case of Piedmont, is the only one in Italy. Actually, it is said in whole Europe to face the main square of the town, which meanwhile had been also named after the King Carolberto, who was the ruler that had granted the civil rights to the Jews in 1848. And it also happens that no other worship places face the same square. We know that over the first half of the 19th century, the community had grown up to 233 people, but from the 60s, the community had already started to decrease. This is due to the new social and professional opportunities involved in the emancipation process that made many Jews move to bigger cities, and that gradually took many small communities towards extinction. And at the end, as I said, the community formally broke up in 1932, becoming kind of a decentralized division of the Jewish community of Casale Monferrato. After the World War II, since there were no longer Jews living in Moncalvo, the community of Casale decided to dismantle the prayer hall according to a common mindset of the time that recognized to the synagogues and generally to the ritual artifacts almost only their functional value rather than a documentary one. I actually couldn't find direct evidence, but several sources report that the whole furnishing was transferred, therefore, to Casale Monferrato by the year 1951. And it makes sense since this year appeared as a title of a picture at the Historic Archive of Moncalvo, which depicts a book fair held in the synagogue. Well, from this point on, what happened to the furniture and what happened to the building? The interior became part of the campaign by Mr. Umberto Najon, who after the World War II made great efforts to transfer to Israel the material heritage of the Italian extinct communities. Sometime after Casale community had decided for these, to join this campaign, we find the curator of the Jewish Museum of New York, Dr. Stephen Kaiser, asking to purchase the temple furnishing. But the community refused, since they would have preferred the artifacts to not lose their ritual function. Hence, Dr. Kaiser introduced a benefactor, Mr. Ben Haim, who was supporting the Yeshiva Ponevets, which is a Talmudic school in the Israeli town of Bnei Brak. And being approved as well by Umberto Najon, the community agreed to this destination. Over the year 1959, it follows a long work to arrange the shipping. Mr. Umberto Najon recommended to include everything, even some fixed elements like a marble basin, the charity boxes, the capitals of the half pilaster that we just saw previously, and the sink friezes, whose removal took much time and funds. They also were waiting for the art superintendents to check the trunks and so to authorize the exportation, which was authorized by the superintendents. And eventually the shipping was scheduled on the early February 1960. I don't know exactly how long the objects from Moncalvo were in use in the Yeshiva Ponevezh and where currently they are. But in 2001, some elements of this of the Ark have been reassembled for the synagogue of Adiada Bertinore in Ramat Gan, which is a synagogue founded by the local Italian community. Together with the Ark, also we find here the capitals that I just showed, which are relocated in this original way, right above the windows. In 1960, the community of Casale Monferrato had even asked the architect Luciano Consigli to draw the original hall of Moncalvo, so to help for a unitary relocation in Israel. But unfortunately, this is not the current condition. Well, what about the empty building in Moncalvo? The Historic Archive of the city keeps a few pictures of a photography exhibition arranged inside the prayer hall in 1959. Then the building was sold quite early. Actually, have not been able to see any bill of sale, but an indirect source report that it was sold at the hands of the Jewish community of Casale in 1960. The building was acquired by the owner of the clothing shop on the back alley, which shares the same courtyard. It is a particularly useful space to house the goods storage because of its independent entryway right from the big square. I know it may appear disrespectful to transfer a former synagogue into a storage, but I'd like to mention the experience of another synagogue nearby in Fossano, whose interior had been sent to Turin before the war and whose hall was rent and then sold in 1957, so the same period. The documents from the 50s, so before the sale, show that the rabbi considered strongly preferable to rent out the premises as a storage or as a workshop rather than for residential function. However, getting back to the Moncalvo synagogue, the interior was completely dismantled and the new rightful owner was in the right to use it as he needed, but it still remained a meaningful facade facing the square of the city. Although privately owned, the municipality has never left to demolish it, and recognized the facade as a historic building in the local master plan. In 1991, the architecture superintendent notified the Moncalvo municipality that the synagogue facade, together with the suggestive Jewish symmetry still remaining in the city, have been included in a ministry cataloging campaign of local monuments, and it remains, of course, to take it into account in case of any restoration. And so it was, especially when the building behind had to be slightly elevated. And when in 2013, the owner promoted the cleaning and the restoration of the facade itself. The municipality and the superintendent supervised every step of the work. And thanks to a Jewish person originally from Moncalvo, it has been possible also to recreate the Hebrew inscription. Just a couple of downsides have been pointed out to me. They are the curtains above the doors, which are not properly in line with the identity of the facade, if I may, and the parking lot right in front of the building. But today, why we are talking about this synagogue? What's the meaning of this monument? Of course, nobody doubts that, along with the Jewish cemetery, it represents the most important tangible record of the Jewish settlement in Moncalvo. So it recalls a fundamental component of the place identity, which is no longer present, but which contributed in several ways to the city life and history. And that nowadays sometimes can be even seen as a foreign component. But even more specifically, in my opinion, it is not only the symbol of the past Jewish presence in Moncalvo, it recalls a specific segment of the general history of Jews in Europe. which is the legal equality and the emancipation of the 19th century. Maybe most of us know that generally Judaism, that in Judaism, a synagogue could be set almost everywhere with no particular architectural needs. The use makes the synagogue. We could say some of the most beautiful synagogues in Italy are just arranged inside pre-existing small premises at the top floor of a residential building. But on the other hand, even if the community would have looked for greater visibility, it would have been forbidden. So when the segregation eventually ended, although it was not based on a Jewish ritual need, the communities started to conceive the monumentality as a means to introduce themselves to society with the greatest dignity, and so to facilitate the integration. Therefore, this facade might even represent a value of equality and freedom that doesn't concern only the Jewish community, but the whole society. And despite the very small size, the facade of the Moncalvo synagogue can be considered one of the most meaningful examples, being one of the earliest in Italy, and of course, because of its unique urban location. In the shadow of this facade, the municipality had developed for a long time activities and deeds to retain the memory of the Jewish presence. It established good relationships with the Jewish community of Moncalvo, of Casale Monferrato, sorry, and especially with the last Jew who lived in Moncalvo, Mr. Piero Norzi. There have been contributions for the Jewish cemetery maintenance, recurrent lectures on Jewish topics more than once a year at the local library, and the municipality is proud to be the first in Italy to name an alley of the former ghetto area after the 27th of January 1945 date. Would there have been the same consciousness without the monument? Probably yes, but maybe it partially contributed as well. Thank you. Let me stop the share screen. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lampronti. It's very, very interesting. The strong connection with the evolution of the democracy, of the idea of our nation dedicated to the independence. And it's very, very interesting. The idea, yes, the curtain in the facade is not very easy to see, but is interesting approach to the possibility to have a monument, a real monument in the principal place of Moncalvo. It's very, very interesting. Yes, we have a very, very strong time because it's very, very, I don't know if about question or comment, but very fast, please, to Lampronti, to Mr. Lampronti contribute.
I have a question that I put in the chat, Baruch. Hi.
Ah, yes.
It's a great story. The last picture you showed had a plaque that had information about the synagogue. Is that there, or is it going to be placed? Is there going to be signage that tells that important story that you told? Is it going to restore it to the town, or is it just going to be left with nothing there to say what it is?
This is a very good question. I know that plaque was added much before than the last restoration. If I can, I see that it is not a very short description, but it is a very, very light one. However, I think that this plaque can be integrated with a more detailed panel, maybe with description, QR code. You are mentioning usual but very useful examples in the chat I see. I don't think it is in the plans because I have look in this period I have a lot of trouble to visit archives and to get on the spot, but I had the luck to talk to the former mayor of the town and to the former director of the library, and I think they would have mentioned these deeds whether they were in the plans. So I don't think they are in plans, but maybe would be a good suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lampronti. Now I suggest to the third intervention of the day is a field of the Maria Rosaria Valazzi. Maria Rosaria Valazzi is an art historian, is an impressively career inside the Ministry of Culture. Is very, very incredible in the restoration, field of restoration and the valorization of the heritage, in particular of the Marche region. And finally was appointed in 2015 as a superintendent in the Marche region and director of the Palazzo Ducale in Urbino, and is in contact and connect with the absolutely masterpiece of the history of art and the history of art of Italy, and in the beautiful place as a World Heritage Site as Urbino. The contribution of Maria Rosaria Valazzi is dedicated to a renewed destination for the synagogue in Pesaro. Maria Rosaria Valazzi, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very proud for your invitation, and I hope you can follow my speech and see the pictures I have, but I cannot to use my PowerPoint. So I think I'll show the pictures after my speech. And in my speech, I read it, but I realized it was too long. So I had to cut some pieces, and I sent the full text with the pictures. If you will publish something about this day of study. So I would have liked to give you some information about the history of the Jewish community in Pesaro. It's a very interesting in history, but I have cut some of them. And I think it's very interesting also the line of the restoration of the synagogue, of the Sephardi synagogue in Pesaro, and the agreement between Comune di Pesaro, Comunità Israelita, Comunità Ebraica di Ancona, and some other public institution. It's an agreement, and I think in restoration work and in agreement, there is a method of cooperation and collaboration, and it's an idea of reuse of a space, a beautiful space, a wonderful space, which can have a public use, a public and educational use, I think. So I read my speech, I read my intervention about the Sephardi synagogue in Pesaro. The Sephardi synagogue and the Jewish cemetery on the hills of San Bartolo are the only remaining signs of the one thriving Jewish community which made its home in Pesaro. It seems that the Jewish community came to settle in Pesaro from the 15th century. At that time, there was a synagogue in the center of the city, just off Piazza Maggiore, Via delle Zucchette. A cemetery was situated outside of the city, close to Porta Fanestra. The community thrived greatly between the 16th and 17th centuries under the rule of Della Rovere family. The Della Rovere were attentive rulers, even offering protection to members of the Jewish community. Guidobaldo della Rovere II had a particularly open policy, welcoming in 1556 the Marranos fleeing from Ancona following the tragic deaths resulting from the church-state's repressive edicts. The situation for the Jews was still precariously uncertain as a result of the church proclamations. But in the Della Rovere Ducato, which on the surface seemed compliant with such prescriptions, there was, in truth, a peaceful coexistence. Up until his final years in 1624, Francesco Maria della Rovere II considered that privilege could be afforded to those Jews who had been faithful and obedient and who had continued to do business and humbly converse while carrying out the rights, negotiations, sales of goods and loans from their stores. Following the death of Francesco Maria II, who without heirs devolved the Ducato to the Stato della Chiesa in 1631, the situation changed radically. In 1633, a ghetto was enforced in the area just behind the church of Sant'Agostino, where many of the Jews had already begun to gradually move. Visible sign of this, divided only by one street, la Via delle Scole, were two synagogues, Italian synagogue and the Sephardi synagogue. The oldest synagogues of all, in Via delle Zucchette, which was not within the confines of the ghetto, had in the meantime been abandoned. It seems highly likely that the Sephardi synagogue was built in the second half of the 16th century. As Maria Luisa Moscati Benigni has pointed out, in those years, with the growth of the Jewish population and the support of Guidobaldo della Rovere, not only did people's wealth increase, but more stable institutions were created. One feature worth considering when it comes to dating the building is the decorative stucco in the vaulted prayer room. The oak branches carved over its coffered ceilings are a common motif of that period, often used in heraldic tribute to the Della Rovere family. The room on the first floor, the prayer room, is a highly evocative space, even though it is unfurnished. The magnificent gilded carved wooden arch was created at the beginning of the 18th century by Andrea Scoccianti, a well-known carpenter in the area. This was transferred to Livorno in 1970s. The pulpit, also carved in gilded wood, is now housed by the Ancona Synagogue. The sophisticated carved gilded wood partition gratings of the Matroneum, with a repeating Star of David motif, now have a home in Talpiot. The prayer room is an unusual rectangular shape with the arch facing the Teva from one end of the room to the other. The entrance to the room from the door in the east facing Jerusalem is actually underneath the Teva pulpit. This type of room shape is rare. Other than the room in Pesaro, the only other ones of this kind to be found are the Sephardi synagogues of Ancona, Carpentras et Cavaillon in France, and Safed in Palestine, all of which date back to the same period. Careful examination of the large hall seems to point to at least two separate moments when the decorative features were added. The vaulted ceiling with copper carvings containing elegant stucco rosettes seems to date back to the late 16th century, or even more probably to the early 17th century, given that the only other close ties in with the oak tree motif with branches and leaves. This motif was often to be found in the Ducato d'Urbino as an allusion to the La Rovere family. Looking at some of the other features, the four marble Teva columns with their stucco capitals, the quadrangular panels showing flourishing vegetable stucco framed in Greca borders, it seems clear that such details are more likely to have been added at a later date, since these are typical of architectural detail to be found in Pisa in the 18th century. In particular, they show a strong affinity with the works of Gianandrea Lazzarini, architect and painter and theorist, who worked with his atelier on many of the most important buildings in 18th century Pisa. There is a clear similarity when comparing the Ionian capitals with their swirling stucco floral garlands with those on the main staircase inside the Palazzo Olivieri Macchirelli and the Palazzo Mazzolari. But the Jewish community in Pesaro was already slowly dwindling, so that by 1901 there were just 90 Jewish people left in Pesaro. In 1932, when the Jewish community came to be absorbed by that of Ancona, only 26 remained. In the first half of the 1930s, many of the houses in the ghetto area were demolished in a radical urban cleansing program. The Italian synagogue was also completely destroyed, although its artifacts were thankfully transferred to Netanya in Israel. Meanwhile, the Sephardi synagogue began a slow decline that seemed at the time to be quite unstoppable. Several concerned citizens joined together to form, but later, several concerned citizens joined together to form an association, promoting the need for urgent work to be carried out. They drew attention to the case, alerting the relevant institutions overseeing local cultural heritage. Thanks to a law in Italy, now it's special law, a very special law, number 449, 1987, which allowed for the use of special state funds for extraordinary restoration projects. The local branches of the Soprintendenza per i beni artistici e storici dell'arte and the Soprintendenza per i beni architettonici dell'arte, each drawing on their own special competencies, set in motion the restoration work to return the building to its former glory. Following the complex work of carefully repairing and restoring the roof, the Soprintendenza per i beni storici e artistici proceeded with restoration work on the decorative vault stucco, elaborating a systematic project based on the preliminary studies carried out by experts and scientists in collaboration with University of Urbino. The same scrupulous approach was also used at each stage of restoration work on the decorative finishes, stucco, hand-carved wood, and etc. The restoration of the decorative finishes required that right from the start a careful examination of basic sample ensued. From this sample, it became apparent that on top of the original surfaces were several other layers which had been painted over in various colors. The technical stratigraphy made it possible to understand the various different moments and materials used for each layer. In other words, the blue color of the uppermost, the most recent layer was, in actual fact, an artificial ultramarine blue, which, as many will know, was created artificially from around the 1820s. After looking into the various options available to us, it was decided, with all parties in agreement, that it would make sense to restore the ceiling to its oldest and most authentic state, which, thankfully, was still in good condition. Naturally, the appearance of the large hall may seem to have undergone an enormous change. However, today the space has now been returned to its original evocative glory. The collaborative renovation work carried out by the various institutions, all of whom consulted regularly with members of the Jewish community from the very start of the project, has led to some interesting ideas on how best to put this building into use. On April 6, 1990, the full agreement was signed between the Comune di Pesaro and the Jewish community in Ancona, the owners of the building, with an act conceding its use. The full intention of this document were finalized in the agreement that followed, in which the Comune di Pesaro, the Unione delle Comunità Ebraiche Italiane, together with the Comunità Ebraica di Ancona, as well as the city's Comitato Cittadino, all agreed on March 10, 1999, to complete recovery work on the synagogue. On the basis of this agreement, just to outline some of its key points, the right to use building is granted at no extra cost to the Comune di Pesaro for 10 years, to be extended from one decade to the next. In return for this concession, any expenses are to be met by the Comune di Pesaro, including running costs and any costs incurred for any repairs needed to make the building accessible to visitors. The term of use have accordingly been established. Quote, use of this building shall be granted to the Comune di Pesaro for cultural meetings, exhibition, concerts, and any similar events that aim to raise its profile, bearing witness to the existence of Jewish culture in the city of Pesaro and in this region, whilst always keeping in mind the original purpose of this building as a Jewish place of worship. For this reason, any activities or events that could be construed as offensive to members of the Jewish community, or which might damage the decorum of this building as a place of worship, and any events related to other religions or activities of political nature are not permitted. In keeping Jewish law and the rules of Kashrut, the building may not be used for any activities involving food and drink, nor may it be used on the Sabbath. Quote, the synagogue is now part of Pesaro's Sistema Museale, which now runs many teaching events, exhibitions, and concerts there. There is also the cemetery. As for the Jewish cemetery, which was consecrated in the hills of San Bartolo from the end of the 17th century, these two had been left in the state of abandon. In 2001, an agreement was signed between the Comune di Pesaro, the Comunità Ebraica di Ancona, and the Fondazione Scavolini, private fondazione, in order to finance restoration work on the cemetery. The restoration work had paid for all the work repairing the hand-carved stone, as well as providing the teaching material and signage for those visiting the site. So both the institution, synagoga and cemetery, cimitero ebraico, now are visited, and now they are part of the cultural heritage of the Città di Pesaro.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosaria Valazzi. It's very interesting, because it's a decision about the involvement of the municipality of Pesaro and the community of Pesaro around the reuse of this very important space.
I would like to try to send you my pictures, my PowerPoint, but I hope to stay stay with you. If you lost me, I'm sorry, but I'll try because also the synagogue, also the prayer room is for me is a wonderful space. It's very, very particular. All people visiting the synagogue are enthusiastic. They have a very strong emotion.
Okay,
I try.
Yes.
I hope to say.
Yes, I'm in about the time of question or comment. I think it's very important to postpone in the end of the panel one, because yes, the time is very, very short for the other contributors, please. And yes, it's possible. Maria Rosaria, it's possible.
Yes, just a moment. I'm remember. Ecco, here it is.
May I suggest not to do the break?
Yes.
To gain the no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, it's in this stage. The first is the synagogue in the first. Oops, sorry. I can't reduce. Okay, sorry. Aspetta. Ecco. This is an ancient picture. The Sephardi synagogue in Pesaro.
Non si vede nulla.
Non si vede?
No, non hai condiviso. Devi condividere tutto lo schermo.
Devo condividere tutto lo schermo, vediamo un po'. Così, aspetta, vediamo. No. Così.
Quello schermo è quel segnale verde che dovresti vedere in fondo.
No, non ce l'ho. Aspetta, vediamo un attimo. Allora, io riesco. Vediamo un po'. Eccolo, vediamo. No. Così? No.
Forse ci siamo? No,
forse ci siamo? No.
No.
I'm sorry. I would have liked it. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. I think, as Maria Rosaria, it's very important to see your picture, but is in the end of the panel. I want.
Yes. Now I'll try to thank you.
Okay.
I will ask the technicians to contact you
and
to do it, and
I think it's
right.
Maybe this is the best solution. Now, okay, I give the floor to Luca Cardani. Luca Cardani is an architect. Is an architect at the Politecnico di Milano. Is a PhD in composition at the University of Venice, and is a professor in architectural composition at Politecnico, and is a part of the UNESCO chair, is Mantova UNESCO chair, very interesting for me, to the Politecnico di Milano, is dedicated to the heritage, and following research project for the enhancement of the historical heritage of Mantova. For me, it's very important to remember, as Mantova and Sabbioneta is a World Heritage Site in Italy. And the contribution of Luca Cardani, the title of contribution is A Conflict of Opportunities in the Reuse of Religious Architectural Heritage, the Cemetery of Gradaro within the Mantova Hub Requalification Project. I give the floor to Luca Cardani, please.
Thank you, Carlo. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and nice to meet you all. And I would like to thank you for this introduction and for this invitation. Thank you, and thank Moreshet, and thank you, David Pater, to contact me to narrate this this experience. And I appreciate it to be after the presentation of Maria Rosaria Valazzi. Maybe if I go fast, I leave some spaces for her, because we have some topics in common, and maybe her images can help to discuss a bit also about our work. And I just share my screen. It runs? Okay, thank you. So yeah, today I'm going to tell you about an experience that is still in progress, which has involved different actors over time and in different phases, that concerns the project of the evaluation, but also of the rediscovering of the Jewish cemetery of Mantova, whose traces were lost over years. That partly can explain the reason of the title of this presentation, a conflict of opportunities in the reuse of religious architectural heritage, the cemetery of Gradaro within the Mantova Hub requalification project. So a conflict of opportunities, but that more in depth means the complexity of making a synthesis for the project about the problems of an area that has undergone many contrasting transformations over time. So it is a dialectic, we can say, that crosses the phases of history to try to give them back today with a new meaning. This experience is related to the possibility of transformation and the enhancement of this important area in Mantova, about which I was involved in 2018 and 19 as a postdoc fellow of the UNESCO Chair of Mantova of Politecnico di Milano, together with the Vice Rector Federico Bucci, who is the elder of the UNESCO Chair of Mantova, and David Palter as a member of this UNESCO Chair, and also who represented the community, the Jewish community of Mantova, la comunità ebraica di Mantova, in this special research of the university about the values related to the area of the Jewish cemetery of Mantova and the possibilities of the enhancement of this area. So I start the narration of this experience with the introduction of the topic and the history and the values of this place, the methodological and design guidelines defined by this research, the aims and purposes, and after all, what remains today, what was provoked about this experience that tells the importance of the possibility to establish a relationship between the scientific research of university and the development of the city. An exchange that aims to open up horizons of meaning, to responsibly and imaginatively direct the choices on the future of the cities, ensuring the protection and enhancement of the historical heritage. So the occasion is this project of reevaluation of a part of the city called Mantova Hub, that is a project developed that started from 2017 by the municipality of Mantova, a project of urban regeneration for the San Nicolò area, that is an area of the southeastern part of the city, suburban part history called Gradaro, a part of the suburban peripheral part of the historical part of the city of Mantova. Here you could see the perimeter for UNESCO zone and the buffer zone that comprises also the area that you can see depicted, painted in red, that is the area of the cemetery of Gradaro. This area, in the middle of this area, starting from 1442, by concession of Francesco Gonzaga, the first cemetery of Mantuan community developed, characterizing with the passing of time this part of the city forever until our days. The physical traces of the cemetery have been erased in the last 2 centuries following the settlement of Habsburg military systems in the 19th century and of the Italian army throughout the 20th century. The transfer of this area from the military state property to the municipality of Mantova has allowed, starting from 2017, to rethink this part of the city as a public part of the city. And considering the eternal value of the cemetery site for the Jewish tradition, so this research started and developed with an agreement by the Mantova Comunità Ebraica di Mantova, Mantova Jewish Community, the Municipality of Mantova, and the Mantova UNESCO Chair of Politecnico di Milano. And the rethinking of this wide area has required the development of a shared document for the enhancement of the sense of respect for this important place of memory, very linked to the history of Mantova and the Jewish tradition of this part of history of Mantova. This area, the area of San Nicolò, is known also as a Gradaro area, is distinguished by this particular character of the place that was modeled over the course of the history by a series of events. The heritage of this area, in fact, is still present in the architecture that has been preserved, in the ruins and fragments of some artifacts, but a substantial portion of this memory is no longer manifested in a tangible way and survives only in the traces of memory of the place. 5 major elements can be recognized within this area. The first one is the previous site of the Abbey of San Nicolò in the northern part, number 1, probably built during the 8th century and finally demolished in 1828. Then the remains of the first circle of the walls of Mantova, the system of fortification of Mantova of the 15th and 16th century, the number 2. And with also the modification of this fortification made during the Habsburg and Napoleonic domination. Then of the memory of the ancient Jewish cemetery and of its expansion until the last recognizable perimeter before the final transfer to this to the military state property of this area in 1852. And so this perimeter that is recognizable in the map you can see on the left, the map by Ranieri. And there is also these ruins of a powder magazine of the Habsburg period, signed with the number 4, and then the 5 hangars of the Italian army built after the war, the Second World War, in the place that hosted before the artillerymen of the 4th Anti-Craft Regiment of Italian army, and their armaments until 1943, when the Nazi SS used for a time this place as a concentration camp. Among these traces, the Jewish cemetery has a priority role in the urban history of the city and also in the shaping of this part of the city. With the concession of the Holy Field by the Gonzagas, it represents one of the period of maximum rise of the family and expansion of the city, in which the Jewish community played a decisive role supporting the Duke's enterprises. But also from a morphological point of view, the identity of the place and its special characters are defined by the urban void of the cemetery fence, in which is still manifested today with its absence, the architectural reason of this part of town. So a sort of a void on which memory operates to reconnect the different parts with an overall sense. And it is precisely on this void that reminds us of the past, where we can finally understand the profound architectural significance attributed to the cemetery as an eternally sacred place by the Jewish tradition, culture. I just quote from a translation from the book Il cimitero ebraico in Italia, storia e architettura di uno spazio identitario, edited in 2012 by Andrea Morpurgo. In the Hebrew language, there are many terms for the word cemetery: house of graves, house of eternity, good place in the Yiddish language, but commonly it is called house of life or house of living. From the expression used to refer to the place, it is clear that the meaning of death in the Jewish conception represents the door to eternal life. So it is precisely in this void that one can still recognize the sense of perpetual memory between the living and the dead that the cemetery site established for Jewish culture, for which, as Morpurgo specifies later, according to the ancient norms, the land used as a cemetery may not be used for another purpose, the bodies may not be exhumed, and must remain forever in the original burial place. So, on this awareness that in the Jewish tradition, a cemetery preserves a perennial inviolability, even in the absence of tombstones apparatus, that this research and proposal for its enhancement have been developed, aimed at restoring the sense of respect proper to a sacred place, a perennial sacred place. So the first step was an investigative research as a foundation for the design assumption that started from the historical the recognition of the historical phases of the evolution of the cemetery and its relation with the city that have been reconstructed and thus understood in order to speculate on the current layout and the possibility of finding traces of it today. So a meticulous historical and archival research, together with the urban analysis of this area and the dialogue between the Jewish community of Mantova and the Soprintendenza all'Archeologia, alle Belle Arti e al Paesaggio della provincia di Cremona, Lodi e Mantova, the superintendents, were the instruments through which the methodological premises and the general prescription for the protection of the historical heritage of the area were drawn up. These methodological guidelines concern with three main issues. The first one is the identification of the limits and boundaries of the cemetery area through the superimposition of historical maps with the geometric, topographic, and geomagnetic surveys you can see here. The second issue is the sharing of procedures for safeguarding during the excavation work, including the cooperation between the superintendents and the rabbis experienced in evaluating found found items. The third issue is the limitation of future areas of passage of infrastructure and underground utilities respecting the burial area. So something more practical for the construction site with the project. And starting from this prescription, a general proposal of the enhancement of the area, and so 7 design guidelines have been articulated, referring to the main topics developed during the phases of architectural design as issues of reflection about the specificity of religious and cultural themes related to the meaning of the Jewish cemetery. I just tell you very quickly these 7 design guidelines. One is a main idea that is referred to the conception of an open air path connected to the city. So the enhancement of the historical and architectural facts related to the area of San Nicolò cannot be separated from the conception of an architecture and the landscape path, which allows to experience these places and reinserting them into the life and dynamics of the city. Through this architectural promenade, we can say it is possible to bring together these facts in a narration, conveying the sense of meaning and meanings linked to the memory of the area. A path in a particular place of the city of Mantova, where the remains and the architectural memories of some of the most important events of history of Mantova coexist. The first design guideline is linked to the reconstruction of the enclosure wall of the Jewish cemetery. The boundary of the Jewish cemetery should be redefined with an architectural element that identifies the sacred area that need to be interpreted as a remembrance park. Distinguish it from the green leisure system. In the southwest area, due to the impossibility of tracing the original perimeter, the limit of the respect area is identified in the existing wall of the barracks. And the remaining perimeter is defined by the archaeological traces of the boundary wall to the northwest and by a buffer strip with a constant trend on the side of the sheds of these hangars. The interpretation of the fence of this limit, of this architectural limit, can be carried out with different architectural solutions, able to develop a path of knowledge and respect around this cemetery. Then one other topic is the epigraph on the perimeter wall of the cemetery that now is already present with these very small plates that remember of the history and of the cemetery and about also some rabbis that be buried here. But we think as a design guideline that the presence of the Jewish cemetery should be manifested directly outside the area with the realization of an epigraph placed on the perimeter wall of the barracks, which recalls the meaning and the history of the area. A boundary wall that is inaccessible in its continuity and interrupted only by 2 portals that could be the support for a particular solution that connoting the character of this place and making it understandable to citizens that passes through this area. The third point is the intersection between the fence wall and the powder gunpowder hangar, this Habsburgic structure that you could see in the northern part of the perimeter area. That is an interesting part because this Habsburg structure was built during the 18th century and represents the first moment of violence to this area, to the sacred space of the cemetery, with the interruption of a foreign element that is with a military character also of the sacred enclosure. So the reconstruction of this new enclosure, of this new limit of the cemetery, should therefore be interrupted in this place in order to realize a sort of a pause or reflection in which to show the stratification of history through the dialectic between 2 elements with a different meaning that have changed the identity of all these places. One other element was the reminiscence of the ancient access building to the cemetery. Historical documentation and recently, most recent archaeological excavation conducted during 2018 have shown the presence of an entrance building to the cemetery used also for funeral rites. The perimeter and also some typological aspects of this building are known, but it is impossible to make a philological reconstruction of this building. So these design guidelines suggest, in any case, to rediscover or to do something that could allow to convey this sense of reminiscence of an important place that is the only one in the middle of the sacred space of the field of the tombstone. Linked to that, there is also another topic that is a passage that can be realized in order to use better this area. So a pedestrian passage over the Garden of Remembrance. So in order to allow a direct connection between the city and the system of the hangars of Mantova, it is suggested to think about a boardwalk placed along the historical traces of the access route to the cemetery, raised from the sacred ground. It would allow a privileged view of the whole area, and also it could acquire the value of an expressive landmark of this reconstruction, this sense of the passage suspended above the cemetery ground. And linked again to these topics, there is one other thing, in a certain way more practical, but that is an important aspect for the project of enhancement and evaluation of this area. That is the system of connection, a route of connection of the pedestrian walkway along the hangars that we lost some important and public facilities. This system of hangars you can see in this gray building painted in gray. So a pedestrian path along the west side that can be used also for emergency vehicles, with a width reduced to the minimum to give the sense of respect to the cemetery area, but also allowing the possibility of using these elements in this building in security. And finally, one of the most important is the idea of the Garden of Remembrance. So the area delimited by the new fence corresponding to the Jewish cemetery is destined to a garden of remembrance representing the sacred, inviolable, and eternal character of the burial place. A garden that consists of tall trees preserved and catalogued by the prescription of Soprintendenza, and by also a permanent flowering law obtaining from a mixture of native seeds with an extensive but controlled cultivation. This is an interesting photograph taken on May some years ago, when the nature in a certain way suggests that this area could develop by themselves, nature could develop by themselves this idea of a permanent flowering lawn in a very natural way, not an artificial one. So I'm going toward the research conclusion. The research dealt with a complexity of subjects inherent to the recovery of the identity of the place, and succeeded in identifying, through an archival survey, the extension and the limits of the cemetery. These results were subsequently confirmed by an inspection with georadar and by some test excavation carried out in agreement with Soprintendenza and with the presence of the representatives of the ARI, the Assembly of Italian Rabbis, during the removal of the materials deposited in the area over time. And so these studies have been reinforced by the new elements of knowledge through the excavation conducted by the Soprintendenza. This excavation that have brought to light some interesting elements and original traces that before we just can hypnotize and through the redrawing of historical maps. And through the identification of the thematic issues and design problems mentioned above, the guidelines aim to safeguard those parts that have not been modified, and at the same time, through some small but meaningful architectural intervention, suggest the overall design through the recomposition of the void as an evocative space on which memory operates. An interesting fact is also that starting from the valorization of this singular place, of the specificity of this singular place, it has been also understood the need to extend its role and the urban relation with the city. So to reinsert this place in its context, in the structure and dynamics of the city. Therefore, the design guidelines were intended to highlight some architectural problems necessary for the protection and enhancement of the heritage of the area of San Nicolò and the ancient Jewish cemetery. And the aim was to outline an horizon of meaning within which to develop the issues that the architectural project later must resolve in a formal synthesis, whose destiny, however, seems to be somehow prefigured by these design guidelines. Finally, this research has produced a shared document, this document called the Design Guidelines, based on the respect of the enhancement of this important place, that this place that traces a bridge between the history of Mantova and the Jewish tradition, and prefiguring this reinsertion in the city. And this document was presented to the citizens on June 13th, 2018, at the Church of Santa Maria della Vittoria in the historical city of Mantova, in this particular place also for the history of the city and related to the Jewish community. And so the administration, together with us, to the Politecnico and to the UCEI and to the Comunità Ebraica of Mantova, sorry, before I lost the participation of UCEI, also the Union of Unione delle Culture e delle Comunità Ebraiche Italiane, in this process. So this, the University of Politecnico di Milano, together with the Comunità Ebraica and to the municipality, wanted to make transparent this work and its complexities, its conflicts and opportunities, we can say, as the title of this intervention, this presentation said, to make all citizens aware of the history of the place and its value, and the meaning and potentials that it can assume through the project of urban regeneration of the area of San Nicolò. The document was then thus adopted by the municipality and used as the first shared document in the development of the of the relations between the people, the entities, the institution in the process of the transformation, and also a document shared with the designers in charge. And in fact, after the conclusion of this research, the project is now still in progress and in the process of defining its tangible aspects. So the winning designers of the competition commissioned by the city, strengthened with this knowledge, with this document, interpreted these results with the project, are interpreting the results of this research with their project. And one aspect that wasn't taken in consideration by this document was the fact that an eventual solution of a purely halakhic nature, sorry for my pronunciation, so a solution related to the religious regulation of Judaism could not be that in the research, because the overcoming of the religious constraints, which would allow the refunctioning of those buildings already bound by law, was exclusively up to the assembly of Italian rabbis. But this fact took place later during, and now is going to be defined in a process that links together the designers, the municipality, and the assembly of Italian rabbis. One last interesting aspect for us is that also the university, the UNESCO chair of Mantova, the campus of Mantova Politecnico di Milano, after having completed its task by drawing up and delivering this document to have the administration and the designer imagining the future of the area, wanted to publish the result of this research among other projects of the research of Mantova UNESCO chair with a book that I have the occasion to be the editor. This research is in fact published with the title Memoria del Vuoto in the book recently published by Franco Angi, the editors, entitled Mantova UNESCO Chair Research and Projects for the World Heritage Cities. A book, the interesting thing is that the book is part of a series called Architectural Design History, guided by an international scientific committee, which does insert this theme, this topic, this research, within the scientific debate dealing with the design, theory, and history, and the enhancement of the heritage of contemporary city. So just to conclude, starting from the conflict, we could say, given by the history of this area, we see that this process that involved many different actors with different roles and tasks, and it is has developed, and now still it is developing, many opportunities for the debate, for the transformation and the design of the city, and also for scientific research. So reinforcing this link between the university and the research institution about the parties and projects that affects the entire community. So thank you.
Thank you, Luca Cardani. Very, very interesting, the approach about an area really close to the World Heritage Site. And I think it's very important to, for this project, to create a strong connection with the management plan of the Mantova and Sabbioneta, because this is a real approach to the management as a World Heritage Site. Is not only the boundaries, not only the preservation of monument, but is the real value and renounced and rediscovery value is very important for create more and more connection with the people living in the site. Okay, thank you. And maybe it's important to postpone the question in the end of the workshop, the panel one, please. And I give the floor to Andrea Adami. Andrea Adami is studying at the University of Venice, the UAV, and a PhD in geodesy and geomatics at Politecnico di Milano. Works as a researcher at Politecnico di Milano and teaches in academic courses and workshops. His activities focus on the fields of survey and documentation of architectural and cultural heritage, with the most cutting-edge digital technologies. And the example before Luca Cardani is very important to create the connection with the survey, the particular survey, for example, in the geomatics, the geomatic field. And the contribution of Andrea Adami, the title is Convenience, Interest, Vision, Architectural Knowledge of the Building, Understanding of its Potentiality, Cultural Project, Economic Plan, the Pomponesco. I give the floor to Andrea Adami, please.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I want to thank you, the committee, for the invitation, and David Palterer, not only for the invitation, but because he was a partner of this this interesting project about this synagogue of Pomponesco. And also let me thanks for the introduction, for the meeting of yesterday in the evening, because it was very interesting to start with a concert, so with a different expression of cultural coherence between Mantova and the Jewish community and presence. So thanks. Okay, I will start to share my screen. Okay, I think that now you should see my screen. So today I want to present an exercise, let's say. I believe I belong to the same school, to the same university of Luca Cardani, but in this case, what I present is not a research project, but is the result of a master thesis. Here in Mantova, we have a master degree, which is called in architectural and design history, and it is very, very linked to the Cattedra UNESCO, because the Cattedra UNESCO is Mantova, is devoted to the architectural preservation and planning in World Heritage Cities. So we try in our courses, in our lessons, to give the student all the knowledge which are necessary to face the design of the project of reuse. And the project about the synagogue of Pomponesco is an example. I will try. I'm not a designer. I'm, as you said, I'm a surveyor. I deal with geomatics and I deal with the architectural survey and documentation. But I will try here to give another view, or to add another possible view to the topic of this interesting meeting, because if we are talking about architecture, we cannot consider only the ideas, the concept, the environment, but we have to consider that architecture, the building, is made of material, is made of real things. So in my speech, I will try to highlight this concept. Okay, so we said about Pomponesco, and as we want to highlight this different concept with different elements to be considered, we start from the environment. We are in the province of Mantova, and there's a big tradition of the Jewish communities and presence here, not only in the center of Mantova, but also in the other part of the province. Here I highlighted some points, and surely I forgot some other, but I think, for example, to Sabioneta, where we have a synagogue and cemetery, but we have also some other synagogue in Rivarolo or in Revere. We have some interesting cases because we have some synagogue which are unfinished, like the one in Viadana. And among all these cases of this presence, we have also Pomponesco. And in Pomponesco, the Jewish presence is very, very active, has been very, very active, because here we see a map, an orthophoto of Pomponesco, and we see three of the most important presence. We have a Jewish cemetery. To tell the truth, this is the second cemetery, because this is the one after the movement from inside the village to the actual position after the at the end of 18th century. We have Palazzo Cantoni. This is the place where the most famous, let's say, family in Pomponesco lived. And here we have the synagogue. At the end, we have the synagogue, which can be said it is hidden because it is not accessible, but we will come back in a few minutes to the synagogue. I want to add some other elements which are important for the design to understand the synagogue and for the design of a new life, of a new proposal. And the last contact is Alberto Cantoni. We said that there was a very famous Jewish family, which was the Cantoni families. And at the beginning, at the end of the 19th century, a writer, an Italian writer from this family became very famous. He was Alberto Cantoni. And for example, his main book, which is called Illustrissimo, has the introduction of Pirandello. So it is one of the famous, the most prominent, let's say, citizen of Pomponesco, and he belonged to a Jewish family of Cantoni. But the synagogue of Pomponesco also belongs to Pomponesco. So in this short movie from a drone, we'll come back after. I want to tell also something about Pomponesco, because if we need to think to a new life for the synagogue, we should also consider the cultural landscape, the environment, the context of the synagogue. And here we are in Pomponesco, which is considered one of the most beautiful villages in Lombardy. And if we talk about Pomponesco, we have to consider that it has a very, very far away origin, because it is also the name Pomponesco comes from a Roman family, the Roman family Pompea. And it was very, very connected with all the traffic along the Po River, because it was a port along the Po River. But the big, let's say, transformation, the big change in Pomponesco happened in the 16th century, when Giulio Cesare Gonzaga, a representative of a minor, let's say, branch of the Gonzaga families of Mantova, came in Pomponesco, and he decided to build here a new ideal city, like Vespasiano did in Sabioneta. So he did a new layout, which is very, very close to the Roman layout, with a grid of orthogonal street. And in the center is place, is castle, which is now not, which was destroyed at the beginning of the 19th century, at the end, sorry, of the 19th century, but which was considered the center of Pomponesco. So in Pomponesco now we can see all this structure, because the main structure, and on the left you can see the main square, is most unchanged from that period. So if this is the context, social, about the Jewish community, and about the cultural and architectural richness of Pomponesco, now we have to move to the synagogue, which is the one which I highlighted here. It is very, very hidden, let's say, and we can also only see it from the lantern. We cannot access directly to the synagogue. It's like a hidden treasure. But in this map, we try to point out something. For example, this is the square, the original square fought by Gonzaga, and here is the complex. The pink one, the pink building, is really the synagogue. The brown one is the only entrance, is another building, is a private house. And if we want to access the synagogue, we have to come inside this house, and then we go in the garden, and then we can really enter the synagogue. There is another building which is colored in the red, which is very interesting for the history and for the new design, because here we have some public services. Now it's a bar. And it was very important, and we will see in a minute, for the story of the synagogue. A story of the synagogue which can be found, probably the first evidence is in the Theresian Cadastre of 1774, where we see all the buildings, we see exactly the synagogue building, but always also the other building that were existing in that period. So this is, let's say, all the historical information and documents we had about this, this synagogue. And on the right, we have all the information that we usually have during at the beginning of a project. If we are lucky, we have plans, we have a section, and from those representation, we can start our project. But we think that, and when I say we think, I mean the approach that we discussed with David, with the UNESCO chair, and which is one of the main themes here in Mantova, in the academic, in the university, is that the approach must be very, very global. So we have to consider not only also the materials, and here you have some example. We have the materials, we have some transformation. You see that here the door is more or less 1 meter, 1 meter and 20. So we have some problem. Let's say we have some cracks, and the cracks are really evident here. And we cannot do a design, a new project for the synagogue if we don't know exactly all these things. And we come to my field here. We can know exactly these things, all these things, by a very, very high resolution survey. Today, we can apply digital survey, digital techniques of geomatics. And here we applied both techniques, laser scanner and then photogrammetry. We miss only the UAV from drone because 3 years ago, it was very, very difficult to fly on a building. Now it changed, but so. Laser scanner. Laser scanner is an instrument which acquire many million points on the surface. So we can have million of points to describe the building. And this description can be very detailed. You can see here, there's, for example, the point cloud, which can be navigated, which can be explored in order to understand the detail, for example, of the truss. The truss are for previous structural problem, and also some other details, for example, big inscription. So in this case, the laser scanner is a very useful tool in order to document. But I think that we are not, we cannot use laser scanner only to document, but as a tool for the design. In fact, as we have a big amount of data, a big amount of points, we can cut this point, like the one that you have on your right, and we can use these small slices in order to study the building. Of course, you see that there are some lacking parts, some missing parts, sorry, for example, the roof, but it is interesting that we can measure everything here. For example, we can measure the thickness of a wall, but we can also see that there's something which is really strange in the level of the slab of the main room of the synagogue. We are here, this is the main room of the synagogue, and we have this problem. The problem is connected to the fact that the bar, which is very close, which is the next to the synagogue, moved. We don't know, we don't find any document, but they moved the slab of 1.5 meters, more or less, in order to have more spaces and to use the room, which is under the synagogue, as a dining room. So we had the problem that now the enter is very complex. You see that there's a stairs here, and also we lost all the decoration that there were on the walls. So in this case, the survey, the laser scanner survey, allowed us to measure and to have a precise information about the today's situation, okay? And from this survey, we can extract traditional drawing. I mean, the only difference is that we are really sure about this drawing because as my discipline in geomatics, the first point, the first aim is not only the measurement, but let's say the quality of measurement. So when we do a measurement, we have to be conscious about its quality. And the quality of this measurement is about 5 millimeters. So all these drawings are precise, let's say, are suitable for the architectural drawing. But these are some examples. Here you see the door, which is only 1.20 meters. Here you see the door outside, and you see that this is the moving, the space that we lost from the movement of a slab, and this is the woman gallery, which is now closed. And probably when they did the roof, when they remade the roof, they moved the level, and so you see that here we have not enough space. So now they are closed. But I told you that we apply different geometric techniques, and the other is photogrammetry. The advantages of photogrammetry is that you can use very simple instrument, quite simple instrument. Let's say we have a consumer camera and a total station. But the advantages is that we have many photos. It is quite complex to calculate, but the operations are quite easy. We have to acquire many photos from different point of view. And from those photos, we can orient the photos, and we have a short, a very sparse description. You can see here, you can just imagine the room here, but here you can see the room exactly. Okay, so now in this case, we have the measurement. Also in this case, the measurement of the room. So this is more or less the same result that we had with the laser scanner. But why we did also photogrammetry? Because with photogrammetry, we can also add the texture, the real colors to the object. And this case, this is the 3D model with the real texture. And this is, in our opinion, the best, the most useful tool. This is the orthophoto. So it is like a photo. We can consider the orthophoto as a photo, but which can be measurable. So we can have metrical information, but also information about the decay, about the colors, and so on. So it is a very useful tool for an architect. It is a useful tool for the first conservation project. I mean, for the project that we have to apply in order to preserve, in order to maintain or to put in a better condition, let's say, the surfaces. And here it is the mapping of decay and of cracks. Okay, but, and here you have some example of the decay, of problems of surface, and also structural problem, as you can see. But I think that the conservation project is only one step of a design, and it cannot be done independently from the main idea of design. And for the design of this, for the new design of this synagogue, we decide to try to tell this about this image. We are inside the main room of the synagogue. Here we are looking to the west interior facade, and here you have, there was the Aron, so the place for the Torah. Now we have only a door which connects the building, which is the next building, and it comes to the second floor, to the rooms. But we thought that this could be very interesting to transform. So to open, metaphorically, let's say, a window, a door, let's say, to the culture of Pomponesco, to the culture of the Jewish community, and to the culture, the specific culture and books of Alberto Cantoni. So the main idea of this exercise, of this thesis, of this master degree thesis, was to develop something which was a reminder of the history of a Jewish community, of a Pomponesco community, but also of the most famous citizen of Pomponesco. And in order to enhance this culture, we decide to give a very dominant role. So, and we are arriving to the project. Here we have the floor, the ground floor, where the entrance, there's the exhibition of about Cantoni's family, and there's a tourist information. So a small office which can be used for tourists in order to understand something about technical information and touristic information. And from this, that is the building, which is now the obliged, let's say, entrance to the synagogue, we open a new entrance so we can access the new synagogue. On the first floor, we have the main room, which is now a small conference room. And here we have a glass which is open directly to the library on the first floor. So this is the concept we said before. From the room, we can see through this door, through this glass, the culture which is made in the library with the help of Cantoni, with the focus of the Pomponesco community and the Jewish community in Pomponesco. Here we had also a section, a section, and you see that we decided to move the slab of the synagogue to its original position in order to have some spaces which are useful for tourists and also to connect the building of the entrance with a real synagogue building. And this is the other section. So this is more or less the result. And I think that with this presentation, we wanted to focus on the necessity of material knowledge, which is not only material in the meaning of concrete bricks, but also of measurement of all things that can be considered for the architectural project. This was Pomponesco, but last year, in the first semester, which was concluded in January, we face another very similar topic, because due to the COVID emergency, we cannot suggest a single topic for the whole class of a preservation studio, and we asked to the group of students to suggest their own topic. Okay, so this group of students suggested they wanted to work on a synagogue which is very close, close to Mantova, even if it is another part, but also in Lombardy. And we tried to do with them the same path. So we started from the knowledge. Here we have orthophotos, like the one we did together, we did before on Sabionetta, on Pomponesco. And from the knowledge metrical of materials and then the decay, they applied all this information to their new design, to their new project about the synagogue. So I close here my speech, and just to I just add or highlight the necessity of different, let's say, level of knowledge, and the level of knowledge which are necessary for the design, from the let's say social, from the environment, from the geographical context, to the real object, to the real structure, in this case of a building. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea Adami. Really is very important, the survey about the new technologies, because it's a possibility to have a real object to work for the architect or the social, yes, for the knowledge of the real object in the context of a very, very extraordinary Pomponesco villages is very, very interesting for the near to the other World Heritage Site as Mantova, Sabbioneta is a very interesting context. Maybe I remember the candidates of Mantova and Sabbioneta was very complex because the idea to have the presence of Gonzaga in the territory is very, very interesting. But unfortunately, is decided to use only Sabbioneta and Mantova. But in the future, why not? As the knowledge is very important to create new possibility and new occasion. Now, I give the floor for the final contribute for the panel one to Ada Chiara Zevi. Ada Chiara Zevi is an architect, an art historian, is a professor of art history, is curator of exhibition and author of essays, articles, catalogs, and books, and is curator of the Arte in Memoria Biennale at the synagogue in the Ostia Antica since 2002, and the Stoppelstein project in Italy since 2010. Is the president of the Bruno Zevi Foundation and the Arte in Memoria Association. She's a member of the CDEC Scientific Committee and advisor for the American Academy in Rome. And the title of a contribute of Ada Chiara Zevi is Arte in Memoria, Site-Specific Art as a Cultural Reuse Term in the case of the Synagogue of Ostia Antica. Ada Chiara Zevi, I give the floor.
I'm not sure I'm able to just a second. I want to share the screen.
Okay.
Share, devi fare.
Chiedi?
No, ancora no. Condividi.
Ah, condivido, eccolo.
Sì, ecco.
Condividi e full screen. Vai.
Accedi.
Sì, con calma.
No.
Non mi deludere.
Non
mi deludere.
No, ma metti un indirizzo di posta elettronica, aspetta.
No.
No.
Uffa. Va bene?
No.
Share screen.
Salve, sì,
e piena pagina.
scusi, sono il tecnico di regia, salve.
Hai fatto...
Allora, c'è un pulsante verde su Zoom che dice condividere lo schermo.
Io non lo vedo più.
Su Zoom.
Zoom. Oddio,
sì, condividere lo schermo, è un pulsantone verde in basso.
Scusa, ma io ho tolto Zoom.
Sotto l'immagine ce l'hai, condivide schermo.
Il problema è che ho tolto Zoom. Quello è il problema. Devo rimettere Zoom. Aspetta. Scusatemi. Eccolo
qua.
Eccolo
Zoom.
qua.
Okay. Zoom. Ok.
Ci siamo? Condivido?
Eccoci. Oh, ci siamo quasi.
Adesso che manca?
Qualcuno l'aiuti? Forse lassù.
Allora, mi scusi, non chiuda, esattamente, e ora prenda il PowerPoint che è sotto e lo metta a schermo intero.
Eccoci, ci siamo.
C'è un'iconcina a destra.
Sì, un attimo solo.
A destra in basso.
Così io lo faccio apposta così si riposano, no? Lo faccio per farvi riposare.
Vada.
Grazie.
Solo che non succede
niente.
Non
è che abbiamo tanto tempo, vai, forza.
Ecco, subito che colpevolizza. Allora. No, il problema è che non riesco a fare schermo intero.
Allora,
qui sotto.
Esatto, scenda col mouse a sinistra, ancora. Non vedo più il mouse. Eccoci,
ci siamo quasi.
No, il mouse, appunto. Comunque era previsto questo, vero? Eccolo.
Perfetto.
Eccoci.
Oh,
Bene.
Sì,
ci siamo, però devo andare all'inizio.
all'inizio va bene, ok.
Scusate. Allora, intanto, I want to add my thanks to David Paltere for inviting me to such an important and prestigious symposium. As was told, I will talk about this initiative, which is Art in Memory, which is a biennial of contemporary art housed in the ruins of the ancient Ostia synagogue. Started in 2002, it had already 10 editions with 50 artists invited. No, just a second, I have. Okay, okay, oh, finally. Allora. Ecco, 10 editions with 50 artists who participated, invited from all over the world. 10 works are in permanence now in the synagogue because the artist at the end of every edition, someone gives as a present to the superintendency his work. So we have 10 works in order to build a small museum of contemporary art in an archaeological site. As many of you might know, the synagogue, these are all the works of the artists. As many of you might know, the synagogue of Ostia is, with the exception of that of Delos from the 1st century before the Common Era, the oldest archaeological evidence of diaspora Judaism, built following the destruction of the Second Temple by Titus in 70, when the centrality and uniqueness of the sanctuary was replaced by the plurality of synagogues scattered wherever the Jews dispersed. The first nucleus, the large rectangular hall, the number this one, number D, rectangular hall used for prayer and preceded by the vestibule, this one, the vestibule, dates back with the columns, dates back to the 1st century, following the construction of the port wanted by the Emperor Claudius, which led to the increase of volume of commercial traffic in the city and the consequent increase in the population, including Jews residing there. These two elements ensure that the synagogue of Ostia, but more generally, every synagogue of the diaspora, is at the same time a memory of the temple and an expression of the dialogue and exchange that Jews establish with the context in which they live. Oriented to the east toward Jerusalem, the object of her memory, the synagogue of Ostia is at the extreme south of the Roman, is at here, is at the extreme south of the Roman settlement, where the coastline has a source of water for ablutions, the Teva at the opposite end of the Apsal Aron HaKodesh, whose shape, so-called, this is the Aron HaKodesh, here and here, Aron HaKodesh, whose shape, so-called the lunate sigma, is similar to the letter C of the Latin alphabet, or even to the Greek sigma, a rare form found in a Syrian synagogue. Faced with these certificates of identity, the signs of permeability to the Roman context are equally evident. The Basilica plan Here was the entrance, so this is the train nave. The basilica plan with 3 naves and the rich decoration of marble and mosaics that testify to the various phases of construction of the building. The abstract ones are in fact from the Trajan era, while the figurative ones date back to the 4th century, when the synagogue experiences its moment of maximum splendor before its progressive abandonment and decay, which began in the following century. The new entrance on the north side, now the entrance is here on the right. On the north side, the presence of reception rooms here, and with the oven for baking unleavened bread, the further monumentalization of the vestibule, this one, and probably the Arona Kodesh belong to the latter extension. In short, what the Ostiense synagogue testifies is the presence of a stable Jewish community over the course of 5 centuries, so wealthy, numerous, and important that it could afford a building of worship of such solemnity. Not only. Recent epigraphic discoveries testify to the role played by this community in the public life of Ostia. In particular, some members of the Ostiense family of Fabilongi first and Fabia Grittini then, indicated in the epigraphs as Jews, would have held prestigious roles in the city. The synagogue of Ostia was discovered quite by chance during the construction of the highway between the new Fiumicino airport and the city of Rome. In April 61, columns and capitals came to light, and a few months later, architraves sculpted with the 7 branches candelabrum, the lulav, the etrog and the shofar, which confirmed the intended use of the building. Before this date, only the epigraph found at the beginning of the last century in Castel Porziano spoke of a Universitat Judeorum without naming the place. The restoration wisely preserved its fragmentary state, elevating only the walls whose height could be ascertained from the documents. The 4 columns are original. No. Where are the 4 columns? The 4 columns. The 4 columns are original. The Corinthian capitals that overlooked them were stolen, while those of the columns of the Arona Kodesh are a copy of the original preserved in the Ostia Museum. The integration are visible everywhere, a conservative choice that we will see has not been followed often. Barely used for religious functions, since 2002, thanks to the rare foresight of the superintendency of the time, the Synagogue of Ostia hosts every other year contemporary art. The idea of opening the synagogues to contemporary art was not unprecedented, but it was the first time that contemporary art entered an archaeological site of such prestige. Before showing some works exhibited in Ostia, I'll show you some other cases of similar reuse of synagogue. In 1991, the municipality of Stommeln, a few kilometers from Cologne, opened the Synagogue of Stommel project. Every year since then, an artist is invited to create a work for a room. Built in 1882 in austere Romanesque style, the Synagogue of Stolmen is the only survivor of the 12 synagogues that, before 1938, dotted the district of Erft. Abandoned at the advent of Nazism, it was sold by the Jewish community to a farmer, who used it as a deposit. And it is precisely that deed of sale that saved her from the Crystal Night. After a total restoration of the original condition, since 1983, it hosted prestigious cultural events, and since 1991, it became an exhibition venue. The period in which the project was launched is particularly turbulent. In the economic situation that accompanied the reconstruction and unification process following the collapse of the Berlin Wall, the phenomena of intolerance, racism, and anti-Semitism found their privileged target in the synagogue. The identity of the synagogue is entrusted to the Star of David on the facade, and inside to the Aron HaKodesh and the Women's Gallery. After Yannis Kounellis, this is his work, you see these wooden posts. After Yannis Kounellis, who paved the road, many prominent artists such as Richard Serra, Rebecca Horn, Giuseppe Penone, Carl Andre, George Basilitz, and Mircea Kubal and others have continued to take turns in the synagogue to leave their testimony. In 2002, on the occasion of the opening of Arte in Memoria, Centrale Montemartini, who was quoted yesterday as a case of reuse, hosted an exhibition of the pictures of the works exhibited in Stommel, together with the opening of the first edition of Arte in Memoria. It was a sort of twinning between Stommel and Ostia. It is worth opening a parenthesis to remember that the destruction of the synagogues in Austria and Germany should not be attributed solely to the Nazi and the Allied bombings, but also to the reconstruction process following 1945, during which the old synagogues were either destroyed or incorporated into new structure, without being more recognizable, therefore invisible. Between 45 and 87, for example, 63 of the 245 surviving synagogues were demolished in the land of Hesse. The characteristic architectural elements were instead taken from those saved, and their use was often changed in garage, warehouse, barracks, in order to erase any trace of the Jewish presence before the war, as if it were proof of the Germans' guilt. Only at the end of the 80s and the 90s, the beginning of the 90s, thanks first to the World Monument Fund and then to the Jewish Heritage Council, did the problem arise of the conservation of Jewish artistic and architectural heritage, therefore of their identification and restoration, considering them, as it was said this morning, not only as Jewish site, but as a cultural heritage of humanity. What about their restoration then? If Ostia is a case in itself, being an archaeological monument of great value, many synagogues, in defiance of Cesare Brandi's theory of restoration, have been completely rebuilt, such as Stolmen or Baroque one in Ichenhausen. Another synagogue intended for contemporary art is in France that of Delme, designed in 1881, therefore coeval with that of Pulaim in Oriental style. Until then, in the absence of synagogues, prayer took place in private, cramped, uncomfortable places, not enough for a population that doubled within 50 years. It has a square plan, 2 floors, is preceded by a portico with 3 arches and surmounted by a sumptuous and shiny dome. It is a typical example of a synagogue built in the period of emancipation. Destroyed by Allied bombing, it was soberly rebuilt in 46. Unlike the Berlin synagogue, the Delme dome is resized, far from its former glory. While the interior is completely dematerialized and unified by white. Due to the depopulation of the Jewish community, in 81, 100 years after its construction, the synagogue ceases to exist as a place of worship. Its identity as a synagogue is entrusted to the dome, the women's gallery, the Aron HaKodesh, surmounted by an oculus with the Star of David. Declared a historic monument in 1984, it has been a center for contemporary art since 1993, the only one in the Lorraine area. It hosts collective, but above all, monographic exhibition of artists with works conceived specifically for the place, as can be seen from the case of Buren and Moreshet. Then there is the case in which the synagogues destroyed by Germans, Allies, and the Soviets have not been rebuilt or adapted to other functions, precisely to erase the traces of their presence and of the Jewish presence, past and present. In many of these cases, it is up to the artists to evoke their absence and bring them back to life through their work. In this case, it is not just a question of the fertile dialogue between art and a place of memory, but of working on the memory of an absence. A few examples. In Lindenstrasse in Berlin, for instance, in the same street where the Jewish Museum by Libeskind is located, the architects Zvi Ecker and the artists Micha Ullmann and Elia Weissman did not think of the building as it was, but of its users yesterday and today. Aside the old synagogue, never rebuilt, a sequence of rectangular stone benches evokes the wooden ones in which the worshippers sat. They occupy the same space as then, but bear the sign of time. They are interrupted here and there to make room for the trees that have grown in the meantime. The synagogue is thus open to all, and the benches can be used by everybody for rest and talk. Another solution is the one in memory of the Hamburg Synagogue, the largest in Northern Europe, designed in 1906 by Friedheim and Engel and destroyed on November 10, 1938. Synagogue and Monument 1983-88 by the artist Margaret Kahl is the trace on the ground of the original building's roof, or the one in memory of the old synagogue of Fribourg, also destroyed during the Crystal Night, a large fountain whose shape is that of the old synagogue occupies its place in the old square. More, the Eberswalde synagogue, set on fire in 1931. In 2010, the town hall invited some artists to design a memorial to remember the destroyed synagogue. Ochaisel and Nitz, one artist and one architect, among the most active in the creation of counter monuments, the most famous of which is the overturned fountain in the square of Kassel, created Growing Memory, an unfinished growing memorial. Thanks to their insistence on digging in a place where the synagogue originally stood, in spontaneous vegetation will take progressively the shape of the perimeter of the old synagogue. We meet again the duo Hochheisel and Nitz with starting blocks of memory in Poznan, Hochheisel's hometown. A long story with multiple sceneries. In 1941, Hitler had transformed the Poznan synagogue into a swimming pool. In 2004, the town hall decided to return the building to its original function, handing it back to the Jewish community. The latter, however, unable to bear the cost of the restoration, sold it to a real estate company that allocated it to a large hotel with a swimming pool. Second scenery. Kaiser Wilhelm II Castle in the city center, chosen by the Nazi regional administration as Hitler's residence. Invited to exhibit in the castle in 2014, Heisel and Nietzsche decide to symbolically dismantle the pool in the synagogue by hammering the edge and transfer the fragments to Hitler's residence in the castle. The work thus turns history upside down. If Hitler transformed the synagogue into a swimming pool, the artist transformed his residence into a swimming pool dismantled. If we move now to Lithuania, the destruction of all traces of the Jewish presence, starting with the Jewish port and the synagogue, must be added to the 32,000 Jews killed in the Shoah. In a country where each occupant has made a clean sweep of the previous one by destroying his symbols and monuments and building new ones, the problem of how to remember an absence is, 30 years after the regaining of freedom, a compelling problem. The artists play a central role in the debate. How to remember a past of which all memory has been erased without monumentalizing it, without this obsession with filling the void, but through sober, discreet, and temporary interventions aimed at the awakening a dormant or repressed memory in the public? Gerard Weichmann points this out to us. What is, he wonders, the object of a century that invented destruction without ruins? Absence, he replies, without hesitation, is the invisible that is the absolute heart of this modern century. Only art, whose task is to show, is able to show what cannot be represented either in words or in images. A radical position that goes so far as to argue that absence can only be remembered through absence, therefore with invisible counter monuments, such as those of Johann Gertz and Horst Heisel. Think of the famous column in Hamburg, which disappeared into the ground within 7 years. The large and magnificent synagogue of Vilnius was built in the early 17th century, then extended and redesigned in the 18th by a prominent architect, Glaubitz. Heavily damaged by the Nazi in 1944, it was definitely destroyed in 1955 and 1957 by the Soviets, who built in its place in 1964 a kindergarten in perfect Soviet style. It has recently been entrusted to artists for their atelier. Among them is Egle Ridikaite. Some excavation carried out just under her windows have brought to light fragments of the floor of the Bima. To them, Egle dedicated the cultured floor cycle between 2013 and 2018, the pictorial restitution in magnificent declination of forms and colors of that submerged heritage. In 2009, the year in which the city was the capital of culture, Horst Heisel created School of Windows of Memory in the same school. He attached transparent images of the old synagogue to the windows. But he was allowed to do that only during the summer when the school was closed. Too scary for the students, was said, but more than that, the memory to be transmitted to the students has to be one way, the Soviet occupation, not the extermination of the Jews. In 2017, for the Kaunas Biennial in Lithuania, curator and artist Paulina Pkite chose the theme of the monument. The title was There and Not There, Impossibility of a Monument. 15 artists were invited to do site-specific works on the theme of the monument and counter-monument, of the monument to the absence or to the absence of the monument. The works are all extreme, this is still Ochaisen. The works are all extremely interesting. For reasons of time, I mention only the one set in the former Hasidic synagogue, used for the last time in 1940 and today very damaged. The English artist Jenny Kagan, whose family was exterminated, intervenes with the mesmerizing installation A Murmuration on the windows of the synagogue with murmurs, starlings, a crowd, a prayer, the evocation of an absence. Since there is no electricity in the synagogue, the only way to illuminate the installation is through the external light of the street. The video projection is therefore visible only from dusk to dawn. There is a beautiful inlaid door, half open, from which the light comes out as if the synagogue were inhabited by someone or something. Let's change scenery and find ourselves in Beirut, in the Magen Abraham synagogue built in the 20s. When the Lebanese Jewish community fled Lebanon in the 60s and 70s, the Jewish quarter was almost destroyed, but the synagogue was strangely safeguarded by the militia and also by the PLO. During the War of '82, the synagogue was seriously damaged by Israeli air attacks and remained in ruins until about 10 years ago, when it was completely restored with the help of a family of Lebanese Jews living abroad and with the support of the Lebanese government. Israeli video artist Dor Zeka Levi, a skilled collector of memories, has heard of this magnificent synagogue, but having an Israeli passport, he has never been able to visit it. However, he collected photos, documents, and testimonies from friends or found them at Beit Atvutzot in Tel Aviv. With this material, he virtually reconstructed the synagogue, not in a scientific or architectural way, but from memory, and set it in the Hamidrasha Gallery in Tel Aviv, which is more or less the same size of the synagogue and two-story, creating an immersive environment of great suggestion. The title is Shomer, which means guard, but at the same time, from the same root, also Shamar, preservation. To preserve thus implies safeguarding. He then interviewed many Lebanese Jews living in Israel and abroad, and chose in particular the story of Isaac Balayla, born in Beirut, emigrated to Israel, and returned in 1982 to Beirut and as an Israeli soldier during the war. When you enter the gallery and put on your earphone, you hear his voice telling his relationship with the synagogue, from when he was a child, and everything seemed to him gigantic, to when in '82 he found it completely abandoned, and thanks to a missile that hit the roof, he was able to go inside and photograph it. He describes the bima in the center of the large square hall, the arches on the window, the stained glass windows, the women's gallery. Thus, Dor's work allows us to live virtually in the rebuilt synagogue thanks to the memory of a witness. To preserve not the building in its material reality, but the image of the building through the minds of the people who cannot visit it anymore. This is the work's goal. If the original synagogue is perfectly reconstructed but does not function as such and is inaccessible to the public, the virtual one of Dor is also visible at night from the outside as a mirage, like that of Stallman, thanks to Michael Misha-Kubal, like that of Kaunas, thanks to Jenny Kagan. Thus, if Lebanon and Israel are two enemy states, the Lebanese Jews living in Israel keep the memory of their country alive by integrating it into the Israeli reality. Thus, as claimed by the artist Jochen Gertz, The artistic work on memory helps the enemies of yesterday to become the friends of today. Let's finally go back to Ostia. Why involve contemporary artists in the work of memory, which is generally the prerogative of historians, associations, victims, and their families? In 2002, when Art in Memory began, the Day of Memory had only been established for 2 years, but the pitfalls were already in sight. Bulimia of initiatives concentrated in one day and mainly intended for Jews, hasty preparation of students, predilection for celebration and spectacularization, excessive use of testimony to the detriment of historical knowledge. The initiative in Ostia undermines these cornerstones. It is aimed at a community of non-professionals such as artists. It is discreet and secluded, implies very long preparation times, leaves a trace in the work donated by the artists for the construction of a museum. The aim of the initiative is to repopulate, revive a place so important from a historical, artistic, and symbolic point of view, but entrusting it not to the original recipients, but to the artists, so that they may appropriate the place by inhabiting it with their original visions. Although the title of the initiative concerns the memory, and the inauguration of the exhibition is in January, around the Day of Memory, the artists are not asked to produce a themed work to celebrate, commemorate, or remember past or present tragedies, but to react to the impact with the place. Therefore, the only condition for them is a preventive visit to the synagogue and the creation of an original work. If memory is the individual, fragmentary, and sectarian interpretation of history, starting from the present, its mechanisms are analogous to those of art and architecture of all times. Reread critically the past, not to repropose it slavishly, but to interpret its lesson with contemporary sensibility. The work is the trace of this critical act, of the short circuit between distant specialities and temporalities. The work itself is an act of memory. The invited artists are asked to establish a dialogue with a millenary place whose history intersects and intertwines with that of Western culture. And in the two-way exchange lies the meaning and success of the initiative. If the work acquires a new comment from the synagogue, a new midrash, the synagogue, condemned to a state of ruin, comes back to life thanks to art, and thus renews its vocation to hospitality, study, dialogue, confrontation between different and dissonant languages. It is said the works are recognizable as works by Cunellis, Wiener, Buren, Rakowitz, but when installed in the synagogue, they become immediately part of that history and culture. And that is what fascinates, but at the same time scares the artists. How to choose them? As Ostia is an outdoor place, painters and video artists are excluded, as well as degradable materials. Some artists are inspired by the architectural structure, like Yannis Cunelli, who repopulates the synagogue with a multitude of living. Oddio, scompare. Yannis Cunelli. Who repopulates the synagogue with multitude of living beings. An iron mesh cage. Ma che c'è? Scusate. An iron mesh cage whose height reaches the top of the 4 columns, has 3 floors. Like Noah's Ark, it is inhabited by multi-ethnic crowd of birds whose size, color, and value vary with the height. On the ground floor, the majestic and superb peacocks, symbol of immortality, which recur in the Hellenistic, Roman, and Byzantine mosaics. The inhabitants of the upper floor, instead, are much less precious and gaudy, their color turning to monochrome. Like the Dutch artist Jan Dibes, who compares the current synagogue with its virtual and conceptual reconstruction. Assuming the 4 surviving columns as the unit of measurements, Dibes draws an aerial rectangular perimeter and with white elastic threads, while 2 other crossed X-shaped threads act as a virtual door. Some artists focus their attention on specific elements of the construction. Untitled by Sol Lewitt is the reconstruction in the original shape, size, and construction system, opus dictatum, of the Aron HaKodesh, the center of the synagogue. While hating, as a good American, the ruins, he does not mortify himself in an operation of mere philological restoration. He moves, in fact, the semicircular wall to the outside of the synagogue, translating the function of container of the books into an autonomous work of art, indeed, into a modular structure, the works with which he participates to the minimalist poetics. Thus, Lewitt's self-referential work is enriched by the dialogue with the Aron HaKodesh, while the archaeological site is enriched by a work of contemporary art which seems there forever. Gianni Caravaggio intervenes in the area of the synagogue reserved for hospitality, in particular within the oven in which, on the occasion of Passover, unleavened bread was baked. A sheet of sandblasted glass with a jagged edge, which looks like a matzah, is perforated according to the constellation of the moment of the artist's birth. By sprinkling the surface with quartz sand, the latter penetrates through the holes and draws the same constellation on the floor. The Spanish artist...
Sorry, Adiakera, forse sarebbe better to close because the time is very... Okay. Okay.
It's a pity. May I just finish with the Stolperstein? You work on Stolperstein? What do you say?
Yeah, maybe yes. It's one.
Okay, I just.
Age. Okay.
Can you give me
the Stolperstein? Yes.
Can you give me where is the screen? Where is now the screen?
No, it disappeared. Okay, no. Only a few words without image, please, on Stolperstein.
Vabbè, never mind. Next time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is an impressively review of the contemporary art dedicated inside these very special sites, and the experience in Ostia is very interesting because it's a real not a memory dedicated but an inspiration by this place for the contemporary artist with the very great name of the contemporary art. Thank you very much. And now it's possible to see the image for Pesaro. I think I ask to the Regia to explain. Okay, it's good. Maria Rosaria Valazzi was spoken about the image. Thank you. Please, Maria Rosaria, open the microphone. No.
Yes, this is a original image of the synagogue with the Aron that today is.
Yes, but
okay,
okay.
But I have to go. Ah, okay, okay. But a very fast.
Signora, scusi, sono il tecnico di regia. Le slide le dobbiamo mandare avanti noi, ovviamente.
Mandate avanti voi
Quindi
velocemente.
ci dica avanti o indietro.
Ok,
Bene.
before restoration, avanti pure. Avanti. Thank you. I'm sorry but I hope you have understood the complexity of the restoration. It was a very impressive situation of disruption, and so we began to study scientific organization of the layers and of the colors. So we removed the upper layers and we had this monument. I think it's very impressive, the difference before and after the restoration. But I think the space is now very, I don't know how to define it. The space is something not known, not unknown. And if you think it with furniture, with iron, with pulpit, with gratings, with all stores and furnishing, I think you can have some idea of a wonderful space. Now the space is not completely as it was in the past, but the idea that this monument can have an educational role now, I think it's very important. And I think it's very important to know better the history of the community, the Jewish community in Pesaro, and the role of the Jewish community in the history of the town. So
okay,
all is completely together to understand.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosaria.
I'm sorry. It's
not problem. It's not problem.
No, but you have understood the
yes
difference between before and after restoration.
Sure.
It was a very complex project and very complex study about the conservation of this monument?
Yes, maybe the complex is the right word for all the contribute by the panelists of the first panel, because the idea of the reuse, the idea of to reconnect values about the citizen, about the community, is a real challenger for everyone, for every house in particular. But it's very important to create occasion to survey, to project, to create new possibilities and new values, or maybe the right word is rediscovery these values, and to create connection with the people, with the community. And the case in Italy is very, very interesting. I think is in the afternoon session is a possibility to have to see another situation in the other part of the world, but I think it's very important to create a sensibility to the thematic of the reuse, because the reuse is not only the problem for the Jewish heritage. In the future, in the very, very near future, the thematic of reuse is a great problem for all more of the religious heritage in the classic, the idea of churches or complex or convent is a thematic as now is present, not only now is in time, but in the future is more and more important to create the right rules for say is not the correct word, but is the idea of the awareness of the correct use of these places. It's a very important place. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I give the floor to David for the end and for the next session.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carlo. You did a magnificent work. You didn't cut enough our speakers that were willing to tell us maybe too much, because it is not, the importance was not the single illustrations, but the whole, as a whole, as you said in your ending words, it's important to understand what we speak about, because really reuse of buildings, reuse of heritage is a very, very complex thing, because it doesn't deal with walls only, it doesn't deal with memory only, it does deal with a lot of things that only together heritage have sense, because to keep things is not a heritage. Heritage is the complexity of things to put together. So I suggest to cut now, to go to do our break, because we are already late also for the break. Who will desire will see during the break a small excursus in the Palazzo Ducale, because don't forget we are speaking from Mantova. So there is a small excursus offered by Palazzo Ducale by the director, the new director, that I'm very glad that he gave us the occasion to visit his house, Stefano Loccaso. And then I hope to meet you all on 14 to 15 to begin the second session of the day. Unfortunately, we have also afternoon a lot of people to speak, but it is important to create attention around the heritage problematics and not to resolve problems now. I'm sure that many of you didn't know about Pomponesco, didn't know about Salomon Rossi, and this is important because many of those magnificent places are really hidden to the heritage knowledge. And this is what we wanted to do. We want to open a discussion, and I hope we can do other meetings, other days to dedicate to that. Especially, I'm interested with what Ada Chiara explained about a very particular use of heritage that is very developed in Italy, in Germany. I think it's less developed in other places. So it is a thematic that I would like to extend, but not obviously this morning and not obviously in our seminar of Mantova. So I close now, and we will see who can see the film about Ducale. We meet again at 14:50.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
The Ducal Palace can be fully understood only by knowing its genesis and evolution, albeit in general terms. That is, the chain of historical events and moments that, transformed into stone and brick and plaster, make the building an absolutely unique architectural and artistic complex of its kind. If the evolution and transformation of the monument coincides mainly with the reign of the Gonzaga family from 1328 to 1707, its genesis dates back to an earlier phase, at the turn of the 13th and 14th centuries, when Mantua was governed by the Bonacolsi family. They are almost certainly responsible for the construction of the two Gothic-style buildings that overlook Piazza Sordello, formerly Platea Sancti Petri, St. Peter's Square, following the dedication of the city's cathedral to the Apostle. The Palazzo del Capitano and the Magna Domus arose on the highest and therefore healthiest area of the ancient urban nucleus, the Civitas Vetus, Old City. In the Bonacolsi era, the square in front did not have the current size and shape, which it probably reached only in the second half of the 14th century. The Bonacolsi leader originally lived in another palace not far from the Ducal Palace, Palazzo Acerbi Cadenazzi. When, in 1328, Luigi Gonzaga forcibly took control of the city and the buildings built by the Bonacolsi, he became the governor of the city, but lived in Palazzo Acerbi Cadenazzi, originally separated from the religious centre. The Gonzagas immediately engaged in the reconstruction of Palazzo del Capitano. Architectural interventions followed each other on a regular basis during the centuries, and share a rare use of stone, while brick constitutes the skeleton and flesh of the palace. From the late 15th century, we have many traces of external frescoes that coated the buildings and transformed them into something far more precious than the raw materials might have suggested. At the end of the 14th century, the engineer Bartolino Plotti built the castle of San Giorgio, located on the edge of the city, close to the walls. By the mid-15th century, the Gonzagas had essentially created two main nuclei, one residential, overlooking Piazza Sordello, and a military one, overlooking the Ponte di San Giorgio. Building a castle alongside the city walls was a typical late Middle Ages intervention. It served as an anticipation of the city defences facing a possible danger and, at the same time, constituted protection for the ruler. In case of internal turmoil, the Gonzagas could have easily taken shelter out of the city. The panorama view from the castle was indeed, and still partly is, glorious, as testified by Mantegna's Death of the Virgin, now in Madrid's Prado Museum. In the 16th century, a hanging garden was built as part of Margherita's Paleologo's apartment, thus stressing the relationship between built and landscape. The manor called Castello di San Giorgio served as a filter at the entrance of the city. It contained prisons and was connected to the oldest nucleus, the Corte Vecchia, by a road that was the extension of the bridge. The first fully Renaissance-style building was the Domus Nova, built between 1480 and 1484 by the Tuscan sculptor and engineer Luca Fancelli. The building responds, in some respects, to the typology foreseen by the Filarete treatise and, probably, its south-facing facade looking towards Lago Inferiore, the lower lake, towered from a vast terrace, maybe the first one in the Gonzaga Palatine complex. In the 30s of the 16th century, Giulio Romano first built the apartment of Margherita Paleologa, extensively renovating one of the ravelins of the Castle of San Giorgio, then built the magnificent Troy apartment, partly on pre-existing structures. The Troia apartment owes its name to a large hall entirely frescoed by Giulio Romano and his team. The only frescoed vault covers an area of about 140 square meters, and therefore constitutes one of the maximum results achieved by Giulio Romano, also in terms of representation of space and relationship between work and observer. Facing the Troy apartment, the same artist designed the building called La Rustica, which presents a prospect animated by twisted columns and ashlars and rough clues, with extraordinary pictorial and vibrational effects. The so-called Rustica faces the lake, as does the Troy apartment. We can find this peculiar characteristic of double facade buildings from the 15th to the 16th century. The almost exponential growth of the Palatine complex led the Gonzagas to completely employ an area that in ancient times covered 3 medieval districts. In essence, a large portion of the ancient Civitas Vetus ended up coinciding with the perimeter of the new, immense Palatine complex. Guglielmo Gonzaga and Giovanni Battista Bertani, the prefetto delle fabbriche, a building superintendent, engaged mainly in 2 directions. The first was the construction of new buildings. Thus arose the Palatine Basilica of Santa Barbara, then the Appartamento Grande di Castello, and the Appartamento di Corte Vecchia, also endowed with a giardino pensile, hanging garden, raised above the 2 rows of galleries. The second direction pursued by Guglielmo Gonzaga was the creation of a lymphatic system capable of connecting the various organs, up until then isolated and independent. The existing buildings were extremely heterogeneous in terms of age, style, but also inclination in plan and altitude. To standardize and connect such an incoherent set of buildings, Guglielmo had squares, gardens, arcades, and galleries built, which served at the same time as joints and as a mask for irregularities. The majestic Piazza Castello found a first arrangement in the mid-16th century, when a first stable theatre was created on the northern side, and its exedra served to hide the asymmetry of the castle access. The following Duke, Vincenzo I, also engaged in the expansion of the Palatine complex, with the help of artists such as Bernardino Facciotto and Antonio Maria Viani. The interventions carried out between the 16th and 17th century tended to renew existing portions, like the new ducal apartment built from the 15th century Domus Nova, through works distributed almost all over the entire surface of the complex. At the beginning of the 17th century, the ducal palace reached its maximum extension, much higher than that of the current museum, which insists on the most monumental areas. The sack of Mantua in 1630 by the imperial troops and the following plague gave start to a period that, with ups and downs, led to the early 18th century collapse. Mantua was governed by the Habsburgs from 1707 to 1866. The Habsburg government gave impetus to theatrical life, encouraging the reconstruction of the Archduke Theatre, Teatro Arciducale, on the side now occupied by the Archaeological Museum. The interiors were restored mainly in the Corte Vecchia area, while the upper floor of the castle was adapted to a political prison. In 1866, the ex-ducal palace then passed to the Crown of the Kingdom of Italy, which, however, donated it in 1887 to the Ministry of Education. A few years later, the complex was subject to a vast campaign of restorations, which lasted until the 30s of the 20th century, and which essentially determined its current appearance. Some parts were indiscriminately demolished. the exedra that closed Piazza Sordello and connected the palace with the cathedral, the apartment of the Paleologa by Giulio Romano, and the Comic Theatre on the southwestern edge of the complex. The Basilica of Santa Barbara was assigned to the church, and other buildings overlooking Piazza Sordello were excluded. The current extension of the complex is therefore significantly lower than its extension in the Gonzaga era. Nonetheless, it is of grandiose proportions. To clarify the size of such a unique Palatine complex in the world, but also to make its intuition critical and fragile, it can be specified that the Palazzo Ducale Museum has over 30,000 square meters of covered surfaces. A report dated 1876 lists as many as 45 halls, 500 rooms, 4 gardens, 22 courtyards, 120 cottages or outhouses, 4 stables, 45 undergrounds, 7 towers, a church and its stands, a theatre. The magnificence and breadth of the palace is as evident today as it was in the past.
In a short time, we will show 2 small clips on the synagogue of Mantova and the one of Sabioneta. Okay, we are almost ready to be on our way. I ask everyone to deactivate the audio, only the speakers to have it on. And then the speakers, I would ask to be in time, to try to shorten the discussion into the timetable, because we have quite a lot of people yet to speak, and I want to see that we will finish on time. Okay. So the first to speak is Johanna Niklik. She's a social and cultural historian, the founder of the first director of the Hadassah Brandeis Institute, project for on family, children, and the Holocaust at the Brandeis University. She is an honorary senior research associate at the USL Center for the Studies of Collective Violence and Holocaust and Genocide. I will not tell more about her because the list of her activities, past and present, are really incredible. Here you are, Johanna. I invite you to speak.
First of all, David, thank you very much to you and Michael for this kind invitation to this important workshop. As some of you might have heard, actually, I'm an expert. One of the areas of my research is the memory of the dark past, not the buildings. I'm not an architect, and the historian of architecture. So my take on the issues discussed here might be slightly different from what has been presented so far, but I also believe that my presentation speaks well. It is in dialogue with the last presentation by Adachiara Zevi. And let me do the share slideshow. Today, I would like to address the issue of performative and transformative qualities of the existing historical synagogues in Poland, especially those that are not used any longer as prayer houses and are not used according to the vision created by Jan Jagielski and Eleonora Bergman mentioned earlier today, and are not even considered historically valuable buildings. I believe that some of the issues I will be talking about are relevant for the preservation of Jewish heritage outside of Poland, especially in Eastern Europe, other parts of Eastern Europe, but not only, whereas others are rooted in the Polish historical, political, and cultural context. When it comes to the preservation and of the remaining synagogues in Poland, we are still faced with a significant number of pressing questions. For whom and by whom should these buildings be preserved? And what role should they play in the local communities and the region? How can they serve as engaging places of education, artistic activities, and storytelling about Jewish heritage, about the local past that would be meaningful for the mostly non-Jewish communities, as well as for Jewish individuals, Jewish groups, and visitors, the descendants of the murdered Jewish communities? How could the synagogue receive the best second life through a combination of a variety of functions serving both the local population and commemorating the Jewish past, the past Jewish society and culture? How could we create a living cultural space in synagogues transformed into shops and gyms and owned by private individuals? Here you see one of them, which today serves as a furniture shop. Could the derelicts of synagogues also serve as commemorative places, educating the local populations about the multicultural past and in turn creating and reinforcing a culture of civic society with respect for the Jewish past, including the dark aspects of Polish-Jewish relations, as well as for other cultures and religions in general. And here you have an example of the bima, of the remnants of the synagogue in Tarnów. And that bima, actually that a roof was created above it in 1989 to protect it, served this kind of a purpose. Who should be responsible for preserving this kind of derelict synagogues? How can we assist individuals, the local activists dedicated to saving the Jewish heritage? These are not only urgent questions for the preservation of Jewish heritage in Poland, one of the major centers of East European Jewish civilization in the pre-1939 period, but also for other countries in Europe, as I said earlier. Today, we need a clear roadmap of steps to be taken to preserve the Jewish heritage, how to reuse it in a meaningful and efficient manner, and also on a shoestring budget. This is actually a work in progress, and I think the first speaker, Mr. Puchta, discussed some of the details of that process. And I believe that in order to revamp, reuse these neglected synagogues in Poland and elsewhere, we have to look at them not only as crippled buildings consuming lots of funding, but as storyteller spaces about the everyday past Jewish life in a specific locations, stories about Jewish children at schools, Jewish artisans, Jewish doctors, Jewish individuals who contributed on a cultural, political, economic level to the local places, to the local communities. Stories that would reach the non-Jewish audiences on both cognitive and emotional levels, that they would trigger empathy, curiosity, and respect for the past Jewish communities. And in the most reduced form, that can be done by marking these buildings or the remnants of the buildings with plaques. Or in Poland today, the Jewish community, as we all know, numbers approximately 20,000, and in spite of its rebirth after 1989, the community cannot be the chief and sole possible guardian of Jewish material heritage in Poland. And as we know, this material heritage continues to still disappear in spite of many achievements of preserving them. And for example, here, earlier this year, the derelict brick synagogue in Medyka, built at the beginning of the 20th century, for the community of 160 Jews, was demolished by the decisions of the local municipality because of lack of funding for its rebuilding. The building stood empty for many years. As we know, that's the worst fate of any buildings, not only synagogues. And no Jewish descendants was found who could financially invest in the building in a locality that local Poles call the end of the world. And there is a paradox, because the mayor of Medyka also has been insisting that he wants to commemorate the murdered Jews of that small place, and he wants to build a monument to them in a local park. So in some ways, I would see the demolishing of this building as a lost opportunity to commemorate the local Jews in a more meaningful way. The demolishing of the synagogue in Medyka could be viewed as a continuity of the inevitable destructions of the Jewish heritage in Eastern Europe in the aftermath of the Holocaust, starting, of course, during the Second World War with the Nazi German occupation. And in Poland, as we know, only 15% synagogues were preserved after the Second World War, which numbers 365. In comparison, for example, with France, where 49% were preserved, which actually numbers 190 synagogues. During the communist era, majority of synagogues in Poland and also other countries of Eastern Europe were demolished or transformed into archival institutions and warehouses. But the aim behind this transformation was not to give the synagogues emptied of their murdered Jewish communities a second life and to preserve the Jewish past, but the opposite, to erase the Jewish past from the buildings, to erase the memories of the Jewish neighbors, local Jewish communities from public memories and history, This is the legacy that to some extent we still deal with today. And of course, the current government, the Law and Justice Party, does not agree, does not have the same take on this issue of the destruction, of the continuity of the destructions of the synagogues and cemeteries in the post 1945 period. After the Second World War, Poland became, as we know, to many known as the largest Jewish graveyard in Europe. Many Jewish cemeteries, the sacred places for Jews, have been demolished, robbed, and destroyed. For the last 2 decades, after the political transformations of 1989, scholars and photographers, the so-called photographers of conscience, and here you have an example of one of them, Łukasz Baksik, have been documenting the levels of destructions of the 1,200 Jewish cemeteries in Poland that took place throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Recently, the scholars and artists called for the return to of the matzeves to the Jewish cemeteries, the matzeves that Poles use for building pathways, walls in private buildings and institutions. And here you have an example of the recovery of the disappearing Jewish matzevet, one of them, but there are many others, created by Janusz Marciniak in Poznań. I will mention him in a moment. And of course, these types of initiatives of documenting, exposing, and commemorating the Jewish material heritage are mainly conducted by Poles of Jewish origins living in Poland and local Poles, individuals and non-governmental organizations, the local NGOs, and some local municipalities and cultural leaders, including teachers and priests, who represent a specific trend in the landscape of memory that I call in my works remembrance, to remember Jews and the Jewish heritage. What is the memory of culture of remembrance to remember? I don't have much time to talk about it because this is, of course, it's very theoretical, but I want to mention only a few things. So the advocates of this memory landscape form a particular community of memory engaged in performing the necessary solemn recovery of uncomfortable memories, symbolic Jewish life, including the recovery of the Jewish heritage. They represent the civic concept of national belonging and respect for multiculturalism and humanitarian values. On a cultural level, their major goal is to create a community of identification with and empathic memory for Polish Jews and for the material heritage of Polish Jews, including the synagogues and cemeteries. Some of them regard themselves as virtual Jews. Some are self-proclaimed carriers of the lost East European Jewish civilizations. They are also called the post-war rescuers of Jewish heritage. Members of these communities of memory are the individuals who are the driving force behind creating a living cultural remembrance of local Jewish communities and Jewish heritage. And of course, there are many successful stories, and I will only mention two here. Here you have the new synagogue in Ostrów Wielkopolski, a Moorish synagogue constructed between 1857 and 1860 and remodeled in 1903, that today hosts the Center of the Three Cultures, in which concerts, theatrical events, and conferences take place. Next one, example, there were two synagogues in Płock that survived the Second World War. The big synagogue was demolished in 1950, but the little synagogue in Płock that was in this respect received funding from EU, thanks also to the activities of the associations of descendants of the Jews of Płock, and was transformed into a museum of Mazovian Jews, which is also part of the Mazovian Museum of Płock in 2013. But I would like to concentrate on one unfortunate account of failure of reusing a synagogue. An unfortunate occurrence which I I believe it's a lost opportunity to create an innovative center of education, arts, and of Jewish culture and learning. And that happened in Poznan. And this actually synagogue was also mentioned by Zevi, Acharya Zevi, in her previous presentation. So there were many efforts of preserving this synagogue by individuals, including Janusz Marciniak, a professor of visual arts responsible for a number of meaningful and well-attended artistic projects in the synagogue. From 2006 to 2009, Professor Marciniak was a director of the Signum Foundation and created the Encounters of Art and Social Activities and the Joy of Life workshops. I believe that the Marciniak's attempts of rescue the synagogue and readopt this new synagogue in Poznan could show us that efforts of individuals are not enough if they are not accompanied by joint efforts of groups of Jewish descendants and Jewish institutions from abroad and supported by funding from abroad. The efforts might also ended in failure because of a lack of clear vision of transformation of that synagogue on the part of the Jewish communities, because as Zevi mentioned to us that that property was regained by the Jewish community in 2014, and perhaps by some mistakes in terms of projecting the visions for the future. But I want to start from the part that was very well received by the local communities and generated a lot of interest among older and younger people of Poznan community. And a number of artistic performances created by Janusz Marciniak in the synagogue that, as already we know from Zevi's talk, it was turned by the Germans during the Holocaust in 1941 into a swimming pool. So in 2004, the first artistic event took place in the synagogue. 600 burning memorial candles shaped into a huge Star of David were set, floating on the surface of water. 100 memorial candles lit the entrance leading to the interior, and the concert Peace Meditation was conducted by the Poznan University Choir. The next year, Janusz Marciniak created a new performance, the artistic installation reproducing the constellations of the sky above the synagogue on the day of the last service held there on the 9th September 1939. The map of the sky was generated by a special computer program for amateurs of astronomy based on the geographical coordinates of the buildings and the specific date and time. So you can see that the new technology can assist us greatly in artistic performances in any of the buildings at any time now. And students also light the candles, and another concert by the choir from the White Stork Synagogue in Wrocław took place on the presentation of this installation. The last artistic presentation in the building was performed in 2011 before the closure of the swimming pools. And here you have the projection words was accompanied by a performance by Tom Furstenberg, a cantor of Utrecht, great-grandson of Salomon Benjamin Latz, who was a great benefactor of Poznan during his life. And during this artistic project, Jewish songs were appearing on the vault in parallel to the singing by the choir, and in the final moment, they turn into rings of light and slowly disappear. But as we know, the building hasn't been safe. At present is in ruin condition and is going to be transformed into a hotel. So what happened? That this building could not be preserved and could not be reused in that form that we can still see here on these pictures. Now, according to Janusz Marciniak, and I'm presenting here to you one version of events, but it's worth to take into considerations because there are the lessons to be learned. There's plenty of food for thoughts from this from his remarks about the possibilities and impossibilities of reusing synagogues. So according to him, this is the text written in 2011. Now, the Jewish community that was that regained the ownership in 2004 had a plan of creating a center for dialogue and tolerance, and this plan has failed, even though the circle related to the Poznan Jewish community came up with this idea about in 2004 and were committed to its implementation. In hindsight, perhaps the idea didn't correspond with the needs and aspirations of residents of Poznan. The project was perhaps too vague and didn't explain precisely what exactly institutional forms of dialogue and tolerance meant, did not introduce the main actors and the conditions under which this dialogue would take place, nor did it indicate how tolerance would be understood. A memorial chamber dedicated to the rages among the nations, a place for prayer, an audiovisual room, and a bookstore captured neither the imagination of the general public nor that of policymakers and sponsors.
I want to tell
I'm finishing.
Joanna, you are finishing. Okay.
Yes, let me.
Sorry to be.
That's I have like 2 slides to show, and I'm finishing. Professor Marciniak's own vision, of course, can be seen also as a grandiose because he hoped that that synagogue be more than a museum and a culture center. That let's try to make it an international medium that represents several important institutions acting on the basis of consensus and cooperation, and he appealed to various universities and the Yiddish Berlin Museum and Yad Vashem, but nothing came to fruition from his plan. Perhaps it was too ambitious and too grandiose. Now, to conclude, the issue of transforming the existing crippling synagogues buildings into places that would serve as modern instruments of memory, education, science, and the arts, meaningful to the local non-Jewish communities, is an enormous challenge for the 21st century, not only in Poland, but I also believe in other areas, not only in Eastern Europe, but for example, in Wales, the UK, wherein a long-term preservation project of the oldest purpose-built synagogue that you can see here in Myrtle Tydfil, dated to 1872, just began 2 years ago. And of course, this synagogue, a few years was empty. It served as a church and also served as a gym in the past. Now, the Welsh Jewish community, the most, which is small, is located far away from the synagogue, mostly in Cardiff. So the lessons perhaps from the Polish cases of dealing with the Jewish heritage, of the transformation of the Jewish heritage into meaningful cultural spaces might be also useful for this place, though I believe the National Lottery, that there won't be problem of gaining funding for revamping this synagogue in Wales. So I believe that these challenges could be met with concerted efforts of local and international agents, of different stakeholders, local authorities, international foundations, and local Jewish foundations, and Jewish descendants and the local non-Jewish scholars and artists dedicated to the recovery of Jewish material heritage and Jewish cultures. In these projects, the former synagogues must be seen not only as buildings, but as storyteller spaces wherein innovative educational and artistic memory projects could meet with practical, everyday functioning that would appeal to the non-Jewish communities, the chief audience of these projects, as well as to the Jewish descendants. In fact, the Jewish descendants' stories should be part of the cultural memorializations within the synagogues, the stories of their families. And this is our role, to take part in these projects and assist in creating these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I saw that the Tarnov monument was financed by Arnold Lauder, that he is in reality interested because he's from there. So we see that that people who are the Jews that are abroad and out of Poland, they have still sentiments to the cities and the places, the locations from where they came from. So it's very interesting, because what we saw in Pesaro instead is exactly the opposite. It's a place where the Jews left the city already much before the Second World War, but the population asked and forced the administration and the superintendenza to recover the synagogue and to restore the cemetery. And they are vivid because the population wanted it. So it's something that is coming from the base and not from a memory of people who are out of the place itself. They are not anymore in Poland. So I think it's a good, you rose a very, very important argument. Now we have Ruth Gruber, more than a question, she did a declaration. So I think I will shift it to Michael to deal with that in the end of our session. If you're ready, if you are ready. So now we pass to be on time. So we were in time to Suzanne Urban, who came exactly immediately from the vaccine, after she had done her vaccination. So compliments, and it's very useful. Suzanne Urban, she's part of the steering group. She finished her PhD in 2000 at the Moses Mendelssohn Center, University of Potsdam. Since November 2015, she is managing director of the Shum Cities Association, and therefore part of the challenge of the federal state of Rhineland-Palatinate to inscribe the Jewish monuments and cemeteries in the cities of Speyer, Worms, and Magenza, as we say it in Hebrew, dating back to the 11th century, as UNESCO World Heritage, that we hope it will come to its end in the summer of this year. So I invite Suzanne. Excellent. Here we are. Perfect.
Okay, so
Please.
you see me and you see the presentation, I think so.
Yes, we see it perfectly.
Great, thanks. So thanks to the steering group that I was put into the program. It's very interesting. And I will be on time, and I feel good after my vaccination. So that's the first thing I want to say. And now I will start. I will do a presentation, a short presentation on Alexander Beer's so-called Jewish school in Berlin, a girls' school in Berlin. And the presentation will set some highlights on the history, on the decay, the restoration, as well as on the reuse of the former Jewish girls' school in Berlin as an architectural landmark, a space of Jewish girls, their life and their fate after 33, the reuse after 45, and how it was finally totally transformed in the 2000s. So first let's open the door to the Jewish Girls' School. The architect was Alexander Beer, whom you see there, born in 1873, and he built the Jewish Girls' School at Auguststraße 11 to 13 between 1927 and 1928. Until then, he studied architecture at the technical universities in Berlin and Darmstadt. He was a government architect I found recently out in Mainz, so in Magenza, and in July 1910 he moved to Berlin. He was then designated head of the building department of the Jewish community in Berlin. So the Jewish community was very large at that time. It had an own architect. And he created various building projects until 1930. The Jewish Museum in Oranienburger Straße 31 opened in 33. The Orthodox Synagogue Frankelufer and the Synagogue Prinzregentenstraße, which burned down in 1938. He also created the Jewish orphanage Berlin-Pankow, the war memorial for the Jewish soldiers at the Jewish cemetery in Berlin-Weißensee, the Old People's Home in Berlin-Schmargendorf. So huge architectural landmarks of him are in Berlin. With his family, he lived an assimilated life with nearly no bonds to religious Judaism, but he built religious buildings. After 33, Beer was responsible for maintenance and administration of the community's properties, but no longer worked as an architect. In 39, his daughter Beate was rescued by going on a Kindertransport to England. Her mother Alice died of cancer in 1941, and Alexander Beer was on March 17, 43 deported to Theresienstadt, where he died on May 8, 1944. So Beer designed his girls' school of the Jewish community in Auguststraße 11 to 13, and it is next to the children's home Achava, which is undergoing also now recently restoration work since some years. In addition, its courtyard borders to the new synagogue Oranienburger Straße that is now the museum/foundation Centrum Judaicum. The 5-story two-wing building in the new objectivity style has a facade with reddish-brown clinker bricks, except for the plastered last floor, which you see there. The horizontally structured symmetrical facade made of dark red iron clinker bricks and the horizontal extension with vertical window bands show the typical features of the Bauhaus style. So it is oriented towards functionality and pragmatism, a departure from Art Nouveau and the historicism of the imperial era. The floor plan is L-shaped. On the left, which you see here, is the part where the secondary school and the auditorium with large windows stands out. The roof garden served as a place for the children to stay during breaks. In 1930, the girls' school, originally founded in 1835 and housed since then in various communities buildings, moved here with around 400 pupils. So the girls' school of the Jewish community occupied the rooms in Auguststraße also after 38. The school closed like all Jewish schools in June 42. A majority of the girls who learned here were, as well as the teachers, deported and murdered in the Holocaust. The whole Jewish buildings as properties of the Jewish community were Aryanized. Afterwards, it served as a German military hospital until the end of the war. Then we fall into the aftermath. The GDR used the building, so it was in former Eastern Berlin. The GDR used the building from 1950 on as the Polytechnic High School, named after the famous German leftist writer Bertolt Brecht. As far as I know, there was no mentioning of the former using as a Jewish girls' school. After the fall of communism and the end of the GDR, the school was closed in 1996, and then the building started to decline. Between 1996 and 2009, sometimes Jewish groups used the building as a space for art. In 2006, the building really started to wake from its slumber. The biennial Berlin Festival for Contemporary Art used Auguststraße and the former school as part of an art event. The morbid charm of the building, this was a quote, impressed the gallery owner and visitor of the art event, Michael Fuchs. After many years of court proceedings and with the help of the Jewish Claims Conference in 2009, the entire building complex at Auguststraße 11 to 17 was given back into the ownership of the Jewish community of Berlin. Then the former girls' school stood empty and declined further on due to financial hardship of the community. In 2011, Fuchs, a gallery owner, rented the house from the Jewish community for 30 years. In his hands, a plan of how to use the building in the future. Michael Fuchs, a quote, "The architecture attracted me. There are only a few buildings left in Berlin from that time, 80 years ago. I will make something great out of it. That's what I promised the Jewish community." The former girls' school was in a very poor condition. Renovation was estimated to cost 4 million euro. Fuchs was allowed to use the building rent-free for the first year. After that, 120,000 euros a year in rent are due under the contract, which was signed for 20 years with an option for another 10 years. The development plan was followed by a hot debate in the Jewish community with many pros and cons. Some said that it was the heart of the community and therefore impossible to rent it out. Others said that the Jewish community had no resources to pay for the renovation and therefore had to make the deal to preserve the building. The high costs of the renovation of the whole complex were way beyond all possibilities for the Jewish community. In 2011, the girls' school and also the other buildings on the site between Auguststraße and Oranienburger Straße were recognized as a nationally valuable cultural monument by the Federal Commissioner for Culture and Media. The monument area thus includes the historic seat of the community board at Oranienburger Straße 28 and the neighboring domed building at number 30, as well as the former girls' school, the gatehouse, and the former Ahava Jewish Hospital. The recognition is associated with the award of funding from the Federal Commissioner's Monument Preservation Program. Together with funding from the Berlin State Office for the Preservation of Monuments, the German Foundation for the Protection of Monuments, and the agreement and own small funds from the Jewish community of Berlin, it was possible to preserve the substance. Not to forget the millions the gallery owner invested. But how shall we define such an investor? As a cultural institution or as investors who want to get a profit? Not so easy. What was created then? A house for art and food culture, says Fuchs. 2012, the building reopened. 2 restaurants, one you see when you look at the door. 2 restaurants are located on the first floor, art galleries, architectural offices, and other creative workspaces, as well as the private Kennedy Museum, are located on the upper floors. Bookstores, etc. are temporarily in the building as well. The use by artists and exhibitions is much more a fluid process. The entrance is tiled with door high red, white, and green mosaics. The bright foyer is also adorned with mosaic tiles on the walls and floor. A modern elevator was installed. The pillars decorated with gray and white majolica tiles reflect the light. The flooring in the staircase still shows traces of the past. The architectural team around Armand Grüntuch and Almut Ernst tried to preserve the original building fabric and wanted to capture the atmosphere of the girls' school and its interior. The 14 classrooms were converted in their original shape in studios or spaces for workshops. But where once children's voices filled the rooms, however, restaurant guests and art-interested visitors stroll today. Where once also poor girls learned with a stipend and religious ideas were taught, as well as needlework, art and literature, maths and physics, we can now sip very expensive drinks and wine and eat high-end menus. If you walk from the entrance to the right, go to the first floor and then stroll along corridor, so it's a little bit around the edges, you find a small exhibition, not more than some frames with black and white photos from the Jewish girls' school. In addition, one sees a portrait of Bert Brecht, after whom the school was named in the 50s. It is not much. A former pupil of the school once told me while sitting in Jerusalem together over tea, "You know, we and our lives are hidden in a corridor. No trace of us disturbs those in the restaurant." So this Jewish space in the physical and historical sense, and therefore many former Jewish quarters in Europe with its buildings such as synagogues, schools, etc., are gradually filled with new cultural contents and meanings, particularly in Berlin or Krakow, but also in other countries in Europe, this process can be clearly observed. The former Jewish girls' school in Auguststraße shows how Jewish heritage and Jewish spaces become stylish through the addition of Jewish cultural motifs. Berlin-based ethnologist Wolfgang Kaschuber has described it. Urban diversity is then conceived above all as style and value diversity, which makes the Jewish topic looks stylish, indeed as Jewish style. The specific architectural heritage produces images of Jewishness. Urban travelers and tourists feel comfortable within this symbolic typography where they can have a Jewish style food snack. It is also somehow a place where one can come to terms with the past more easily. I indeed am ambiguous. The building is rescued, its spirit also. A last note, if you look at above on the right edge, regarding the synagogue Prinzregentenstraße built by Alexander Baer, there are plans that it could be rebuilt. So you see the original building there, rebuilt but not reconstructed. A new building taking up old forms and integrating new elements. Alexander Baer's daughter, still alive, supports it. But I ask, who will pray there? So this was my very short insight into a former Jewish girls' school.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. I'm very happy that you brought it and you gave this type of explanation of what was done there in this school, because I don't know, we confuse very often sentiments with culture and with memories, personal memories. We cannot stop the time from running ahead. I think that the architecture restoration is really magnificent. They left what they could left from the past. And you see the handrails and the doors and decorations. So we can understand immediately that it is not rebuilt. It was preserved. And I think that the activities inside are suitable because the place has its taste, the original taste somehow remained and exists. And it's very, very important. It's very important. We will, I don't know, I don't see that there are any questions, so I will go ahead. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And I will invite Ruti Liberty Shalev. She's a professor for conservation in the Technion School of Architecture. We know her for a long time. She is teaching, but she has her own office in which she's dedicated to restoration and conservation. So she's practicing what she's teaching and on what she will speak today. She was as I told you, she specialized in conservation and reuse of building heritage since 1994. She worked on the archaeological site of Jerusalem, industrial and educational historic buildings in New Jersey. In 2002, she received her master degree with Laudum at the Oxford Brookes University, UK, and continued to specialized conservation project in the Oxford, UK. She will speak about confrontation of two synagogues of completely different type. One in Auckland, in New Zealand, and one in Tel Aviv. I think that we should have she has some surprises to tell us. So please, Ruth, if you can go on. Yes, thank you very much. Here we are.
Hello, everybody. Are you seeing the notes or the proper display? It's the right display? Okay.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much, David, for inviting me to speak in this forum, which is not only highly interesting, but also made me make friends in New Zealand and to revisit my master's thesis and to meet amazing people in Tel Aviv, which I will tell you a bit about momentarily. My talk will focus on a brief comparison between the processes of use, disuse, and transition of two synagogues, which after ceasing to serve as places of worship underwent periods of obsolescence and conversions into new uses. One is in Auckland, New Zealand, and one is in Tel Aviv. The talk will attempt to identify correlations between the image, the purpose, the function, and the form of these spiritually charged sites, and the balances of change and continuity in the reuse. It will highlight the role of prolonged periods of dereliction in this process of change. So first of all, I would like to introduce the two buildings and the main topic. These are two buildings which were developed not by a public entity and not by a municipality, but by private developers. In one case, a property developer, in another case, an NGO. And I wanted to highlight, first of all, the Historic Places New Zealand prize notification. The building in New Zealand, the synagogue in New Zealand, the conservation won a prize in 1989 when it was performed. And during this announcement, this statement was made. We often thought to be a conflict with property developers, but many of them do fine work in preserving our heritage. We think it's time this is recognized. And with this, I would like to proceed into the comparison. Our sites are, as I said, on the right, we have the Bet Yeshayahu Synagogue in Tel Aviv, constructed in 1947 and completed in 1952. On the left, we have the Prince Street Synagogue, the main synagogue of Auckland, New Zealand, constructed in 1884-85 and in use until the 1960s. Comparing the sites, which are very different, the Bet Yeshayahu Synagogue sits in a highly industrialized and commercial area of low rent in South Tel Aviv, while the Princess Street Synagogue is on the corner of the university in the center of Auckland, a very prized location from the day it was constructed and to this day. If we compare the sites themselves, they both occupy very tight sites in neighborhoods which are very different in their nature. A very leafy neighborhood in Auckland and a very tightly built neighborhood, urban, in Tel Aviv. If we compare the layout of the buildings themselves, we can see that the entrance is directly from the street through an entrance apse and directly into a prayer hall at the central axis of the prayer hall in front of an ark, Torah ark, of which I will talk a little bit later. In both buildings, we have a women's section in the Tel Aviv Museum, in the Tel Aviv Bet Yeshayahu, there is a women's section at the back of the main hall, and in the Prince Street Synagogue, it's on the two sides of the hall. Now, to speak a bit about Prince's Street Synagogue in Oakland, it was constructed in 1884-85 at the corner of Bowen and Prince Street, replacing an earlier building in another location, which was too small for the growing congregation. The design was by Edward Bartley, at the time a well-established Oakland architect of British origin. Bartley modeled the building after the lavish Glasgow Synagogue, here shown at the left bottom, in Scotland, and you can see the resemblance is quite striking. It was built only 5 years earlier. And nowadays, the Prince Street is one of only two 19th century synagogues surviving in New Zealand. The main hall was originally designed for 225 males and 150 females, and accommodated at the time the whole of the Jewish community of Oakland. The Jewish community used and expanded the building during the beginning of the 20th century. In 1914, they added a school annex and then replaced it with a modernist meeting hall in 1948. But by the 1960s, the community grew and considered another expansion. This was proved to be impossible due to the municipality's plans to widen Prince Street, which meant that the alterations couldn't take place. Therefore, an exchange of land was made with the council, and a new synagogue was built in another location opposite Mayor's Park. This new building was opened and consecrated in late 1968. And after the congregation moved to this larger new synagogue, the Prince Street building was deconsecrated. And in 1969, the ownership reverted to Oakland City Council. Bet Yeshayahu Synagogue, on the other hand, was erected in the Chelnov neighborhood in South Tel Aviv during the late 1940s. Its construction took place between 1948 and 1952, apparently stalled due to lack of funds, which eventually were raised through the contribution of the local community. The synagogue was named after the Polish Rabbi Yeshayahu Shapiro, who died in 1945. On the site was the location of a previous synagogue called Tiferet Yaakov, which operated in the 1930s. When the 1940s building finally came to be built, it consisted of 4 floors, a mikveh at the basement floor, a prayer hall on ground floor, with a women's mezzanine on first floor, and 2 more floors of classrooms and assembly hall for Talmud Torah. Most notable is the magnificent Aron Kodesh, the Torah Ark, which was originally from one of the Ashkenazi synagogues in Mantova, possibly the Porta Synagogue, which was established in 1588 and demolished in 1846. This ark was one of the around 40 arks mentioned this morning, I think, in a lecture, which were transported from Italy during the early 1950s, post-World War II, and installed in a variety of locations in Israel. Between the 1930s and 1970s in Tel Aviv, there was a large and growing religious population with hundreds of synagogues. But by the 1970s, these communities began moving out of the city, and many synagogues were abandoned. It was around that time that South Tel Aviv became increasingly commercial, with small industry and workshops replacing residential uses. Most of the religious population moved away, and the congregation dwindled in number until the synagogue was finally closed down. After a period of disuse and dereliction, ritual features were moved to other locations during the 1970s and 80s. In particular, the Mantovani Torah Ark was yet again dismantled and after restoration installed at the synagogue in Har Nof, Jerusalem. I've been unable to find information about the deconsecration of this building, but I believe that due to the political, religious, and statutory complexities of these measures in Israel, the Religious Act was not performed. What is certain to note that contrary to the building of the Oakland synagogue, the building in Tel Aviv has no status of conservation whatsoever. And this was part of the reason that the NGO who took it, Mantova, agreed to take it upon themselves to renovate this building. So, wait a minute. Okay. The current uses of these two buildings merit discussion. At the moment, the Prince Street Synagogue in Oakland is the university house. It is where the public relations department of the university sits. It has been so since 2003. In contrast to this use, the Beit Yehoshua Synagogue, Beit Yeshayahu Synagogue, in 1984 in Israel, and dishes out from this prayer hall about 400 meals a day for various homeless people who can come and take food from there. So we have another point worth noting is that the Prince Street Synagogue, when it was converted as a bank, a national bank branch, and so it operated for about 15 years until it went back to the hands of the university. So the people who frequent these two buildings are very different. In New Zealand, we have university students and staff, alumni. These are the people who come to see this highly ornate and very highly conserved to a very high standard building. Whereas the building in Tel Aviv, which was very seriously renovated during the 2009-2010, but without any conservation aspirations, serves a community of homeless and hungry and a variety of volunteers who volunteer there for various reasons, and the staff of the NGO. Excuse me for a moment. I would now like to speak about the role of the periods of obsolescence of the religion which both of these buildings underwent, and how these influence the role of these buildings. It is worth to note that the Prince Street Synagogue was derelict for 20 years, between 1969 and 1989, while the Beit Yeshayahu Synagogue was derelict for over 30 years, from the 70s until 2009. Buildings are regarded as obsolete when they no longer comply with the ever-evolving convention of technological and aesthetic appropriateness. An example of this kind of obsoleteness are houses in mid-century, mid and 18th century London, which became technologically obsolete following the 1779 invention of water closets. Yet another form of in secularized society. This phenomenon is arguably the most widespread type of obsolescence, and when combined with the perils of technological obsolescence, poses a great challenge. Not only do we have to repair outdated ventilation systems and failing structural elements, but also find a completely new content to resonate with the pre-established meaning, the identity of the building. The predicament of obsolescence, if unresolved, will usually lead into a state of dereliction in which the building is left unmaintained and physically deteriorating. Prolonged periods of vacancy or severe underuse seem to occur in the reuse process of most public buildings. Smooth transition from one use to another are not a common phenomenon, and more often than not, we see a period of transition between uses. The building is empty, perhaps in need of renovation, with its viability, significance, and even its right to exist constantly questioned. Needless to say, this kind of questioning is inherent to the derelict situation and is much less likely to occur in the case of a fully utilized building, which may which by being useful justifies its own existence. This alleged insignificance of the derelict building becomes very evident not only when examining the actual events surrounding periods of the dereliction or underuse, but also when, in the process of research, one tries to collect information about these very periods of the building's life. Obtaining information about vacant periods is always more difficult than about the active periods. For buildings are documented mainly when they are occupied and public events take place in them. Usually, the beginning of a period of use is clearly accounted for. There's an open date, an opening date, a laying of foundation stone, or similar birth celebrations. Whereas the termination date, unmarked by a specific ceremony or event, frequently remains obscure. Two successive periods of use, the beginning of the latter marking the end of the predecessor, keep the building continuously accounted for and significant. Therefore, changes in the building's perceived significance tend to be accompanied by a rise or drop in use value and economic value, and vice versa. When I have charted buildings with high symbolic attachments or high significance and low significance, and I've tried to examine how they manage to move between these uses when they go through reuses. It is very difficult for a building of high symbolic attachment to transition into a building of low symbolic attachment. It would usually try to do the same. But if we look at a variety of buildings which have undergone dramatic changes in use, it usually happens after prolonged periods of dereliction. And this phenomenon may be explained as follows. When a derelict building faces demolition, reuse solutions which previously would not have been put forth are more likely to be considered as the means of saving the building. When actual demolition threats finally arrive and public debate ensues, the building itself is in poor condition and the surrounding neighborhood affected by the prolonged neglect. And the associated activities, dumping of garbage, drug users, rodents, and hygiene problems. Questions of appropriateness, full preservation versus partial renovation, or public accessibility are more likely to give way to the urgency of the situation, allowing these metamorphoses to happen. Moreover, in the case of landmark buildings, such as the Oakland Synagogue, even in the case of public debate provoked by new proposals, the city authorities are likely to be more flexible in planning, taxing, and financial help in order to provide an incentive for the project to happen. Thus, reaching the very bottom, the pre-demolition phase often serves as the trigger for discovering the value of the building. By the right hands, this type of dynamic may produce inspired outcomes such as the HIL and Betty Stress in above. And if we look at our two buildings, we can see that both of them made their transitions between categories of use only after they had long periods of unuse, which helped them disengage from their previous meaning. Perhaps we can say that these are two buildings, to conclude, which followed their prescribed destinies. The highly stylized and Oakland Synagogue, an intentional display of wealth and status, continues to attract new users which require these representable qualities. While the Becky Shayav Synagogue, created as a modest and relatively simple working community project, returned to the community. Both buildings retained aspects of their original use as synagogues, as symbols of the values of particular communities, as centers of education, and as places of charity and mutual assistance. In this, they pose a question and two possible answers to how synagogues can change and maintain dignity and continuity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are really time. You surprise us with the discovery, this is today's in another place again. So it's very, very interesting to see how people lived, used things, and they are using it again. The fact that it is in use is very nice, but I think we saw the surrounding where it is now very clean. It's completely different from what it was in Mantova. So it is a very big discussion if all these operations of bringing it to Israel there or not. How to finish, what happened with that. I think it is we can create a new seminar on all of these subjects because my question is if it is ever used, if this is used, I have a very big doubts about it. Instead, I think that the use of synagogue building to social functions is a magnificent reuse of the building and suitable to the scopes of the building. So it's another type of discussion that we should use. And now I saw that there is.
Can I comment, David?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just a quick one. First of all, Ruth, can I just say delighted to see Garnet Hill Synagogue, my home synagogue in Glasgow, presentation. So thank you for that. I just want to make one comment, which is you mentioned about how getting to pre-demolition stage was a prompt to having the building saved, which I thought was very interesting because often it's the other scenario. You know, if you're a developer, you allow the building grade to lose its heritage value, and then you can knock it down and build your tower block. So you know, I'm more familiar with the other demolition to allow it to be demolished and then giving a free hand to the developer. But I just wanted to make that comment.
Yes, you're right, and I knew that you will take out the question of your synagogue, and again, it's the same problem we spoke about. Very often, the heritage in Europe is interests the people who are they have a sentimental relationship with the building itself, the community, the city, and the place. And this is another problem because when that generation will pass over, what will happen with those heritage buildings? Johanna, yes, please.
I think I agree with you, and this is a crucial question. And I think this is I've noticed in the comments after my presentation, a comment wrote that actually I cannot read now regarding that poor state of affairs with the synagogue, the new synagogue in Poznan, with a comment about one American individual life by the local municipality. But if we look back at 10 years earlier, what happened is that after the synagogue was served as a library till 2011 or 2012, if I'm not mistaken, and when the lease was finished, and when the ownership went to the Jewish community, and the building was sold to a private owner. So, and the private owner promised to preserve the building, but there were doubts about it. And the city managed to conduct negotiations and offered him a different plot in order to secure the return of the building out to the authorities of the local municipalities. But this was also done thanks to Jewish descendants of the community from England, as far as I know, discovered all these issues. So individuals, and also sometimes the mistakes are being made, and sometimes mistakes can be corrected, and sometimes they cannot be corrected. They could also be part of our conversations, I believe.
Samuel Gruber, you did a chat to want to present it to Rudy.
No, the chat is fine. I'm finding everything very interesting. I'm in the States, so I was up very early to listen. But I mean, much of it is very familiar. We've been talking about this for many years, but there are always new examples and new projects and new solutions. And a new generation brings new needs and perception. So it's very exciting to see more projects in Italy, Poland, and Germany go forward. I'm going to personally communicate with some of the speakers, in coming days about some ideas and things like that.
Okay, I thought that you wanted to divide with us much more. Okay, so we can pass to the next intervention of Anastasia Bukita. She had her degree specialization in she's an art historian, and she did her specialization in the University of Florence in applied art, a very important school of applied art history. She was a curator of the Umberto Nahon Museum in Jerusalem that we called various times. It's an important center where a lot of heritage treasures of Italy are being conserved. And it is very interesting to hear what you have to say, because you have you're a mixed origin, Italian and Polish, so it's very interesting to hear what you have to say about the restored synagogue of Nova Dąbrowa Tarnowska that my family is coming from. So I invite you to speak about.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Strong and loud.
Fantastic. Hello, thank you so much for this interesting opportunity and for inviting me to join your platform. It's really wonderful this day with you. I wanted to say something. Yes, I've heard many times the issue of the aeronaut brought from Italy to Israel by Umberto Nahon. And I wanted to say that one of the latest projects we were discussing before I left Israel was doing something about those aeronauts. So we could maybe continue this conversation about it. But now I have to go from Israel to Poland, and I would like to talk to you about. How can I do it? Sorry. Okay, one moment.
The green share screen under your picture.
Yeah, but then it's sending me to accessibilità. No. C'è qualcuno lì degli italiani che mi può dare una mano dalla regia?
Condividi schermo, è un tasto verde.
Quello l'ho fatto,
e
fatto,
dopo
però...
sposti l'immagine e vedrai il tuo PowerPoint dietro. Pigi
No,
sopra.
purtroppo no, mi sta rimandando alla privacy nel mio Mac e qui non capisco che cosa dovrei pigiare. Monitoraggio, accesso, registrazione schermo.
Chiamo la regia.
Scusatemi. Eccolo, forse adesso.
Bene.
Proviamo. Eccola qua, fantastico. So here we are. 1 second, I'm passing through the Okay, can you hear the presentation?
Perfectly, you can go. We see perfect and we hear perfect.
So what you can see now in this picture is the synagogue of Dąbrowa Tarnowska, which serves as the headquarters of the Center for the Meeting of Cultures since 2012. I have to say that a visit is truly recommended, and I would like to thank very much to the director, Paweł Chojnowski, for his time, his kindness, and for the archival materials. All the pictures that you will see here are from Dąbrowa Tarnowska. First, let's start with some history. And let's say that Jewish people arrived to Dąbrowa Tarnowska in the 17th century, even before the city received its town rights in 1693. The Jewish religious community was recognized in 1702. By around 1765, there were 823 Jews living in Dąbrowa, and then their number was growing. They worked mostly as artisans, merchants, and craftsmen. Some of them produced vodka, honey, beer, while others were running local taverns. Over time, the Jewish people of what was known in Yiddish as Dąbrow improved their economic status and were among the wealthiest residents of this typical small Galician town where cultures and religions were trying to coexist. The first Jewish school was set in 1888, and another two private schools were established towards the end of the 19th century. There were also a Jewish library and a printing house. In 1921, the town council counted 24 Jews, who during the interwar years were also members of the Crafts Guild. During the 30s, there was also a Maccabi sport club, of course. Before the darkest chapter in Polish history, Dąbrowa Tarnowska was home to approximately 2,500 Jewish people, with 7,000 of them living in the county. In July 1942, Nazis set up a ghetto in Dąbrowa. In September 1942, its residents were deported to the concentration camp of Bełżec. Only 180 men were left, but later they were shot at the local Jewish cemetery. This final act of elimination is memorialized by a small obelisk. But the Nazis couldn't stop their destruction, and in 1943, they removed 1,500 matzevas from the cemetery and placed them in the courtyard of the local high school. They used the gravestones to build sidewalks and the swimming pool connected to the Bren River. Only 150 Jews from Dąbrowa and the surrounding area survived the Holocaust. Half of them emigrated from Poland in the first 2 years after the war. The second wave of Jewish emigration from Dąbrowa occurred between 1956 and the post-war Polish authorities did not return many Jewish institutions to their owners. The synagogue was such a place. In the 1950s, the Jewish congregation of Dąbrowa Tarnowska was dissolved by decision of the Jewish religious community in Kraków. Okay, so now let's have a look at the synagogue itself. Since 1697, the Jewish community of Dąbrowa Tarnowska had a wooden synagogue, which was destroyed by a fire in the second half of the 18th century. A brick synagogue was then built in its place during the first half of the 19th century, and it was later known as the Old Synagogue. In the town, there were also a dozen houses and rooms for prayer, known in Yiddish as shtibels. Then, in the 1850s, it was decided that the growing Jewish community of Dąbrowa Tarnowska could benefit from a new synagogue. This is how the new building was completed in the early 1860s. It is now recognized as a pearl of the Hasidic architecture in Poland. The synagogue was built according to the project of the Jewish architect and engineer Abraham Goldstein, and was mainly funded by Itzhak Stern, a local Jewish philanthropist. Okay, so now it's the right moment to talk about the synagogue outside and inside. Made of red bricks and stones, the building of the synagogue was raised on a rectangular plan. It is an interesting combination of eclectic, classicist, and Mauritanian style, with some Oriental decorative elements. Originally, the building had only one nave, no basement, and 4 supportive spans, with the front span being wider than the others. There were also 2 vestibules divided by a hallway on the ground floor. The 2 upper floors had women's galleries facing the prayer hall. The facade, oops, sorry, I went too fast. The facade is flanked with 2 narrow towers raised on the square plan, which are slightly higher than the roof line. Near the top of the towers, there are 2 bas-reliefs on biblical animals with Hebrew inscriptions such as, "Be brave like a leopard," "Be light like an eagle," "Be strong like a lion," and "Be nimble like a deer." Between the towers, there is an archway with a 3-story gallery supported by 4 massive brick columns with Corinthian capitals. At the top of the facade, there is a decoration in the form of the Decalogue tablets. Inside, the polychromatic murals in the main prayer hall and in the hallway, as well as on both levels of the women's gallery, have remained in good condition to the present day. It is widely believed that the paintings were done by 2 Italian artists, the Fenical brothers from Miele. All paintings nearby. The renovations conducted inside the building have revealed that under the outer murals, there is a second layer of paintings related to the Baroque style. On the vault, there is a tondo with 2 images of an eagle flying over a nest with baby eagles. The inscription reads, "Like an eagle that steers up its nest and hovers over its young, that spread its wings to catch them and carries them on its pinions." It's from the Deuteronomy. Another image of the eagle, which carries its young on its wings, has the following inscription: "You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself," from the Exodus. On the ceiling, there is a wonderful image of the Leviathan swallowing its own tail, which is, according to some art historians, symbolic of the Messianic times. In the eastern side of the vaulting, there is a reconstructed image of an open Torah scroll. On the southern wall, there is a 20th century painting of a menorah. On the opposite northern side, there is a table intended for ceremonial bread bearing the inscription, "Put the bread of the presence on this table to be before me at all times," from the Exodus. Beside the menorah, there are images of 5 musical instruments and 2 biblical animals. You can see them here. On the eastern wall, there is an inscription dating back to the founding of the synagogue with 2 gold-rimmed stone tablets with a chronogram of 625, which is consistent with the years 1864-1865. There are also well-preserved images with biblical scenes and holy places. One, entitled on the Rivers of Babylon, presents an image of the city with a river running by it. On the river banks, the willow trees are growing with musical instruments hanging on them. The synagogue is one of 7 Polish synagogues where a full array of zodiac signs have been preserved, also from the outside. One curious element that you can see here on the right side, it's the image of the Scorpio, which resembles more a lizard or a crocodile. Preserved on the synagogue walls, there are admonishments, mostly the ones relating to proper behavior during religious services. While what you see here, it's the hallway, again, the circular symbol. An additional small synagogue used by the Orthodox Minyan stood next to the main synagogue building until the beginning of the 20th century. At around the same time, a mikveh was established to the east of the main edifice, and it remained there until the end of World War II. Shortly after the war, it was dismantled. The First World War brought a lot of damage to the synagogue, but thanks to funds provided by a local resident named Gold, it was renovated. Another more extensive extensive and thorough renovation was conducted from 1936 to 37 under the supervision of Dora Merz from Tarnów. During the Second World War, the Nazis largely destroyed the synagogue and converted it into a house. After the war, the locals who survived established a modest prayer room next to the hallway. And here we have how it looked like before the restoration. Immediately after the war, the newly established Jewish faith congregation of Dąbrowa Tarnowska tried to regain the property rights to the synagogue, but these attempts were not successful. And this is how it looked like after the war. In 1971, the synagogue became property of the state treasury. We have documents attesting that the Board of Religious Alliance of Jews in Poland waived its rights to the synagogue, with a clause stating that the synagogue must serve cultural and educational purposes. In 1972, Professor Victor Zin prepared the project and the documents required for a renovation and conversion of the synagogue into a cultural center. This is how it looked like during the 70s. Works started in the middle of the 70s, but were stopped due to bureaucratic issues and lack of funds. What remained was a cavity, a few meters deep, as well as the scaffoldings intending for later use. Here you have how it looked like. This was inside. In 1976, the roof was covered with a metal sheet and the renovation work was suspended. The building continued to deteriorate, eventually leading to the risk of it was like this till 2007, which means for more than 30 years, it was left like this. Local cultural and regional institutions decided something was going to change. First of all, supported financially by the district authorities, they attempted to introduce engaging Jewish culture to the local inhabitants of Dąbrowa. Concerts of klezmer music were organized twice a year under the theme project Małopolska Days of Galician Jews, Galicianer Städte. At the same time, municipal authorities ordered minor works to preserve the building structure. The turning point being December 2006, when, based on the decision of the governor of the region, the state treasury handed the synagogue over to the municipality of Dąbrowa Tarnowska. The city was in fact quite concerned, since it was estimated that bringing the synagogue back to its former glory would cost around 2 million euros. After several meetings, also with the Jewish institutions of the region, it was decided that the renovated synagogue should serve cultural purposes as a museum. In 2007 and 2008, money started to arrive for the renovation from the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, from the Jewish community in Kraków, and from the Małopolska provincial office. The works included reinforced concrete shells over the women's gallery, ferro-concrete cover around the external walls of the synagogue, rebuilding of the top of the walls and gallery towers, reconstruction of the horizontal structures, and a new roof installation. The works described above prevented the building from collapsing, but they were not sufficient to allow the building to play the new role of a cultural center. In 2009, a new agreement has been signed for renovating the Pearl of Hasidic architecture in Poland, where 75% of the funds came from the European community. The works included, among others, full renovations of the polychromatic murals in the prayer room, modernization of the women's gallery, adjusting the building for the needs of disabled people, installing central heating, interior arrangements. This step of the renovation was concluded in April 2012. And what you see here, it's what was left of the bima, but also what was left of the works that went under the ground. And now the idea is to create a bima with some light, not to put a bima which there is not anymore. Okay, so now about the reuse of the synagogue. The Center for the Meeting of Cultures, in Polish called the Ośrodek Spotkania Kultur, was created in June 2012, after the revitalization of the synagogue during the years 2008-12. It is a quite popular place among the tourists. Before the pandemic, over a 7 years period, about 120,000 people visited the place. It is a place of education, scientific visits for students, religious tours for Orthodox groups. Because inside the Jewish cemetery, there is an ochel quite very well kept. The topics of the lectures given here include localism in the culture, living in the old historic village, Zalipie in the past and now, the story of the painted village, as you can see here in the pictures, great heroes in the history of Dąbrowa Tarnowska, the Second World War in the region, what connects us, Judaism and Christianity in religion and tradition, workshops of traditional Jewish gastronomy, and until the last year there was inside the building a kosher cafe called the Nosh, and the story of Samuel Roth as the last guard of the Torah. And here I will come back again to Samuel Roth, but I would like to say that what we see here in these pictures, it is what Samuel Roth kept in the Stiebel that was left after Second World War. Samuel Roth was a person who went to school until he was just 14, 15 years old. He didn't know Hebrew, but still he kept the traditions, he kept the minyan, he kept praying and celebrating the Jewish holidays. And the objects that you see here were taken from the Stiebel inside the synagogue. And these are the objects that Samuel Roth was using. The center organizes lectures, conferences, and official meetings. Every summer, the courtyards of the center was hosting blues concerts. Inside, there are temporary exhibitions. And now I would like to say something on a more personal note, because I visited a little bit the area, and I have to say, for example, that it was incredible to see a Jewish cemetery without a fence on the road, on the main road, kept in my opinion, in such a decent condition, because in the rest of Poland, we are used to something completely different than to what you see here in this picture. This was in Szczucin. This is Samuel Roth, Zichrono Livracha. I told you about him before. This is the Stiebel in his apartment. He had a 2-room apartment and 1 room was kept for prayers. And this is how the synagogue in Nowy Korczyn, nearby there, a 17th century synagogue, looks like now. And if you think that mainly thanks to Samuel Roth, the Jewish traditions and the Jewish spirit was kept in Dąbrowa Tarnowska, while, for example, in Nowy Korczyn, there was no one to do it, I think that I would like to dedicate this small and simple talk to the memory of Samuel Roth. Thank you.
David, can I ask a quick question?
Obviously.
Thank you. Anastasia, just curious, I've been to Dąbrowa Tarnowska.
Yeah.
Is it financially sustainable? It's obviously in a small town.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of visitor numbers, and both locally and tourists, etc. I mean, are they feeling good about the numbers they're getting? Are they financially sustainable? Are they making enough money, or are they in trouble? Would you know?
Doesn't sound like they are in trouble. I think that they are doing what they can do. I think they are supporting themselves with some concerts, especially during the summertime. I think that also this deal with the kosher cafe somehow was convenient for all of them. And to me, it sounds like before the pandemic, they could survive. They could manage. Also, they had a lot of groups. Also, a lot of groups I know from Israel, from the States. So I'm sure the situation is not ideal, but somehow it works and it looks good. It looks okay.
Thank you.
The activity in this place, the activities are only connected with Judaism?
No, No.
The place or in general?
No,
Because I think
no.
that this is the thing that we have to explain.
Yeah, exactly. The center is called the Ośrodek Spotkania Kultur, which means meeting of the cultures. So in this moment, for example, there is a temporary exhibition about the impact of Second World War on the whole area. And what the director is trying to do somehow, in order also to invite the locals to be there, to be part of that reality, is to speak about the Christian community and the Jewish community. Also because we know that there are also Catholics and Protestants. It's not only about Catholics and Jews. So the director is trying to do a more multicultural environment, and it's everyone has the right to have his own opinion. So it's. But for the moment, there is an exhibition which is not strongly connected only to the Jewish community. It's connected in general to the community during Second World War.
What happens with the cemetery of?
So the cemetery, the cemetery is in good condition. As I said, it was largely destroyed by the Nazis, but you can visit the cemetery. There are new graves. There are new graves of people who were descending from the Jews of Dąbrowa Tarnowska. So they came back and they made some new gravestones for the members of their family. And there is an ochel. There are 3 tzaddikim inside the ochel. So also Orthodox and Hasidim, the cemetery.
Something else, David, if you don't mind.
David?
Yes,
sorry.
Please. Who is this? Ruth, please.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this isn't the only synagogue in Poland that's used as a sort of multicultural space. In Spain, the synagogue is used as the Borderland Foundation's place where they use it for multicultural events. In Wojsławica, the synagogue has been just recently restored and opened as another multicultural space. But and we already mentioned another one earlier this morning, I think. But there's several synagogues in Poland that have been restored and used as places of 3 cultures and as spaces that create dialogue. And there's also, the Leaders of Dialogue and the Forum for Dialogue, which is an organization that supports people in the country to engage in dialogue. And in fact, the European Day of Jewish Culture coming up in September will be devoted to the theme of dialogue. So it's not something that's unique to Dąbrowa Tarnowska.
Of course, absolutely. But this is the system. This is the strategy that the director has to use in order to involve the local community. Otherwise, it would be a lost cause.
There's another element there, Ruth. I mean, just to build on what you're saying, it's also a way of securing EU funding, because we know this is very much the agenda of the EU in terms of promoting European values. So there's an interesting question whether, one can be driven by the interests of potential funders rather than what might be the best use of a building. That's something to contemplate. But if I can also just mention another point, Anastasia, I'd be interested to get your view. There's been this debate about buildings that are in a ruined state, and that in restoring them, one loses the narrative of what happened to the building, and also can lose a certain atmosphere. That we've all been in these buildings that are very very dramatic. That you feel the ghosts. You're in the building. And I must say, when I was in Dąbrowa, and I don't know, I was there when it was empty, so that might be, but it's obviously, it's been restored, but I felt a certain coldness being in that building. And it did bring up that issue for me about, even the picture that you showed of that other synagogue that stands as a ruin, I'm wondering what's the best memorial for the Jewish story. So I just wonder whether you had any thoughts on that.
for me, it was a little bit different. I have to say that at a certain moment when I was just looking around, I had goosebumps. I felt something, but you know, it's very subjective. You know, it's I totally understand that it should be. I suggested to the director, why don't you start to organize here Jewish weddings, for example? And he thought it's a great idea because this would be a way to make the place alive in a Jewish way again. I totally understand it, and I agree with you that something more should be done. Yeah.
But they're also this discussion about how to restore a building and what state to restore it to has been ongoing for a long time. And there are a number of synagogues in Europe which have been restored in a way which shows the damage that they've been through. Šamorín and Trnava in Slovakia are two examples. In Schneitach in Germany is another example. Not Schneitach, Schneitach in Germany is another example. The synagogue in Novi Korčin, I just posted a picture. It has been preserved as a ruin. Until 10 years ago, it was a total ruin. But both the synagogue in Novi Korčin and the one in Jaloshica have been preserved in ruinous form, so they're not going to get any worse. And they serve as sort of monuments as these preserved ruins. I think there is now talk of some other form of commemoration that will be taking place in Novi Korčin, but I can't remember what the details are. But this is a debate that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah. No, for me,
that I remember from Dombrova, when we went there, you know, the experts were saying, oh, they got the Hebrew wrong. And this was one of the criticisms, that they hadn't consulted with Hebrew speakers or Hebrew scholars, and they had the inscriptions wrong. So that was another thing that people were pointing out.
Ruth, you are right. The problem is that the wrong Hebrew could be originally wrong, because it doesn't say that it was restored wrongly. But the restoration, it's absolutely not a restoration. This was a rebuilding, remake of the building. And this is something that we could see excellently done in Berlin, because we could see in the school, it was very excellent work was done of restoration, very sensitive, in which they maintained the atmosphere and the important elements that are really still original. I was in Dombrova before the restoration, and I can tell you that it was completely redesigned, invented. So as restoration, we cannot call it restoration, not in the Italian and the German way of doing it. Maybe it was the right thing to do in Dombrova. I don't know, because to give the building a kind of capacity to speak to the people and not only to the intellectual world that is dealing with restoration, heritage, and so on. Maybe in that place, that is a very small place, and so this was the right gesture. I don't know. I have a lot of doubts as doing restoration from that kind of restoration. But again, we have to understand where it was done, why it was done. And it is part of the variety of solution. We have quite different solutions that we can adapt in different places. So I think, I don't know if Baruch,
I just wanted to,
or
David.
Yes, who is that?
Tomasz.
Tomasz.
Yes, Tom. I just wanted to make one comment building up on what Michael was asking about the financing.
Yeah, you know better.
Now, and this is actually links with the strategy, maybe for thoughts at some point that we discussed in the morning, and with some of the topics that Mrs. Joanna Michlitz actually said about the culture and artist involvement in this kind of, also not just maybe restoration, but preparation of the community as well, and those initiatives from the community. But because Dąbrowa Tarnowska is actually Dom Kultury, it means that actually it is subsidized from the local authority budget. So I think it's important maybe for folks to consider this, that actually going through this restoration or reuse and linking it with the local authorities and helping them to make decisions that they will actually move the cultural institutions or educational institutions, it will help to subsidize them as well, because it is automatically in the yearly budgets of the local authority. Maybe not fully subsidized, but at least the budget is automatically there to be planned. So this is just a topic because, as I've said, Dom Kultury is an obligatory activity for the municipality, and at least one should have a cultural institution. That's required by law in Poland. So, so it could be helpful at some points, not in every, but at least at some places. Okay, thank you.
We are a little bit ahead because we didn't do the break.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Samuel.
So I've been to Dąbrowa and I was with this group of experts, and yes, people contested some of the inscriptions. What disturbed me more was the lack of a kind of empathy almost on both sides. The dialogue at that point in 2013 really wasn't there. The people from the museum were very proud of what they'd done, and justly so. This was physically one of the great success stories. And yet they seemed quite unaware of many of the needs and expectations of these Jewish visitors, many of whom were experts, many came from Israel. On the other hand, the experts themselves could only criticize and rather than praise. And so they had a very, it was a rather tense atmosphere rather than dialogue. Now, that was 2013. I hope that the groups have come together since. But this is one of the challenges. Going back a little further, when we did the temple synagogue restoration in Krakow in the 1990s, as one of the, which we hope would be an example of how to proceed, the effort was to bring as many partners together, local conservators from Krakow, from the national, the Monuments Authority, from the Jagiellonian experts, from America, from Europe, from Israel, to all convene on a program that would actually restore the building to use, maintain a Jewish identity, and also protect its patina of history. Rather than covering up the past, we cleaned, but we did not essentially repaint and reinvent, as was done at the Doheny Synagogue or in many other places, even in New York at the Białystok Synagogue, where the original 1930s paintings have been overpainted more recently. Each project demands its own solution, but the idea is the more you can engage different parties at the beginning, the better solution you'll have at the end. And also you'll have more people who have a proprietary interest in the final result, and therefore will promote the project and celebrate it rather than attack it. And that's a lesson that I think is hard won, but it's a very important one to remember. One last thing on funding: it is my understanding that only governments and municipalities can apply for EU funding, which is essential for some of these restorations, and it has to be nominated. Therefore, if the Jewish community might own a particular building, they may not be eligible to both Jewish, Polish, German, Italian audiences. This is a collective effort. So that's my comment. But we really should, despite the criticisms, we have to celebrate the great success at Dąbrowa. This is a remarkable achievement, because remember what that building looked like for 30 or 40 years. Exactly. It couldn't be preserved as a ruin.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you very much, Samuel. You're right. And we have to divide two moments. We have the moment of restoration of architecture, and then the museum itself. I think that the show that we saw during the exposition of Anastasia, that I thank her very much, that she did such a important work to go to the place and study it and so on. She didn't know the place before. The museum part the museum part is really has much more questions than the reconstruction and repainting of the building itself. Because with the years, the building will look better, but the exhibition is getting worse and worse. And this is another problem, and it belongs to education and the Jewish culture that is not so easy to do to somebody who doesn't know, is not part of the Jewish culture, that is outsider, let's say like that. It's very, very difficult because the sensibility is something that you have to achieve in a different way. It cannot be theoretical. But this, I think, we will leave to another discussion. But it's very interesting to hear what have Michael Migliori to say, because he will speak about not vernacular building like the Tarnowska, the Dąbrowa Tarnowska synagogue, but he will speak something about a synagogue that was done by one of the most important architects in Europe, Otto Wagner. So it's very, very interesting to see, because I wanted to bring these different buildings with different qualities, with different way of conceiving a religious building. The communities were very, very different in size, in money disposal, the culture of the place. So I think it will be very interesting to hear Michael Migliori, that is now living in Budapest, and that was why we have the fortune to have him as ambassador of that synagogue that it is in the capital of Hungary. But he is a PhD fellow at the Bar-Ilan University. So I think that he will shortly go to Israel and be in Bar-Ilan. So please, Michael, the chair is yours.
Thank you very much, David. Everybody can hear me well, right?
Quite well, not very well.
So, okay, cool. So it's enough. So I'm going to share my screen with you all.
Please speak slowly because we have problems with connection.
See my screen, right? Please, someone can tell me if I can go on with the
yes,
presentation.
You can go on. It's okay. Perfectly. We see it perfectly and we see you perfectly.
It's okay. Okay, so, okay. Oh, that's great then. So thank you very much once again to David for your presentation, having invited me to this wonderful online conference. And it's my pleasure to present this, give this short talk about the Budapest Rumbach Synagogue, the Rumbach Street Synagogue in Budapest. And it's a city that I have a personal link with this city because I've been living here for over 4 years, and even though now I'm preparing myself to move to Israel. So it's a pleasure to present this synagogue for its importance in the history of the Hungarian capital, but of course for the history of architecture in general and for its meaning for the Jewish community of Budapest and Hungary in general. In this presentation, I'm going to present all the aspects. So briefly, but in context, going then to the community that may build the synagogue, the architect that did the project and the construction of the synagogue, and then to go directly to the restoration of this synagogue that took place between 2017 and 2019, focusing on some aspects of the restoration that took place recently. First of all, it's important what is the urban context, where it's located in the city of Budapest, this synagogue. So as you can see here, and was made by me in a very 7th district of Budapest, that is in the inner city of the capital, and it's also known as the Jewish quarter of the city. Actually was one of the many Jewish quarters of the city, and was mainly while in dark blue here you can see the so-called Jewish triangle. The Jewish triangle that is called like that because at each angle of these triangle there's one synagogue, and the southernmost synagogue of Europe, the easternmost synagogue is the Orthodox synagogue. The westernmost one is the Rumbach synagogue that I'm going to speak about now. The Rumbach synagogue was built by the so-called status quo ante Jewish only in 1920 year, and it was a community made by those Jews that didn't recognize the schism of the Hungarian General Jewish Congress of 1868-69 that gave birth to 3 different approaches to Judaism, with the neologues that were the so-called Reform Jews of that considered themselves first as Jews and then as Hungarian, in contrast with the neologues. And after all, the status quo ante, that were those Jews, as I said, that were against this schism and were and agreed with the former approach to the unity of the Hungarian Jews. And in the history of Hungarian Judaism, status quo ante Jews were always a strong minority in the whole picture. It was a strong minority that, as you can see here, formed in the 1930s only about 17,000 Jews, and compared to the other 2 communities, of course, it was quite a minority. But they, of course, had a strong presence in Budapest and in some other cities of that time, Hungary, like Debrecen in the eastern part of Hungary, Nyíregyháza and Eger, and also outside Hungary, but at that time was part of Hungary until First World War, that are Trnava, that was mentioned before, that today is in Slovakia, and Carei Mare, that is in Romania. After the Second World War, status quo ante Jews were represented only the 3.2% of the whole Hungarian Jewish population, while in 1950, as the neologues and the Orthodox, the community officially ceased to exist because the communist regime at that time founded a unique body of the Jewish representation that was called the Miok, which lasted until the collapse of the communist regime. Here is a brief timeline of the synagogue and its history. As you can see, it was built in between 1870 and 1872. And then after the Second World War was heavily damaged, and then since 1959 it had no religious gatherings. It didn't host host any religious gatherings. It continued to be 1980s when it was purchased by the state after the roof of the whole synagogue collapsed, and at the end when the communist regime collapsed, it was purchased by a private company that was controlled by the state, and this company started the first renovation of the synagogue. But this renovation had to be stopped by a lack of funds. This company practically bankrupt at that time and had to stop this renovation that were the first renovation after the Second World War. And in 2006, it was given back to the Jewish community and opened it for visitors. And then in 2017 and 2019, it had major restorations. And here you can see a picture from the inside, how it looked like today. But we will speak about restoration with more details later on. As said, this synagogue is very famous, not only for its beauty, but actually also made it built, that was Otto Wagner. Otto Wagner is considered as one of the founders of modern European architecture, who until 1894 preferred a prevalence in its works of neo-Renaissance and neo-Baroque modes, but then it will change all its philosophy, and he was both a great architect and also a great professor of architecture, and he was a professor at the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts for over 15 years. And Otto Wagner then, as József Sisa, who's a great and renewed Hungarian art historian, Otto Wagner refused later on turned his back on historicism, and his back to what he had done before his final embracement of modernism, preferring simplicity and clarities of form and a honest, let's say, use of materials. And actually, the latter Wagner, let's say, has not much to do with what is this synagogue as the decoration and as itself. So, but has to be noted, as Professor Klein pointed out in a book that he has written about Hungarian synagogues, that the Otto Wagner that built this synagogue, that projected and designed this synagogue, was virtually unknown at the time when he designed this synagogue. And he was a 26 years old construction assistant of another great Austrian architect that was Theophil Hansen. And at that time, he wasn't really known, and this synagogue represents one of the first major works of Otto Wagner, and who was probably suggested as the architect of this synagogue by the Epstein, that was a great merchant at that time, Budapest, and a member of the Jewish community. And its plan, he won the tender made by the Jewish community in 1869. That was the same year when the Jewish community decided to buy the plot where the synagogue stands. And Wagner at that time decided to opt for this Moorish style for various reasons. Here in the slide, you can see three of the reasons that are that has a main agreement among his art historians. That was to challenge, first of all, the Hangutsa synagogue that stands only 100 meters from Rumbakuca, as we saw before, and who's the largest synagogue of Europe, and of course of Hungary and Budapest. That was a synagogue built before the schism inside the Jewish community, but and was built originally for the whole Jewish community. But after all, it became the major synagogue of the Neolog community. So first of all, the status quo ante community wanted to challenge the Dohan Yutza synagogue and challenge, of course, the community that made it built. And then because of the good of the time, in the sense that Moorish-style synagogues are a characteristics from this time and until the first 2 decades of the 20th century, and also to challenge conservative patterns in synagogue architecture. And this we will see that from the plan of the synagogue itself. Then the competitive plans didn't survive. So what we now know, we presume that were the Wagner's original plans, and virtually identical with his later versions. And here you can see from this a picture. This picture is from 1877 and was a section that Wagner presented at the opening of the Viennese Arts Academy of that year. Here you can see interesting aspects of these synagogues. First of all, you can see that on the street that was very narrow, and Wagner had to build a sort of palace-like synagogue on the street. You can see that there were the rooms for hosts of the community, and also the offices of the community. And only behind, there's the actual synagogue that is very important for this central octagon on the first floor, that has on 7 sides of this octagon there are the women's gallery on the upper floor, and then on one side, that is the eastern side, there's an interesting annex, quadrangular annex where the Aron Kodesh stands. And yet it's almost on the eastern side because it's not very precise, the eastern part in this sense. And there is then the dome, and this synagogue was this octagonal part, and it's mainly a recall of on one side the Templum Salomonis, so the idea of that time of what it was the Solomon Temple in Jerusalem, but at the same time codes played a strong effect on Otto Wagner, that made him decide to also took some things from the Dome of the Rock that is in Jerusalem, that is one of the most important Muslim architecture of the time. And then you can see here these columns inside, that these columns were taken probably from some patterns from idea of the Alhambra as Wagner. And here you can see the facade. Since again the street is very narrow, it's almost difficult to take all the facade in one picture. But I found this one that is almost okay, but apart from the yellow-red stripes, is these blue ceramic plates that you can see that appear in the facade, which are a reference to the use of the color blue in Islamic architecture that was used to chase away evil spirits that cannot swim. So this was the only reference to the Islamic architecture as mentioned. And here there's a particular of the after the last restoration, that is the decoration of one of the many columns inside the octagonal synagogue. And here we can see the minaret-like towers on top of the synagogue on the two sides, on the top of the two sides of the synagogue, that really recall a minaret more than a tower or whatever, and something that went to embrace the Muslim culture. Here, what you can see is we are making some steps forward, and we're going to directly to 1947. So as I said before, after the Jewish community, the status quo and the Jewish community of the Hungarian Jews in general. And what you can see here is an archive picture taken from a website that is called fortepan.hu. That is an online archive of Hungarian daily life from the early 20th century to nowadays. And this was one of the first weddings celebrated in the synagogue after the Second World War. So here you can see a wedding that took place there in 1947. And here in the columns, you still can see the damages that the synagogue got during the Second World War. And what about so the restoration took place between 2017 and 2019 and was fully funded by the Hungarian government, as we will see in a while. And this restoration entailed both the exterior part and the interior part of the synagogue, where in the interior part was completed, works were completed and included the chandeliers, the wall paintings, and wood paneled ceilings, and was also the ark, as you can see here on the right side in the upper part. There was the reconstruction of the destroyed ark, and was put again in its original place using plaster glass and gold. Moreover, in the synagogue was also what's very interesting from the renovation and from the restoration, I would say, are two of the things that should be underlined among the many. One of them is the mosaic floor that lies in front of the Aron HaKodesh. This picture is from Jewish Heritage Europe and was taken by Ruth Ellen Gruber. And I would suggest all of you to read out the articles that were published on Jewish Heritage Europe about these synagogues and the restorations, because you will find a lot of pictures and details about the whole restoration, and I'll be glad to share with you these articles after my presentation. So returning back to this mosaic, what is very interesting is that this mosaic was removed from this part during the works, the reconstruction works in the 1980s, 1990s, and it was privately preserved since then by one of the workers that worked at that time inside the synagogue. And now this worker that now is in his 80s decided to brought it back to the synagogue when he knew that it was going to be restored again. And this mosaic was at the center of an extensive restoration too, and was reinstalled where it was originally. At the same time, I don't think we'll have the time to watch this video, but what is very interesting, and if we'll have some time, I can play this, it's about the retractable bima. Because as you can see, the bima was built under the floor, because the synagogue will have many different uses that now we will explore together. But it was built also, this bima, that is retractable from under the floor, and when these synagogues will be used for events, for religious services, this bima can be with a remote placed at the center of the octagonal synagogue.
I have to ask you to begin. Your time is
Okay. Yeah, I'm going. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to end. I'm going to end. Then, thank you very much. So, as I said, it was founded with 10 million euros by the Hungarian state, and it will be used, the synagogue, as a cultural and religious venue. First of all, so as you saw from the retractable bima, the synagogue will be also used for religious services. And as the creator of the synagogue pointed out, the synagogue won't have the rabbi, even though it's owned by the Neolog Jewish community. It won't have a rabbi or a religious preference, but could be used also by visitors or to organize events from all the Jewish denominations. And but it will also have a permanent exhibition inside the synagogue on what it was the women gallery, and it will be an exhibition about Hungarian Jews in Hungarian Jewish history, while the part that was dedicated to the community offices and to rooms for hosts, it will be used, all the complex, to host Jewish and civic associations related to Jewish life, Jewish history, education, and so on. So yeah, now I conclude with these some useful links about the synagogue restoration. I suggest you to visit jewishheritageeurope.eu. That is a website where you can find all the details about these synagogues and much others around the continent, and this for the images. And if someone of you would like to contact me to have more informations, I'm open to help you out with articles, pictures, and to answer also questions. So thank you very much, and I hope that the internet was stable enough for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yes, it was a little bit unstable, but we could understand everything. At least here in Florence, I could understand everything. It was very interesting. The solution you explained very well, that multifunctional future use of the synagogue. It's a little bit strange because Orthodox synagogues, they are not allowing different type of activity inside the building. It was completely restored, I presume also in a very precise way, but we saw that the floor was completely new. It's completely strange to the setup of the building. It is officially not open yet, so we will have a lot of occasion to discuss it. I don't see that there are other questions. Noah rose a hand, so we will pass to the next on time, the next lecture, that is by Eran Mordochovich. He will speak about another synagogue that is not anymore a synagogue, and it's very interesting because it's completely different way of preserving a building, if we want, or to pour it a new life. Eran Mordochovich is an architect on the Israeli Antiquity Authority. He is involved for many years. He studied in the Technion, but did his master's in conservation of historic buildings and towns in the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium. He is teaching in the Technion, and we had a lot of activities with him together in the Polytechnic of Milano. We had a lot of exchange, and I think that he is now also the chair of the board of ICOMOS Israel, and I think that he is doing his job very in a very correct and interesting way. So I ask him to enter and to tell us about the Bnei Emunah synagogue of Ereke and Mendelssohn, an architect that he studied already for his doctorate thing. Okay. Master. Okay.
Yeah.
Here you are. And we have a building of Mendelssohn, the Schocken building behind of it. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, David, very much for inviting me. And also thank you, Moreshet, for inviting me to this platform of Moreshet. It's very interesting and a forum which I didn't know too much before, but it's interesting to learn about all these examples that we have seen today and the lecture yesterday. It's been David opened with that in this morning. It has been a extraordinary, on the negative aspect, 24, 48 hours here in Israel, and many things which disturb our mind and upset. So, but I'll try to stick to the let's say to the subject, and with the hope that discussing the future will also be a part of doing some peace here. By the way, we had some examples today of also of destruction of synagogues. So over here, so that's how reality meets planning schedules. I must say, and give a full disclosure, that I've never been to the building or the site I'm going to talk about. I've been to St. Louis, but at that time I didn't know I'm going to lecture in this forum, so I didn't go and visit the synagogue of Mendelssohn, but I visited the Arch of St. Louis, and I will speak about it later. So it was a kind of interesting experience to try and analyze a building as an architect, a building I've never been to. Let's say I didn't feel the genius loci of the place, the spirit of the place, but I tried to study the origins of this building. And since I know Erich Mendelssohn from previous studies, with the time preparing the lecture, I found out more and more I'm getting familiar and getting kind of understanding the way Mendelssohn was perceiving this building and finally executing it. And it was, of course, quite an interesting experience to try to understand what happening now there and what were the stages which led to this situation. So, David, you hear everything and you see everything okay? David?
Perfectly. You can go on.
Okay. So, as I said, I've never been to the building, so everything will be from what you can get today on the net and on some readings. I will speak a little bit about Mendelssohn, his past experience with sacred places, some details about the synagogue and its history, the changes, and let's maybe talk about the values and the symbolic part of it, and the last changes and the question that they bring with a new use or reuse of the site. Just a small kind of theoretical or and try to give some kind of a context to the process of let's say the life cycle of sacred buildings. Sorry. If we see, and this is by after Clark and Simmons and others, theoretical writings, if we see in the beginning the constructions and afterward service, which is of course similar to many other buildings, then we have the process of decline. A lot of time the decline is from kind of urban changes, social changes, technological or cultural changes. And then we have a decline of the use and the service the building gives the community. In that case, that can lead to, first of all, in many cases, there is kind of a process which is a deconsecration of the holiness of the building, of the place of worship. And then there will be a demolition and replacement, or there will be a renewal, a change of use, a new life. Many times, and in many cases, the new life will be not for the same community and not for the same use, but completely different one. And then it brings questions, of course, how this refers to the past of the building and to its sort of original a high value, which was there, as Ruth explained in her lecture. So to the process of demolition, of course, we can add the war or the radical political changes, which also can result in the replacement of the religion which practice or worship in this place. And I had the chance last year to do a studio with my students in the Technion about the synagogue of Tirat HaKarmel, a town near Haifa in Israel, which was formerly until 1948 a mosque of the village which was there. And during this semester, the discussions were and the study of the change of places of worship, and due to the war or political radical change, it was very strong with the students and very challenging. So a little bit about Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn was born in East Prussia, today Poland, in Allenstein, and practiced architecture until 1933 in Germany. He was one of the prominent architects of his time in Germany for sure, but he was already sort of a star architect of that period. And he also built in Russia, in Norway, and it was well known elsewhere. He also visited Palestine already in the early 20s. With the rise of the Nazi regime, Mendelssohn understood very quickly that he has to leave Germany, and he moved to England, where he was practicing together with Serge Sheremeyev. And in 1935, he moved his practice almost fully to Palestine, where he was active actually until the beginning of the Second World War. And he moved then, in the beginning of the war, he moved to San Francisco, to America. So in a way, and the end of his career and his life he spent in America, and he died in 1953. So in many ways, Mendelssohn was the wandering Jew, or the wandering Jewish architect. Every time starting his career again, and adapting and understanding and performing in his new land. So in that way, indeed, Mendelssohn was a very cosmopolitan architect. Here are some examples of his works, early works, from the Einsteinturm to Luckenwalde, the Hat Factory, some of the Schocken Kaufhof department stores, and other buildings, including his I will have my cursor. Including the building of La Verre Pavilion in Britain, and his famous Rehovot Villa of the first president of Israel, Chaim Weizmann. And okay. Okay. Yes, and some of his other buildings in Palestine, hospitals, the Anglo-Palestine Bank, and the Villa Shoken in Jerusalem. So those were the works until he moved to America, where he landed there in 1941. But if we go to the question of building a sacred buildings, I think it's important to mention the first building Mendelssohn designed as a very young architect in his hometown in Allenstein. He designed for the community he came from a Bet Tehara, a prayer and funeral house alongside the cemetery of this community. This building was already built in before the First World War, and it was actually the first executed work of Mendelssohn, which does not appear in many of the books and in kind of in his over from certain reasons. He did not bother to publish it too much. It's very different, of course, from his visionary expressionist and later modern and regional architecture. Anyway, the building was not destroyed during the war, during the Second World War, and the cemetery, yes, but the building was not, but it got other uses as a municipal archive, and that was until 1996 with a lot of alternation. And of course, you can see the situation of the roof, of the internal roof, or the internal decorated roof, which was kind of religious inventions of Mendelssohn in order to enable the Kohens to stand under the roof with others or with the dead. After the foundation of the preservation of Jewish heritage in Poland, a restoration started in 2008. And finally, as mentioned before in many of the lectures about Jewish heritage in Poland, also here there is today taken by the Borussia Foundation, a cultural foundation, which made the building in intercultural dialogue a place called Dom Mendelssohn to commemorate the son of the city who became very famous architect. And these are some views of the restored building, and with a beautiful, we just have seen something a bit similar in the Hungarian synagogue, but here it's in this restored Bet Tehara, which is today host cultural events and a center for dialogue. So this is to keep in mind while we'll get to the American experience of Mendelssohn. So just a short milestone or biography of the congregation Bnei Emunah, which was created at around 1882 in St. Louis. It was actually coming originally from Krakow, and it even had the name of the Krakower congregation. But this congregation of Bnei Emunah was kind of splitting from the Orthodox community and created a new Orthodox congregation, which becomes a part of the Jewish conservative movement, influenced by German rabbis and the movement already from the 18th and 19th century. So this Bnei Emunah, and you can see up here in the right side, you can see a picture of the old synagogue, one of the older congregation places, which was located more in the city center of St. Louis. Later, in 1942, Mind you, the community in America is thriving during the war, and the land was purchased in 1942 to make a bigger place for the community. And then in 1944, Mendelssohn arrives in St. Louis, gives 2 lectures, and then is hired by the community to design a new synagogue and community center for Bnei Emunah. He also knew one of his earlier previous clients from Germany moved also to St. Louis, so he had already an open door there. After a design process, which was quite tiresome because the budget was too high with Mendelssohn idea, etc. In 1948, construction began finally, and in 1950, the site, the building was inaugurated, and it was actually, we'll go back to it, the first modern synagogue in the USA. And that's very important fact to remember. Afterwards, there were some changes made in 1956, filling up a little bit the central garden. And in the early 90s, the congregation already moves its activity more and more to the suburbs. It's following, of course, social or urban shifts in American and Jewish societies, where people move to the suburbs starting from the 50s and 60s. And also the Jewish community moves more out to the suburbs, and the building is losing its purpose and centrality for the community. And demolition starts to be an option. In 1984, I think under this kind of atmosphere, 1984, the building is being inscribed in the National Register of Historic Places, and it's quite well described in the nomination. I took some information from there, and in the nomination, it's mentioned that the building is losing its functions as a Jewish sanctuary, place of worship and community center, and its future is unclear. So in 1986, the building is being purchased by COCA, which is the creative center of creative arts, and we'll go further on it. Some things about the building. Here you see some sketches of the design of Mendelssohn, very typical design and sketches which make it, of course, in his visionary and specific perspective views. This building bears characteristic of Mendelssohn work, like the horizontal and the vertical composition, the dynamic gesture, which is, of course, the hyperbolic roof, and the big debate or the big interest in designing roofs and showing them as part of the totality of the building. Here you can see a cross section and the plan. The sanctuary, the temple, as they call it, with a small chapel are actually the religious functions of the original plan. Then we have all the social, the community functions, which are in the blue around the courtyard. In the end, this middle part was not built at first place, then it was built later. But what is interesting about this design is the flexibility of the temple, or the possibility to enlarge the temple and in high holidays and accommodate bigger crowds, and then having it to function in other places. So the building is shrinking and growing, not the building, but the space. So that was also quite a new approach in synagogue design. And finally, as I've shown in the 60s, in the 50s, the part of the courtyard was filled up. And an important element, of course, is the bima and the light which comes in, as you can see in the right picture, those elements are, of course, the center of discussion, of our discussions also. It's interesting to quote that Mendelssohn saw the need to design a building, the uses of which were secular, while the reasons for its existence were sacred. So indeed, I think this approach of Mendelssohn is also present in other synagogues he designed later, but he also designed a Jewish building, let's say, in Germany, in Essen in 1930, also a community center with some kind of religious function. But it is important to read this sentence and to understand that Mendelssohn saw this place already as a community, more a community center than a place of worship, let's say. If we look at the visionary sketches of Mendelssohn from his early days, maybe from his time in the First World War when he was a soldier in the German army, we see that, and then we see some of the sections and designs he makes, you see during the construction phase. Another image, I think this similarity or this kind of comparison to his expressionist visionary sketches and the way he could fulfill in some way those visions in America with its technology and possibilities in the end of the war and in the 50s. It's interesting to see, and also when we read what Mendelssohn is writing to his wife. I just get rid of this. Yeah. He writes, "The building proper is one of my best and very powerful without being heavy. The inside exactly as I envision it, the arc magnificent. The building is visited," writing about his work, some views. And on the right, you can see also a detail from the stairwell, which we all know very much from his other projects in the world with its typical Mendelssohnian handrails. It's also very important to look at the light shaft, which brings light on the bima, which is an important part of the design. Here are some photos taken from a movie, YouTube, about the adaptation of the site, but we can see how the place is functioning like a sort of a hall, a congregation hall, we can say, very straightforward. Everybody is looking towards the bima, which the bima itself is a three-dimensional object. In the 1980s, those are pictures from the registry. We can see the building is, and the right is quite intact, but I think we can see already that there are some problems and a kind of lack of maintenance of the building. The roof was doing a lot of problems because in the beginning it was supposed to be covered with zinc sort of material, and in the end there was no money, so it was just with isolation and insulation sheets, and there were a lot of problems with the leaking roof. This is a picture in color showing the material, the bricks, and again the typical Mendelssohn round windows we know so well from other places, and of course the projecting roof, which is reminding us of another projecting roof from a design from the 30s of the Schocken house, Schocken villa. As you can see here, you can see the projecting roof, which I think in the project of St. Louis got a very strong expression, and therefore Mendelssohn was very proud on this design. Of course, mid-20th century modern St. Louis is famous, and the building of Mendelssohn is sort of a whole collection of experimental architecture which takes place in the city at the time, of course, with the Arch of Saarinen as a peak. So if we talk about the values, the first modern synagogue designed in America, it's the first building of Mendelssohn in America and his first post-war project. The symbolic designs of the sanctuary and the bima, there are a lot of details which are indicating that there is a lot of symbolism in numbers and in the way he designed this kind of place as a spiritual and traditional values. This is one of the first Jewish congregation sites which were designed as a community center, multifunctional and flexible, and as I mentioned, one of St. Louis' important landmarks from the hyperbolic style. Bnei Emunah themselves moved to this building, which is much more in the suburbs, but as we can see, they also have moved the bima, not the bima, but the ark, Aron HaKodesh, moved with them to the new suburb. Here we can see the dedication of some ceremony, and we can see the Aron in the center, and when it's open. So this is also a design of Mendelssohn, and the design as we know it from the first synagogue. In 2004, as I understand, the building was purchased in 1986. In 2004, there is first major edition, which is quite minor, and this is to accommodate the growing facility of the Center of Creative Arts. The interior of the synagogue looks like that at that time. So we can see that the bima is completely blocked. The seats might be still there, but the space completely loses its meaning in a way. We can see still some details of Mendelssohn, and what we see also that the light shaft was blocked, probably due to leaking things, and also that it can accommodate shows. And also the bima was blocked and the light scheme was also changed. In 2018, so after 16 years, Coca is expanding and growing bigger. Most of their activity is creative art, as I said, dancing and other arts, performing art. And if that's a site, so they decided to demolish the later edition and design this new design by an office called Axiom and the Kirchner architects from St. Louis. They saw in the community center a natural continuous to the scheme of Mendelssohn, or the deep idea of the place as a education and community gathering. This is a result. The building was finished in 2020. Here you can see the synagogue hiding behind. And if we go to the Stenberg Performance Lab, which is actually the name for the sanctuary or the temple hall, we can see from the sections by the architect that a completely new addition was added on the back of the synagogue, a completely new concert hall and performance hall, while the interior of the synagogue is also changed. There is no more sloped chairs, but it's a one level, and there is kind of a retractable seats. This is the image from the designer's vision, and this is an image on the left of the back of the synagogue as it is today, where we have an entrance coming straight into where was a bima. So we'll look at it in a plan. First of all, this idea of Mendelssohn of having a flexible space is obsolete. You cannot anymore have any connection in this kind of arrangement which Mendelssohn has foreseen. And also there is now an entrance which is exactly in the center of the bima, and also the entrance which was in the past from the east into the sanctuary today is completely from, let's say, from the back of the synagogue and straight into the hall. This is, of course, due to new functions. This is a picture of the place, how it is today. there are some changes which, let's say, improving the understanding of the quality of the space, but on the other hand, there are, and I will sum up it later, this is an image also looking westward to where the Bima was. And if I sum up my conclusions, I can say that on the negative side, we have completely missed orientation, because when you see those guys and happy youth dancing, they look at the mirror. If you can see here, the mirror was located on that wall. So the orientation of the practitioners is always to the mirror and not to how the building was or the space was conceived. The Bima wall was punctured a few times. There is the loss of the three-dimensionality of the Bima, completely absence of religious symbols. It's very plain. I mean, if you don't read a sign or you don't read the website, you don't know. It's almost that it was a synagogue, except for the external Magen David, which was left. It's a weakening of the architectural external expression and eliminating the flexibility to enlarge. On the positive side, you can see that the place was opened up, the space was opened up more, the color scheme was partially reintroduced. The opening of the upper continuous light shaft, which is one of the designs of the new architects, was pressing to do that, retaining and strengthening the communities around. So today, the communities which live around the center, this Koka center, they use the place. So it's connected to the community which lives around, which is, let's say, bringing back the idea of the place. And there is some kind of flexibility of use. You can use this space or as a floor, straight floor, or as a place to have shows. Just to show you another place from St. Louis, another synagogue of the United Hebrew Congregation also went through a reuse and adaptive reuse. And it's since 1991, the Library and Research Center of the Missouri Historical Society. Here again, on the upper side, the original site with the seats and the Bima. And now it's kind of a library, almost the same story like we see in the Mendelssohn case. And just to say that St. Louis is also good and practicing readaptation of not only Jewish worship places. We can see this project of the SK8 Liberius or St. Liberius Social Club. It's a Catholic church which was in a neighborhood where no more people went no more to visit the church. And this is the new project which was introduced inside the church, a community center, but more a skating club. And I think that's a good images to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Eran. Yes, I think there is no any chat questions.
I was so clear.
We are fortunate because we are a little bit late again, but I think that it was very cruel from my behalf to ask you to, as a president of the ICOMOS, to speak about such a kind of reuse of a building. It's I feel myself really guilty. But I think it is a very important example. You didn't speak about the conservative Judaism, because it's very interesting, because it's another linkage. We were in Wrocław in a seminar before, the city where the conservative Judaism began. So there are, and we were in Krakow, obviously. So again, we have a lot of linkage, but the time was too short to speak about it. Thank you very much. So we will pass to the last presentation from the present president of the ICOMOS to a past ex-president of ICOMOS, Giora Solar. He is very, very much known because for 18 years he was a member of the ICOMOS International Executive Community. He has his own office and he has works all over the globe. Again, I don't want to be too long. I will ask him to speak about the Bratislava Jewish suburbia. It is interesting not only for the restoration of a building or a synagogue, but it is a kind of a small complex, and that it is, I think, a completely different way of approach to reuse, to restoration. Again, we have the problem that it comes out, it's not a problem, but it is a project, it is began by people who are coming from that place. They are living in the States, but also Giora Solar himself come from the neighborhood of this city. So it is interesting because we have a professional, emotional, and cultural mixture all together. So please, Giora.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, David. David, just okay.
Perfect. We see it.
Yeah. Good evening already. And thank you. Shalom. The place is called Bardiov. The J is pronounced in Slovak as a Y, so it's Bardiov. And the cover of the red book shows the two other names of the place, German and Hungarian, like the whole area, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And one thing about myself, I forgot, because this meeting has such a heavy Italian part. I studied in the Politecnico di Milano and later at ICRO in Italy. Well, just for location, I'm not showing where Slovakia is located, just approximately, but Bardiov is here, the northeastern part of Slovakia, near the Polish border, 1.5 hours by car from Krakow, which is somewhere here, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Ukraine, Belarus is somewhere here. Budapest is down here. Bardiov is a historic town, beautiful historic town. I must say, I was not born there. I was somewhere in a bigger town, not very far. It's on the World Heritage List since the year 2000. In fact, I was asked to do the review, the site review of this nomination, and I was quite worried. At that time, my mother was still alive, and I thought if I find out that the place doesn't have the qualities and doesn't meet the criteria for nomination, what am I going to tell her? Anyway, it does have. Now, this air photo is important to see the surrounding, the historic part, which was fortified, and we see one of the towers, and the Jewish suburbium. So it's a suburb, but it's about 200-300 meters from the historic center. This is a picture of the center of the town, of the houses of the local population, which originally was German. The town was built on the trade route between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, and was famous for textile, mainly trade of textile and a few other products, but later it became Slovak, Czechoslovak. Now it is a Slovak town, beautifully preserved. You can see an old map. It looks almost exactly as it is now. This was the old well, it's taken from the tower of the church, of the cathedral, and this was the municipal house, which is now a museum. Just few words short about the town itself. It's mentioned first time in 1241. I said about the trade. In the 14th century, it was fortified, and the fortifications we can still see, not complete, but much of it is still there. Then it got the status of a royal town still in the 14th century. In 17th century, there was a decline of the city, wars, plague, fire, and so on. Though the center survived. Economic revival starts in 19th century. Just in such conference, I have to say it was much thanks to the Jews who settled in the place. I would not say it in a pure Slovak meeting. And after Second World War, big industry started there. Shoe industry for the Red Army and so on. Then another decline with the separation of Slovakia from the Czech Republic. In the year 2000, it was put on the World Heritage List of UNESCO, including the Jewish suburban. The people from the Ministry of Culture of Slovakia asked me, can we add the Jewish suburban because it is not connected? As you can see here, this is the fortified part, the center, and the suburban. I told them it's not only that you can do it, you have to do it. It's part of the built heritage and also of the non-tangible heritage. You can see already the buildings in the suburban. As David said, it's a complex. Fast about the Jewish, the context of the Jewish community of the Berdiov. It's mentioned already in the 16th century, but as Jews living in the place, not as a community, we know that it as a community exists at least since the 18th century. Quite prosperous Jewish families lived in, and we'll see the center, the map of the center with the houses all owned by Jews before Second World War. The population, the Jewish population reached 40% of the total population of Berdiov before the war. First transports left Berdiov. There's a train station, so it was quite easy, and transports from Eastern Slovakia left from Berdiov to Poland. Very few Jews survived. There are no Jews now in Berdiov. And there is this complex. In 2014, Mr. Emil Fish, who was born in Berdiov and lives in the US, initiated the design of a memorial to the Jews of Berdiov and vicinity, because in almost every village around Berdiov, there were Jewish communities and Jews who lived of agriculture, which seems quite strange now. No more Jews in the town since 2018. Well, I won't say much about it except that this is the old map, and every house here, which has a red number, which means every house, was owned in the 1930s and 40s until Second World War by Jewish families. And this was really the source of wealth and success of the city. Oh, sorry, I'll go back. Just a moment, I'll go back, one back. Oh, that's okay. This is a Jewish suburban on a Hungarian map from 1869. The center is here to the right. There's a small channel. It's an artificial channel leading to a mill, which was here until the 1970s. We can see on this map the synagogue. This is a Bet Midrash. This is a mikveh, and we'll see more of these buildings. This is the map of the suburbium, 1869, quite similar to what exists there now. The synagogue, what we call quite often a Polish-style synagogue, meaning 4 central pillars with a bama or bima here in the center, entrance and stairs going up to the women's gallery. The Bet Midrash, which could be used also as a synagogue, has also Aron Kodesh and women's gallery on 2nd floor. The mikveh, a very big mikveh, which after Second World War, when there was a very small Jewish community surviving, they stopped using it as a mikveh and transformed one of the smaller rooms. This is a pressure tower for the water to the mikveh, transformed it into a mikveh. This is the boiler, the heating plant, and this is the place of the shochet, the slaughterhouse. They're all standing. And in the courtyard, number 8 here, less than 2 years ago, archaeological excavation started. In Israel, we would not call it archaeology because it's post-1700, but in Europe, correctly, whatever is underground is archaeology. You'll see pictures of an older mikveh. The synagogue itself has been restored with the help, financially help of the state, of Norwegian funds, local conservators, and really the whole thing, the synagogue is managed, and we'll talk about the real issues on this place. The fact that there are different buildings. There's one owner, which is the Union of the Jewish communities in Slovakia, but there are no Jews here. So, and they are situated quite far relatively. That's a big challenge. But the synagogue nowadays is managed by a local group called Vita in Suburbium, run locally mainly by one man, non-Jewish, but I call them the last Jews of Bardio, Mr. Pavel Hudak. We can see pictures of the place before and after, but there were also good pictures of before the destruction. So there were no real theoretical questions, except for whether it should be reconstructed. But this is the access to the women's gallery. On the wall, when it was cleaned for conservation, a sundial was found, which was used originally as sundial for times of prayer. And the year of construction of this building, Taf Reish Kaf Aleph, which is 1861. This is the interior during restoration works, before restoration, the ceiling before restoration, wooden ceiling, painted. One of the challenges which there were technically, I would say, the challenges were not very big because there are still excellent conservators in Slovakia. They never lost the knowledge, the know-how, how to do things. But one of the challenges for me was how to explain to the conservator that we do not want to renovate the ceiling to look new as it was done yesterday. So some parts should bear the marks of time. We don't want facelifting. You see the bama is still like this. Here is the place of the Aron Kodesh, just a niche of the Aron Kodesh. There's a relatively good picture of how it used to be before the war. This is how it is now. There's a negative of the curtain of the parochet. There's the inscription here. This is my drawing for a reconstruction of the Aron Kodesh. You wouldn't believe, but the union of the Slovak Jewish communities did not allow us to reconstruct the Aron Kodesh. And why? They say they are afraid that Chabad will come. They will put a Torah inside, close the place, and start using it as a synagogue. I don't know whether it's an excuse or something else. Anyway, just to make it, for me, it was important, and this will go to the question of how do we use and reuse such places. For me, the synagogue, because it's a complex and we have other buildings, can be used as a museum of its own to explain how a synagogue functions. What are the elements which exist in every synagogue, like Aron Kodesh, Ner Tamid, the lamp, the light, and so on. Because we are not allowed to put the Aron Kodesh back or reconstruct it, Mr. Fish donated a parochet, so now it is covered by a parochet. The mikveh, the very big mikveh, you can see here the plan with two mikvehs inside, men, women, vestibule, a huge place. This is the heating plant, or the pressure tower, and the heating plant, which is on a Slovak list of technical industrial heritage, because it's old, very well preserved, and probably rare. I don't know enough about these things, but this is an old picture of this mikveh, which was built, it's a quite late building. Therefore, we were looking for another mikveh. This is the Beit Midrash, which is a future project in which I'm strongly involved as architect, together with a local architect. I must say, working, as David said, all around the globe. I believe theoretically and ethically that if we come as a foreign architecture place, we should work with locals always. It is their heritage. We are not there. We come and we leave, and they will stay there. Anyway, the building is built of bricks, as we can see here, has beautiful stucco work. Once I wanted to call it neoclassical, but this is almost Art Deco, because the building burned down and they rebuilt some parts of it. Therefore, in excavations inside, we found earlier traces. In any case, it's quite strange. It looks like half a building. It ends as if it was cut. This is a section. This is already some planning, new planning for the place, and I will at the end I will talk about the use. Finally, the reuse. I must say that we went up with Mr. Hudak to the roof, space of the roof. I was shocked to find out probably almost no one went up there after since Second World War, and there are prayer books, parts of Torah, parts of Tefillin, handwritten letters, including by the last chief rabbi of Slovakia, Schreiber, who was the great-grandson of Hatam Sofer. Treasures for collectors, and therefore they really have to be protected. As I said recently, last year, we started excavation in the courtyard, knowing from the old maps that there was structure in the courtyard, whether an earlier synagogue or something else. A mikveh was found. What we see here, by the way, these are brick stairs, but these are wooden stairs. It was filled with earth and rubble of its own destruction, and quite interesting object is an iron boiler, which was found. This already will be part of exhibition, of course, which this mikveh and what's in the courtyard creates an additional challenge to the presentation and use of the place, because we will have to present an archaeological site as well. Local archaeologists, of course. And the memorial, which I designed, this was the first sketch with plaques, like tombstones, 12 tombstones with the names of all the Jews from Bardiov and the vicinity who were murdered during Second World War. A big Magen David we see here, three-dimensional Magen David. Partly, I wanted it to be partly with Jerusalem stone and part metal. Finally, it's not Jerusalem stone, but it looks like it stands on train tracks which were received from the train company in the place, telling us that they are from the 40s, but it doesn't matter whether they're 40s or not. It is symbolic. And here I must say the city is 100% part of the project, of the dream and thinking. After the memorial was constructed, there is a Memorial Day every year. School children participate. They learn Hebrew songs from the Song of the Partisans, the famous Song of the Partisans, and so on. We had a march in the town, and the city took care of safety, security, and march from the train station back to the suburban. So like going back to life. This is the cemetery which was restored, sponsored by Mr. Emil Fish as well. There's an ohel of the Halberstams. There were some Hasidic courts of Polish Hasidic courts. A huge, big book, wonderful book, history of the Jews of Bardiov. As a last, in the memorial, there's one plaque mentioning the righteous, the people in Bardiov who helped to save Jews. I wish to thank Mr. Emil Fish, who also established the Bardiov Jewish Preservation Committee. This is the Slovak Ministry of Culture. They are taking care of many things, and I will mention the issue here, specific here, the legal issue about which we heard in the first presentation today, whether legal issues have to be taken care of. City of Bardiov, UJNO is the Union of Jewish Communities. The mayor of Bardiov, we always have meetings with the mayor every year, Mr. Peter Hudak, and the plaques. Well, just what are the big challenges? I would say, of course, there's a financial challenge, always. But almost like in the Haggadah, I would say if we manage the financial issues, we should say Dayenu, but it's not true. The financial issue to restore, the financial issues to manage later and to sustain the place. Technology and techniques, this can be solved relatively easily. But what do you do is such complex? And the management issue. Management, I believe the management will be the biggest issue finally, because there are several buildings. As I say, the synagogue, which is leased out to the Vita in Suburbium, is managed by Vita in Suburbium. The Beit Midrash, once it's restored and becomes a museum or visitor center or cultural center, will be managed by another group. The mikveh, which until recently was a store for building materials and now has been vacated, it's probably the best place to create every museum needs for economic sustainability, is a coffee house, gift shop, and so on. Nobody knows who will manage it. Of course, UJNO wants to make money on some of these issues. So it's a big question. And this is the biggest challenge for the place. Now it's a World Heritage Site, which means that the Slovaks, the state, has responsibility. And here comes the legal issue, which I kept asking the Ministry of Culture, and I'm in very good contacts with them. What are you doing to make sure that it's preserved? Because they keep saying it's not our property. There's the owner, it's a responsibility of the owner. And it's often the question, and this is the reason why in the US, there are no private properties on the World Heritage List, only public properties. And this will continue to be the big issue. I hope that we will be able to work on the Beit Midrash, where if we use for presentations and museum and so on, only electronic means, we have a huge space. At the entrance of the building, on the wall, on the plaster of the wall, where this was, other things were removed from there, we realized there are writings and signatures and names of Jews who were standing there waiting to be transported to Poland by the train. So this on its own becomes such an important memorial. These places, in this case, not every case, I would say, let's say what Iran presented in the US, there's always a memory. But here, because the end was tragic, the idea is not to use it to tell the story of the Holocaust, but you cannot avoid it because the end was tragic. But the idea is to understand the life of the Jews because they are not there anymore, to remember, to teach, to educate, and to use. And because the space is so big, it can be used for lectures, for music. I mentioned once weddings, and since I'm not too close, although I asked Rabbi Lau, the chief rabbi in Israel nowadays, whose grandfather was the chief rabbi of the town where I was born in Slovakia, if there's halakha which we should take care of when we restore this kind of buildings. I mentioned once, why not Christian weddings? Once it's used by the community and the local community can use it for purposes which are really useful for them, they may appreciate it more than just a memorial to the Jews. And I was told, I don't mean that we have an agreement on this issue. I was told as long as these are the parties of the party of the wedding and not the religious part of the wedding, that's okay. I really don't know. There was an agreement with the Jewish Union of the Jewish Communities saying that whatever is taking place in these buildings should not be against Israel, should not offend Judaism, but otherwise everything else. Let us see. It's a really big challenge, the reuse of such places. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giora. It's interesting. Instead of giving us answers, you propose some questions that somehow are on the air when we are speaking of heritage. Sometimes we say today that heritage is not only the buildings, but the people and the traditions that were inside. And unfortunately, they were the main objects. They created the building. It was for them, and they created and they modeled the buildings on their lives. So it's a big question. When you don't have the people who used it, who created it, they are not there anymore. What will be the end of that? There is any use of creating memory for somebody that is not there? So maybe we can open the discussion, because I will pass the chair now to Michael Mail, that will conduct the round table. And maybe with those questions can be the beginning of this last session of our seminar. Okay, Michael, please take the chair.
Okay, David, can you hear me?
Hear you
Yes,
well
we can
and
hear you.
strong, 5-5. Okay, so
Yes, okay. You can see me, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, so we're now at the last session. Of course, you know, the most important call that I've been waiting from one of my leaders just happened 2 minutes ago, so I had to take it. So we have had, I mean, a real feat through this day. So many wonderful presentations and David has certainly packed it in. We've not, he's been a tough boss, and you know, we've not been able to sneak off too much. No, you know, I expected David an Italian. I mean, I expected lots of coffee breaks, and but no, David packed it. And I must say, you know, it's been wonderful because we've heard some great presentations, and I've certainly found it fascinating. So we're now in this last session where we're going to have what we're calling a roundtable discussion. And what I'm thinking, David, is that, you know, we are kind of small enough. I think we can agree that everyone can sit round the round table. And what we'll be doing is inviting you now to think about what we've heard today, and let's have an opportunity to have an exchange on some of the big themes that have come out. I mean, for me, I mean, you know, a core question that I thought I would just kick off with is, you know, is any type of reuse acceptable? You know, so one can say, as long as the building is saved, it's meeting the needs of the local community. Is that sufficient? Or does it have to serve some form of Jewish purpose? You know, is there always a Jewish agenda in saving a Jewish heritage site? So I wanted to throw that out to kick off the conversation. And just before I pause to get some responses, I also just wanted to add in just the context. I mean, it's been great that we've been to New Zealand and Israel and also America. And the difference between Holocaust-related synagogues that are abandoned and the other buildings in non-Holocaust related, where we know memorialization is such a key theme, because I mean, a certain chief rabbi made the comment a while ago in talking about some of the Jewish heritage sites in the UK, where obviously we did not experience the Holocaust. His response was, minyan is more important than binyan, right? So minyan, the community, is more important than binyan, the building. And for me, that is a traditional Jewish view. I think to some extent, when I'm sitting with heritage experts, and I know some Rabbonim and their attitude to this whole thing, they have a very relaxed attitude towards Jewish heritage sites. And from their point of view, it's about the community, the kahila, the people, the books. And we know cemeteries are different because of all the halakhic issues, but in terms of buildings, they are very neutral, I'll put it that way, towards whether these buildings should be saved. Now that might reflect the state or the quality of Jewish heritage in the UK. I certainly feel that when I look at some of these gorgeous Baroque synagogues in Italy, and I had the wonderful experience of Baruch taking me around the gorgeous synagogues of Piemonte, and you know, you're compelled to save these buildings. But it's just very interesting how one could say a traditional Jewish view was, should we say, lukewarm towards this whole notion. And I think that's partly why, and I know for all of us who toil in the fields of saving Jewish heritage, feel that we are unappreciated or underappreciated. This has been a Cinderella subject within the Jewish world. And I think that's partly why, because of traditional Jewish views towards the significance of these buildings. They're not sacred, right? Jews were there, and as people have said to you and have said to me, we're in a place, we move, we build new synagogues, the community comes with us, we take our books, and that's what counts. So I come back to the basic question, you know, is any form of reuse, if we're talking about saving a building, is any form of use acceptable, or should there always be a Jewish dimension, a Jewish agenda, a Jewish purpose? So I'll stop there. Now, Tom, I think you're going to just help me with the questions, just in case I miss any ones, but I will stop talking and open it to...
You can open your chat, so you'll see directly. If you...
Okay, that's great. So
you'll see immediately the question, so it's much more direct.
Okay, and what, David, just because I can't see everyone, would people just speak? Can they unmute themselves and speak, or should they stick up their hands, or how should this work?
It's better if they, I think that you can see almost all of us. We are only 3 Minyanim. There is a problem. You spoke about Minyan, and not everyone knows what is a Minyan, and you say Binyan, and not everyone knows what is a Binyan.
Yes, I should.
Minyan are 10.
The building. The Binyan is the building. The Minyan is the community.
Community of 10 people who are creating.
This chief rabbi, who will remain anonymous, was saying to me was, it's the people. It's not the buildings. That's what counts. It's the community. And as long as you've got the community, he wasn't saying the buildings were unimportant, but if you've got a choice between putting resource into the community, into the people, and putting it into a Jewish heritage site, a building that is no longer of use in a place where there's no Jewish community, he would say, Minyan, the community, will always win over Binyan, saving the building. Now, that was a general comment, right? But for me, it reflects a certain traditional Jewish view towards this whole agenda. Now, who would like to kick off? Yes, Giora.
Okay, since I raised questions, first I would like to say that there is a decision about the Bet Midrash, the use of the Bet Midrash. But there are still many other questions. And we are going into philosophy more than really rather philosophy. And I would say, and it's just a feeling. First, if the building meets criteria for preservation or conservation, and there's we know what criteria, then it's being preserved. Then comes the question of use. If it was a religious building, and we had many discussions in different fora about religious buildings, and there is an ICOMOS scientific committee on buildings of religious importance, then it has an additional value, and it goes into the category of religious buildings of communities or religions which still exist, or religious buildings like a Greek temple, which is just it's a different kind of monument. I had the chance to work on mosques. One of them was in Jerusalem. And before working on that mosque in the citadel of Jerusalem, I felt the obligation to go to Muslim religious people to ask them what would be proper to do and what would not be considered as proper, and not talking about politics, simply religion and human feelings. They told me, as long as you do not use it for purposes which would offend our religious feelings, like having a restaurant and serving pork, has v'chalila, then it's okay. We still made a mistake in the citadel, in the city museum, and the place of the mosque is dedicated to the period of the Crusaders, which was a little bit insensitive. But this is, for me, is the first thing. But when it comes to religious places, Jewish religious places, where the Jews were exterminated, murdered, then it has another function of the memory of something which used to be, the life which used to be here. But it can happen, it can be with other religions as well. And this is something we have to remember, to keep it for the memory. But for the memory, you can use just a plaque. If the building meets criteria for preservation, we preserve the box, the stones, and we put a plaque for the memory, for the story. So it is not a simple answer. It's I always think of a human being. If someone passed away at the age of 120, naturally it is sad, but it's natural. If someone dies at the age of 20, it's tragic, sad, and then you would think of it in a different way. But that's only in one generation. Next generation will see it in another way because it is farther from them. So we have a certain obligation for a generation, and we have to pass it to the next generation to do their decisions.
And Giora, would you say therefore use is therefore irrelevant from that point of view? So we're saving the building, and you're not interested in whether, for example, the building pays its way. You know, the issue of sustainability, generating income, etc., etc. What you're saying, Giora, is it's enough. It's a memorial. It stands as an act of commemoration, and that is sufficient, right?
I don't think it's sufficient, especially if it's if there is a community around, and if we want the community to appreciate the place, if we want them to keep the place, to use the place, to be really sustainable, so we won't have to go every year to the donors and the European funds and so on. It should serve, but whether it should have always the religious meaning in some way, I'm not sure. But I'm not a practicing Jew, and it would be probably, we would get a different answer by a religious practicing Jew.
Okay, but it will not be a synagogue because there are no Jews there.
Yeah,
So
not a synagogue.
Yeah, so the question is whether it should serve a Jewish purpose. Obviously, the classic thing is a Jewish museum, although we could think of other things, but whether that's an imperative or not, you know, whether that's, you know, a requirement or not. But I don't know if anyone else would like
yes,
to.
there is Eran that wants to say something.
Yeah, I would challenge this question more from the point of view of what do we do when we deal with heritage, and how do we pronounce all the different layers and stories, or let's say the cultural value of a place? How do we give it an expression in the restoration, in the new project? And I think this is more important than the use, and therefore my answer is that the use is, as long as the use is sustainable and makes this revive the building and gives it another decades of use, and within those decades there will be a place or a way or a feature or a space which will tell the story of the synagogue and of the religious significance of this space without religious practicing, without the ceremony themselves or the practical part of practicing the religion or Judaism, then I think this is something we have to emphasize and take care that the symbol is, whether it's a symbol, whether it's the spirit of this place, whether it's a sometimes maybe it's a plaque or a sign, but I would prefer something which is more from the spirit of the place and not only a sign which tells a story, and then you have no other marks within the building. I think it's kind of a scar, not even it doesn't have to be out of tragic circumstances like we have in Europe due to the Holocaust, but some kind of a mark that the time and original use or the most significant use of the building at a certain era, that sign should be there. And in that sense, we talk about some kind of a Jewish sign or a Jewish spirit or something which will remind. And when I was doing the work or research is a big word, but when I was looking at the Bnei Emunah Central Hall, and I was in the new configuration, I thought that there is a lack of that. It became flat, also in the sense of the spirit of the place, also in the sense of losing the direction and the part of the symbolism, which is completely gone. And that's what disturbed me maybe the most about the new design, much less than the new function. This is not, this is less disturbing for me. But I joined Giora on the saying that I'm not a practicing Jewish. I'm not following the halacha. So for me, those issues are less critical. Thank you.
But what you're saying, Iran, is as long as there's a marking of its former Jewish purpose, you're not so bothered regarding what its current purpose is. As long as its former purpose is marked in some way, acknowledged.
Yes, I think it, like any other place, when we consider cultural significance, we look at the original use or the heydays of the building, and we say, if it was a social building, let's make it also a social, try to find a social and new life to that. Okay, but it's not always possible. The urban setting is changing, society is changing. So then, and you need some time to make it sustainable, or most of the time. So use it. But this kind of mark, I think this refers to any heritage project, is to show the layers.
Yeah, and obviously one big driver for looking for new uses is what are the needs of the local community today?
Absolutely.
Because if you want a sustainable solution, you have to respond to what's going on in the town, what the needs are, right? And then come up with a solution that means that it's used. And if there's a hole in the roof in the 2 years' time, somebody will fix the roof, right? Because it's being used.
I would prefer it much more than have an empty Jewish museum with no visitors than a lively dance or a skateboard place.
Okay. Just one sentence I would like to add, because Iran was talking about cultural significance. Of course, we are talking also about the non-tangible significance. We are not talking about the box, the building, the stone. The non-tangible significance of
you're talking about both, Giora. You're talking about tangible and intangible. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruth, did you want to say something, Ruth?
No, I always want to say
yes.
Michael, there is Piotr and Tomasz that asked to say something.
Okay, so Ruth and then Thomas and Ruth.
Okay. I wanted just to mention first of all that intangible values are, significance is always intangible. This is the essence of significance. And that I think it should be in all of our interests to move away from thinking about heritage sites in general and spiritually charged ones like synagogues in particular, to move away from turning them into sterilized spaces such as museums of themselves, especially. And it should be of the utmost importance to bring them back to the life of the community which surrounds them. And if that community is not the community which built them, then so be it. And this, I have to say, has to be the leading consideration for every heritage project. It's the only justification for heritage. This is my feeling.
Yeah, and I'll just say a comment on that, Ruth. You know, particularly if you're looking for public funding, if you're looking for government funding, you have to demonstrate social and economic benefit. You have to develop. You have to be benefiting wider society, or you will simply not get the money. As you know, in the UK, we have this National Lottery Heritage Fund that gives millions and millions of pounds every year to heritage projects, and you know we are certainly pursuing that with our project in Wales with this Victorian synagogue that we plan to turn into a Welsh Jewish Heritage Centre. And a key criterion is demonstrating that we will bring economic and social benefit to the town in which this synagogue resides. So that obviously supports what you're saying. Tom and then Ruth.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry because my computer is just great of discussion. So actually, so I'd like to touch only shortly on
I think Tom's been adapted for reuse. I'm not too sure. Oh, there
We
you are.
don't hear you, Tom.
You can't
We
hear
don't
me?
hear
Is
you.
it better?
No, yeah, that's better. We can hear you now.
Okay, so it was my finger trying to catch the mobile phone in the proper way. Okay. I mean, this question was actually put quite radically. I mean, because in Polish case, having a Jewish community in place with the reuse of building, it's not possible. And I like the points made later that actually it is important to remember the Jewish heritage, the Jewish past of the building. And it is, I think, important what Mr. Gruber said earlier, that there should be some kind of understanding and fragility of taking consideration of the communities that the building used to belong to. Because quite often, at least I'm aware of a couple of situations where the buildings are being restored without referring to the past. And that's, I think, what's one of the biggest mistakes. Even sometimes no one remembers or no one takes care about commemorating. And also it is that the fact that the currently habitating community doesn't know much about the previous use of the building. So I think maybe not the Jewish community in place because it's not possible, but I think we should be doing as much as we can to give the context, historical context and heritage context to the reuse of the building as well.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
That's great. So Ruth, G, and then Peter.
Okay, thanks. This has been very interesting today. A lot of these debates and discussions have been going on now for over 30 years. And there have been a number of conferences throughout these 30 years that have discussed them. Some of them have, started out anew. The first conference to address the future of Jewish monuments in Europe was organized by Sam only in 1990, and that took place in New York. So it's actually quite a recent, although 30 years ago seems long, but it's quite a recent process of thinking about these issues. So there's been the issue of best practices. One of these conferences, which I posted the link to, drew up sort of a compendium of best practices in dealing with Jewish heritage sites. But I think what Michael said earlier is one of the key points. There's a difference between the surviving Jewish heritage sites, built heritage sites in places where the Holocaust happened, and the surviving sites in the place where the Holocaust didn't happen. There's this issue of dwindling congregations, which have left hundreds, if not thousands, of churches empty. Well, that's because of dwindling congregations. In the places where the Holocaust happened, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Greece, all like this, these places are empty and semi-destroyed or ruined or whatever because of deliberate destruction. And as we're now in the time 75, 80 years after the Holocaust, after World War II, where the survivor generation of people are passing away, these buildings themselves are survivors. They are survivors of that period, and they have stories to tell which can still be told. And it's a very, very different story than, for example, the synagogue in Liverpool, whose congregation, the Greenbank Synagogue, whose congregation closed it down and left because it was dwindling. That tells a different story. But these buildings in places where the Holocaust happened have the story of survival and are memorials in themselves. And I think that, not every old synagogue is sacrosanct, if I can quote Sally Berkovich from last year. But not everyone needs to be saved. There are limited resources that can be concentrated into places. But I think that even synagogues that have been transformed to other use or whatever, signage is very important to tell the story of what these places were. Very, very important. And I think, well, that's what I have to say. These discussions have been going on and will still go on for a long time, I think.
So Peter and then Sam.
First of all, I would like to mention that I truly agree with everything that was said here before by Giora, by Ruth. From my perspective, I will speak about Poland and how I see this from a Polish perspective. I would address this issue from 2 points. First of all, from the point of view of the local communities and local authorities that have the synagogues on their territory. And I believe there is a very important educational aspect of preserving the synagogues. Of course, sustainability is very important. And this is why when I was speaking in the morning, I mentioned that we need to take into consideration the expectations of the local population, local authorities, how they see the possible usage of the synagogue, but also from another perspective, from perspective of people coming to Poland for the first time ever to learn about the Holocaust, about the tragedy, the biggest crime in 20th century. I believe that really to understand what happened, we need to also speak about the richness of Jewish heritage in Polish territory and in other Central and Eastern European countries. And there is a very important educational role for such people coming. And I believe that the former synagogues, other sites have a very important, if not a major role to play here, because it's not only important from my perspective to visit the former death camps and ghetto sites, but also to see what was lost during the Holocaust.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. So it's now Sam and then Emil.
Thank you. First, I want to thank and congratulate the organizers of this conference today and yesterday. It was worth my getting up at 3:30 in the morning. It's really been, there've been some marvelous presentations. I've learned an awful lot and added many new sites to my next to visit list. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get back to Europe till 2022, but my heart is with all of you who are there. I'm delighted to meet on Zoom Peter, because I haven't met him since he's taken over Fuj, and I'll address a couple points that he made first. I think we have to remember that all projects, whether it's a plaque, whether it's fixing a mezuzah, whether it's an exhibition, whether it's fixing a roof, are best if we can attach them to, we'll say, educational opportunities. If we do these things without telling people why we're doing them and engaging the populations, we're really just, as they would say, whistling in the wind. There's no real purpose behind it. So education and action have to go hand in hand. Happily, I would say that in the last more than a decade, this has definitely been the case. And it's a family thing, but I want to congratulate my sister, Ruth, because I think her website has played a role in this, and the Rothschild Foundation and many other institutions. The second thing, and this goes back to one of Peter's points in his presentation this morning, it's really important to work on many different levels. So the local level in the end is the most important, especially where there are few Jews, but also when there are Jews, because you need to get people to take an interest and take a proprietary interest, and to not just promote, but to sustain any project. To restore a building and then have no purpose or have no maintenance plan, as Giora said, is folly. You have to, it's like jumping out of a building without a net. because you may end up wasting years of effort and money because of bad planning. So the local effort is important, but that has to be coordinated through a national effort. And the national effort allows us to have a variety of projects and to minimize duplication of effort. We can share resources and we can travel exhibitions, for instance, but we can also have one rural synagogue, one urban synagogue, one 17th century synagogue, one 19th century synagogue. We don't or cannot restore everything, but if we plan nationally and transnationally, together we can create a portrait of what Jewish life was like in Europe, especially Europe before the Holocaust. Internationally is important too, because that's where you're going to get, in this age of mass tourism, the audience that justifies the investment, especially in places where you're setting up museums and exhibitions and stuff. And then my third point, and this just addresses what all of you have said, is context matters probably more than anything. And it's very hard to give a blanket answer about use and audience because we're often comparing apples and oranges. New York City is not Dąbrowa Tarnowska. Sabbioneta in Lombardy is not Krakow or Glasgow. Every place has its own particular context. Bardejov, it's important because it's a incredibly intact urban or village setting. So to not have the synagogue preserved there would be a denial of the history and the architecture of that place. So it's imperative that we give the Jewish history the same attention that all the other history is getting. But in another place, it's important to sustain a building precisely because nothing else is preserved, and we want to show that Jews were there and there was a history there. So context matters, and that affects the use. And sometimes a plaque is the best you can do, but sometimes you can have a full multicultural, in dialogue center because you have the funds to sustain that. We have now, after 30 years, we could, if we wanted to, put together a handbook of remarkable examples that other ones could follow, but it's not one menu that serves everybody. There's a choice to make. Giora gave us a primer on a perfect, an amazing project. I think he's been working about 15 years on that at least. But there are many lessons, but even he doesn't know where the future is going to take that project. Anyway, those are just observations, but I'm very impressed by some of the individual projects, and was very happy to participate mostly as an observer, but I ended up talking more than I did. As those who know me know that I always do.
Oh, listening, and Sam, it's great, and we're very grateful to you for getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to join us, which has been terrific. And Sam, just to build on what you were saying, clearly, every situation is unique, and from the point of view of our foundation, we've been talking about the need to undertake a feasibility study, or to use the other jargon term, options appraisal, where you look at the various scenarios that can work for your building. So for example, it's very interesting, Giora, if you don't mind me saying, I slightly gulped when you mentioned that you're having a discussion about who's responsible for the project, which is such a fundamental thing. Who owns the project, right? And these are the sorts of things that you really got to get sorted, ideally earlier rather than later, right? So, from our point of view, and, before we bought the building in Wales, we undertook a feasibility study, we tested certain ideas, we dropped certain thoughts and we took on certain thoughts because we did a comprehensive study and we paid someone a lot, a certain amount of money, a lot of money. And we've just completed a business plan. And again, we brought in another consultant and paid them a big chunk of money to make sure that we had something that was robust and that also crucially really engaged the local stakeholders. We wanted to develop, local ownership, local engagement. We really were very eager from our point of view. This is a Welsh project. It's a Merthyr Tydfil project. We need to hear strong local voices on what they think would work in a place like Merthyr Tydfil. So I just wanted to support you in that. And also I'll just make the general point in this, Peter, you know, your point about strategy. As you know, we worked with the Centre for Jewish Art at the Hebrew University, Jerusalem. You know, from our point of view, we were keen to do this research and to identify what are the synagogues that we could identify as being the most important, most at risk. And that has to be part, because, you know, a core question is, you know, the heritage value, and what Ruth was saying about Sally Berkovich making the comment that we can't save them all. We shouldn't think we need to save them all. So then the question is, we can't save them all, so let's save the best. So then the question is, well, which ones are the best? And that's, you've got to do research to understand, you know, what are the ones that have got important, you know, the heritage value is high, etc., etc. So I'm now going to pass over to Emil. Emil? Oh, yes, Emil. You just want to unmute yourself.
Okay. So my name is Emil Fish.
Nice
Can
to
you hear
see
me?
you, by the way.
Can everybody hear me?
Strong. Yes, yes.
Okay. So my name is Emil Fish, and I'm Giora's partner in Bardijov. And I'm a Holocaust survivor of Bergen-Belsen. So, and I'm not a scholar, I'm a businessman. But we forget one thing, that the last thing that the victims that were going to death said, never forget us. Don't forget us. So I think the heritage is more important than the building. And there are many ways that we can honor the victims by coming back, visiting the place, telling their stories, how they lived. So building is just a vehicle to honor the people who left. It's also educational to our next generations. So some of the speakers didn't think that heritage is that important. To me, it's all about heritage. That's all it is. And I was delighted to see that most of the speakers respect the heritage. So I'm not gonna be long-winded since I'm not a professional speaker, but just remember what they said. Don't forget us. And that's what we're doing in Bardijov. It's all geared to remind the world who lived there, what they did. That's why we have every year commemoration. We tours, and we build a monument. It's all about the heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. David, I'm conscious of time.
Yes, but I wanted to say something about, we are speaking always about monument, about a building. Be careful, because when we speak about Poland, we speak about Tchuma Moshav. It's an area, it's a territory where every one of those synagogues is not other than a point in a map that is a whole thing. The same happened, I was very happy that Adam, the guy who spoke about Pomponesco, spoke about the region, and he showed how the single cities around Mantova, that the community doesn't exist much before the Second World War. So they extinguished not because of the Holocaust, but they worked as a system. It was a system of cities, a system of Jewish communities who had a very strong relationship. So I think that when we are speaking about heritage, we have to speak about people, buildings, but also about the territory. And when we speak about territory, it's very interesting because we speak about economy. We speak much more about their involvement in the territory with the no-Jewish reality. Because when we speak about a worship, a synagogue, it's a place that is dedicated to the Jewish people, to their religion. But when we speak about territory, we speak about the reasons they were there and how they contributed to the culture. And we know it very well. We were in Shum cities, and we saw how they are involved in the history of the German language, the local economy, and so on. So I think that these aspects have to be very carefully treated, because the single synagogue is not enough.
Yes, well, I think there would be general agreement, David, that these buildings are conduits into the communities, into the stories of the people. And Joanna was making that point about stories of people telling the stories.
Yes.
And I think the importance of education is, I think, something we'd all agree on. And you're right in terms of representing a culture and, of course, a civilization. I mean, we talk about a Yiddish civilization in Eastern Europe. It was a whole world that existed in Eastern Europe. So I'm going to conclude. So thank you very much. I mean, I found it fascinating. I've learned a lot, and it's been great. It's just lovely just to sit down and hear people talk about their projects and what's going on. And I'm thinking of the presentation yesterday evening, where we just noted the fact that, of course, the adaptive reuse is the story of humanity. Right, that we are continually adapting and reusing. I mean, that was certainly for me a very strong message that came out of our keynote speaker yesterday evening. But I will now hand over to David to draw us to a close.
Okay, it's already very, very late. I didn't thought that we will arrive to such a hour, but I'm very glad that we finished the seminar, because it was very difficult and big responsibility to organize it. It's a pity that we couldn't do it in presence, and I hope that we will organize a visit to Mantova and Florence somehow in the near future, because seeing the places, seeing the spaces, as Bruno Zevi was saying always, to feel them, to walk inside, it's something else than to see them on a screen or read them about them in the book. I think that what I wanted to create in this seminar is to show, first of all, something about of the Italian heritage that is a part of the Polish one, is one of the biggest in the world. I speak about the Jewish heritage. And I wanted also to show how Jews were living and are living everywhere, even in such places so far away like Auckland. And that the problems that we can find in Auckland are very similar to that we found in Tel Aviv or in a small city in Poland. And that we have a lot of examples that many of them we don't know, and we should study them, because they can give us ideas what to do, and as the Germans say, what not to do. It's much easier to say what we can do. It's much easier, difficult to say what we should not do always. The wrong things are very, very difficult to be individuated and exist. So I hope that this is not the end of our discussion, but the beginning of the discussion. I think that everyone presented of us in this day, today, presented an argument. And again, it's a system of arguments that I would like to continue. For example, we heard about the contemporary art. Contemporary art is a very important theme to work about, because it is a way of giving not only information, but to create suggestions. Maybe is the best way to give to the people that are not there anymore the possibility to express themselves, because art is something active and activating the people. Museums, unfortunately, very often are there, and the people that are coming are passive. to the museum. I will always remember Aaron Appelfeld told me about the Jewish museum in his city, that he stood there on the side and look what happened in this museum, the Jewish museum in the city. And he said that it was something insane because they spoke about rituality without being able to explain what the rituality means or meant to the people who lived in that place. So it's again, it's information like we have through the internet, but not the contents. So this, again, we have to do by personal visit, a visit to the place, to be there. I hope we will do it. But I think that we are, through the seminars, we create a kind of a family, a kind of we meet sometimes a year, we speak, we exchange information. And I think that this seminar is one of these small elements that of people who have the same interest to meet, to speak, and maybe to have some ideas that will reinforce our possibility to keep heritage alive. So I will thank again to all the people who participate. I will not name them all. Our two mayors that were so kind to participate virtually yesterday. To all the people who helped us, who helped me in creating this seminar. And hopefully we will meet soon in the next seminar, I hope in Krakow, I don't know. So thank you very much and see you again soon.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
It's always a sad moment to finish something. We are looking for that, to finish it, but then we are very sad.
Well done. You did a great job, David. Well done.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, goodbye.
Grazie mille. Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Buonasera.